Dragon Feared. Ever Witch. By Kit Bladegrave.
Chapter 1. Everest. My alarm went off at 6, and my arm flailed out from under the covers, searching for it, to shut the thing off before I chucked it against the wall. The incessant beeping was enough to make me grind my teeth in annoyance before I finally smacked the top of the old clock, and it gave one final beep in protest before going silent. I wanted to stay tucked beneath the blankets and keep pretending the world didn't exist, but that would be too easy. And my life lately was not easy. I sat up, stretching my arms over my head, and rubbed my face. I climbed out of my bed, out of my mother's bed. Mom had been missing for about 3 months, not that it was unusual. Frankly, I preferred it when she wasn't around. It meant I got my own bed. But 3 months was pretty excessive. Usually she was only gone a few weeks at a time, gone on some binge or other. We had it out a while back. I didn't care what she did to her life anymore, as long as she didn't bring it back home to me and my kid brother. The fight had gotten so bad the cops showed up, but we were both well trained at knowing when to play nice for the public. She didn't want to wind up in jail, and I didn't want a social worker coming to take me or my brother away. That story would only end badly. My feet hit the ground, and I felt the late hours I had worked the night before pressing down on my shoulders. It was necessary, though. I had picked up an extra shift last night at the museum, which was fine at the time, but my body groaned and protested with each move as I forced myself to a standing position, and I started to regret it. Nothing like working 12 hours, coming home to help your little brother with his homework, getting in bed close to 1, and then waking up before the sun to get ready to do it all over again. I dragged my feet to the hall bathroom of our tiny 2-bedroom apartment. The place looked tidier than it ever had, now that Mom had been gone long enough for me to have an opportunity to straighten up. It had gone from an episode of hoarders to somewhat livable conditions. I could see the floor in every room now, and the bathroom was sparkling clean, something it hadn't been in forever. I was still finding evidence of her alcoholism in cabinets, behind the toilets, in the toilet tanks, inside a few of the wall vents, and most creatively yet, a stash of mini bottles taped to the underside of the kitchen drawers. Each time I drained them and dumped them. There had to be hundreds of dollars worth of booze I'd dumped down the drain so far. I never let Mason see my brother, but he wasn't a stupid kid. He knew Mom was a drunk. 2 days ago, I'd nearly lost it completely, realizing the stash of money I had been saving up, tucked back away in my underwear drawer, had lost about half of its worth. I could tolerate her drinking, but stealing the money I earned? How much worse could she get? One of these days, the place would be booze-free and clean from top to bottom, just maybe when I wasn't so dog-tired from working too much. If she ever came back, she'd be pissed, but she'd just have to deal with it. Once I reached the bathroom, I let the door close behind me and flicked on a light. "You," I said to my image in the mirror. "One of these days we'll wake up looking decent, right?" I smirked bitterly at my reflection, dreaming of that day and knowing it was far-fetched. I looked like a hot mess. There was no skipping the shower today. My long dark hair hung limp and dirty in my face, and made me look like something straight out of a horror movie. That, coupled with my unusual, cat-like, yellowish-green eyes, added to the illusion of something demonic being pulled out of bed. I poked at the bags beneath them, while the water heated up as much as it could in this crummy apartment. I swore one of these days I'd wake up to find wrinkles and gray hairs sprouting from my head. A quick shower followed by a good blow-dry, and my hair looked somewhat passable. I threw on some cheap dollar store makeup, only because one jerk at the museum, a supervisor, told me I needed to start looking more presentable at work. I had a feeling it was more for his benefit than the guests'. He'd leered at me the entire time he said it before huffing and stalking off like he owned the place. How presentable does a glorified janitor really need to be? I cursed under my breath as I attempted the eyeliner. It sure would have been nice to have a mom around who could have taught me how to do crap like this. I was 17, and I had never really learned how to correctly put on eyeliner. I poked my eye and cursed, clutching at it as it teared up. I should have taken the job at the mechanic down the road, but they wouldn't hire someone who wasn't 18. Denim t-shirts and covered in oil would suit me a lot better than working in a museum where everything was sparkling marble floors and polished glass cases. I passed on the lipstick and just swabbed on a bit of lip gloss, then spied my uniform hanging on the door of the bathroom, freshly ironed. I smiled because I sure didn't do that. Throwing it on, I looked at myself in the mirror. Tight black pants and a short-sleeve black button-up. A set of keys hung around my waist, and my ID badge sat on my left shirt pocket. The makeup actually looked half decent, and I had a good laugh for a few minutes. I never put much stock into looks, and for good reason. Mom was a beauty, and thought she'd be taken care of her whole life because of it. And look where she wound up. Finished in the bathroom, I left and hurried into the sad excuse for a kitchen to make something healthy for Mason. One of us had to eat well, and it wasn't going to be me. He needed it more than I did. Most days, I survived on a granola bar and the free coffee in the break room at work. Horrible diet for someone my age, but I saved the money for groceries for Mason. I skimmed through the fridge. Eggs and some fruit were about all we had until I got paid again and could get to the store. I had to pay Mason back for what he did for me. He apparently got up at some point during the night to wash and iron my uniform for me, so I figured I could at least provide the kid with a good breakfast before school. Tears came to my eyes at how quickly he had to grow up. I wiped them away as fast as they came, not willing to let him see me cry. I opened the freezer just to check, and saw we still had a few mini pancakes left. They were his favorite, so I laid them out on a plate and popped them in the microwave. I started a pot of coffee. I was done growing anyway, so who cared if I stunted my growth anymore? Caffeine was the only way I was going to get through this day. As the machine gurgled and the microwave beeped a few minutes later, I heard the bathroom door close and knew Mason was awake. He was a good kid, way too good for Mom. When the door opened again, I forced a smile to my sleepy, worried face. Mason picked up on everything too quickly, but that didn't mean I was going to make it easy for him to know how stressed out I was at Mom being gone for so long without even a phone call. She had never disappeared for this long before. I could tell it was really starting to get to him too. She might be a horrible mother, but she was still our mom. Blood and all that. On the outside, I hated her, but deep down, I didn't want someone showing up at our door saying they'd found her dead in an alley. I could play house all I wanted, but I was still never going to be Mom. Mason entered the kitchen, stifling a yawn and showing off his Superman pajamas. His black hair matched mine, messy from sleep. I grinned at the sight of him. You're getting a little old for those. Maybe I should get you some new PJs. Nah. He plopped down at the little bar across from the stove that doubled as our kitchen table. Wow, you actually made food this morning. Smartass? I shoved a plate in front of him. Eat. Any chance we have syrup? He asked hopefully. Sorry kiddo, no syrup, but we do have butter. I dug around in the fridge, double-checking the expiration date before I set it out for him with a butter knife. Mason was only 12, and I think that's what pissed me off the most. Mom could have left me high and dry all she wanted, and I probably wouldn't have cared, good riddance kind of thing, but Mason was just a kid. A real kid, not kid in the way that older adults like to refer to me. Like a kid who should be outside playing on the weekends, instead of hiding out in a bad part of town, in the apartment, because it was too dangerous on the streets for a 12-year-old to ride a bike. Not that he had a bike. I doubted we'd ever be able to afford that luxury. We ate breakfast together. Well, he ate, and I drank the bitter black coffee since there was no money for sugar or creamer, and I helped him go over his homework to make sure everything was good to go. He was smart. I wanted to make sure he graduated, even if it was from just a crummy school. He was going to get his high school diploma, I'd accept no less. As for me, I had not entirely given up on my education just yet. Whenever I wasn't working or taking care of Mason, I was studying for my GED. It wasn't ideal, but it was a start. I refused to be a statistic. I was going to get that GED, and then, hopefully, I could get a better job, or go to community college. Not that I had any idea what I wanted to do with my life, but working in a museum as a janitor was not what I thought I'd be doing at 17. I dreamt of getting out of this apartment, hell, out of this state. I wanted to start over, take Mason with me, and get our lives back on track. He was too smart to be stuck in a town with no chance of furthering his education. Me, I wanted freedom from a life I felt trapped in since the day I was born. I wanted to be part of something bigger than myself, or at least bigger than scraping to get by each week. But those were just dreams, and I had to stop dreaming at some point. Once Mason was ready for school, I walked him to the bus stop and reminded him to behave and pay attention in class. Not that I really had to say anything, but I hated saying nothing when I left him. I also slipped him a $5 bill, so that he could get some of the good stuff at lunch today, instead of the nasty charity food the school gave out to kids on the poor as hell list. If you're not too picky with that bill at lunch, 75 cents will get you a candy bar, I reminded him. Think you've worked hard enough to get one. Once he was gone, and on his way to school, I sat on the bench and impatiently tapped my feet until it was time for me to leave too. A 5-minute wait later, I was on the bus that would take me to the museum. I hated that ride, crammed on a smelly old bus with too many people that either stared too much or talked too loudly or smelled like rotten food and cigarettes. One day, I aspired to own a vehicle of my own. Didn't even have to be a nice car. If the damn thing ran when I turned the key, I'd be happy. Despite my urge to go work in a place that wasn't as nice as the museum, that had more to do with my coworkers than actually disliking the place. Most of them looked down on me, but their attitudes weren't going to rob me of the one thing I enjoyed about my pathetic excuse for a job. I had chosen to apply at the museum for a reason. I loved history. I wanted to get a degree in history, and I was going to find a way to do it, even if it killed me. And already having a job at a museum had to give me some leeway for the future once I finally snagged that degree. The Museum of World History I worked at was set up in a way that allowed for promotions. When I first started, I was just a regular janitor. My assignment was toilets. Wonderful, disgusting toilets. I've been there for about a year now, long before Mom dipped out this last time, and at first had just worked nights after school. After Mom disappeared, I dropped out of school to help keep Mason and me afloat. But that tragedy came with a blessing. I had actually been promoted, sort of. I'm still a janitor, but I'm the second in command, or at least that's how I like to look at it. Made my job sound a bit better. I had a small team I managed, and I helped my supervisor with schedules. My stop finally arrived, and I wrestled my way off the bus, sucking in a breath of fresh air, and turned to see a friendly face amongst the crowd on the sidewalk. Jensen, my supervisor, met me at the bus stop down the street from the museum. He had 2 cups of coffee in his hands, fancy coffee that would actually taste good and amp me up even more than I already was. Have I ever told you I love you? I snagged one of the cups as he burst out laughing, and not a quiet laugh. A deep, belly laugh that drew the attention of everyone in proximity. Keep that up, and you're going to make me blush, kid. Just keeping up the flattery. Part of my job, right? He sighed and gulped his coffee. You best watch yourself, kid. One of these days, that sharp mouth of yours is going to get you in trouble. I can handle myself. His look turned sympathetic. Don't I know it? Just wish you didn't have to. Jensen had become my best friend since starting at the museum. The first time I met him, I'd been shaking in my boots, literally, but the second he started talking, I knew he was nothing to be scared of. He was a big fat guy with a bald head and an embarrassing excuse for a mustache. Failed handlebars, really. The man's chubby cheeks, bright eyes, and warm gaze could make anyone fall in love with him. He was approaching his 60s, but you could hardly tell with that enthusiastic and almost youthful pep he had in every step, as we walked the rest of the way to the museum together. He'd become protective of me too, which was a nice change. Usually, I was the one in full-blown protective mode over Mason. Knowing Jensen had my back helped keep my spirits high throughout some of my harder days. He was also one of the few I trusted to tell what was going on at home, including Mom taking off for this long. As we entered through the front gates of the museum, he sucked in a deep breath, closing his eyes, and his pot belly gave a jiggle that nearly had me spewing my mouthful of coffee everywhere. Breathe in that museum-quality air, and all that wonderful history. You ready for another fun-filled day? Crazy is what I should say. I saw that you took first and third shift today. I caught the scowl he gave me as I shrugged. Jensen told me all the time I worked too much, but what was I supposed to do? Don't remind me, I said. Jack wants me to take his second shift today too. You know I won't let you do that. Especially not after working second and third yesterday. You have to sleep at some point. I did, a whole 3 hours. It was fantastic, I said brightly, and he grunted in annoyance at my chipper tone. I'm fine really. I'll sleep when I'm dead, isn't that the saying? Everest, please, he said quieter as he rested a hand on my shoulder. I do not want to watch you dropping dead of exhaustion before you're 18. All right? You have a life waiting for you out there. I nibbled my bottom lip, hating that I made him worry so much, but I was doing what I had to do, and that wasn't about to change anytime soon. Thanks, Jensen, really, but what I need right now is to ensure Mason eats and we don't lose the roof over our heads. I patted his hand and made for the employees' break room to shove my stuff in my tiny locker and get to work. I drained my coffee as fast as I could, surprised when it didn't burn the roof of my mouth, then found my supply cart to get on my to-do list for the day. I started in the east wing, Jensen in the west. His music blaring from his Bluetooth speaker on his cart was my soundtrack for the morning and set a steady tempo as I polished, dusted, and cleaned floors for the early morning hours. At least I could be happy my only item was no longer toilets. Though sadly, those would come soon enough. Being at the museum with Jensen, before it opened in the early morning or late at night when the last patron left, was always my favorite. He would blast music and dance while he mopped, and the two of us would wind up in some sort of silly sing-along. Not only that, but he loved history as much as I did. Most of the janitors at the museum couldn't care less or were so stupid they thought the Jurassic era applied to all dinosaur-like creatures, or that Christopher Columbus was from the same period as George Washington. Jensen and I could talk history, and I loved that. Part of me felt he did it as a way for me to keep my brain sharp, and I appreciated having a conversation with someone that didn't revolve around middle school math problems or which superhero was better. 2 hours into our routine, I breathed deeply as I unlocked the doors to the museum to let the next round of staff inside. The 5 curators arrived on the dot every morning. That was my goal right there. That's why I wanted to get a degree in history. I wanted to work as a curator. To be paid to study history. To give insight on the museum. To travel to obtain knowledge. Be in charge of keeping everything preserved for the next generation, and the next after that. That was the dream, and if it meant working myself to death, I was going to make it a reality someday. If Mom had been the kind of parent to hold down a job, maybe then I could have already been putting money aside for college. At the time, all of my money was going to bills. I would find a way someday. I was sure of it. Chapter 2. Everest. The museum was open early and closed late. There were 3 different shifts available. Most people would work just one shift or two back to back. That day, I worked first and third, so I had taken the bus home to take a long nap, take care of some chores before returning for the night shift that started in the evening, a few hours before the museum actually closed. The night shift was fun, and I was working it that night with Jensen as I had worked first shift with him that morning, so I was not about to complain. The first few hours of night shift included a few people with nothing else to do with their evenings other than traipse around the museum. The last several hours were cleanup duty. Sometimes night shift wasn't dull if there was an evening event going on. That was always fun. Not this night though. This night I was just hanging out with Jensen, while checking on all the exhibits, and occasionally pausing to have a conversation with the night security guard, Hank. He was younger than Jensen, and was always up for a good debate on what would have happened if specific events in history turned out differently. Jensen and I were in the colonial exhibits when he asked me about Mom. I winced, glancing around to be sure no one would overhear me. Still gone, and I'm still finding bottles everywhere. Can't believe she managed to hide so many for this long. I'm sorry you got to deal with that. Could be worse, I guess. At least I'm not finding drugs everywhere, I muttered with a shrug. At least not yet, was what I should have said. It'd be nice if she'd at least send word that she was breathing. There's a point in time when you need to let someone else know about this, he replied quietly. You know I'll never report you, but there's always a chance someone else might. He frowned as he leaned on his broom. If it gets that bad, I just want you to know that I have an empty house, plenty of room for you and Mason. It wasn't the first time he offered to take us in unofficially, but we were both worried about what type of red tape that would mean in case Mom did come back to the apartment to find it empty, and her kids moved in with an old man who had no blood relation to us whatsoever. I always appreciated the offer, though. I'd be 18 soon enough, and then it wouldn't matter as far as I was concerned. I know, and thanks, but we're okay for right now. No one else knows she's gone. Keep it that way, he urged. You okay on money? Fine, Jensen. Don't take that tone with me, young lady. If you need anything, you better damned well ask me. Living off of coffee is just as bad as running on no sleep, he scolded. Can't believe a mother would leave her kids like this. I'm used to it, really. I'm fine. We're fine. What have you been telling anyone else who asks where she is? I shrugged. That she's sick and was told to stay home and get some bed rest. For weeks, he asked, brow raised. What can I say? Our neighbors are either old, high, or don't give a damn, so we're getting away with the lie for now. You better hope it stays that way. His lips twitched in a grin as he added, You know, I have noticed that you've seemed a little perkier lately. Part of me held out hope she'd come back sober or something, but I guess that'd be too lucky, huh? Lucky or convenient. Not sure I'd even believe it if Mom miraculously came back home sober and ready to turn over a new leaf. I more or less expected her to come crawling back with some new loser on her arm, swearing to take care of her for 2 weeks before she became too needy and he left her. Then she'd get depressed, and her drinking would increase like it always did. She'd take her anger out on us, the apartment, destroy what few items were left whole, and probably run off again. Without her around, my days were brighter, in a weird, twisted way I wasn't sure I should enjoy so much. I probably did seem happier, though. Life was better when Mom was gone. When she was home, it was a nightmare. A holding her hair back for her every other night kind of nightmare. Helping her shower when she had one too many. Checking on her 4 times a night to make sure she didn't throw up, and drown in her mess, because I had to be the one to worry about her so that Mason wouldn't have to. Her being gone was just easier. I could breathe without feeling like I was drowning in the hurt and the bitterness she brought down on my head. Without her around, I could let myself imagine it had always been just me and Mason. No crazy alcoholic mom who made me want to pull my hair out and scream at how unfair the world was. When she was home, it was right there in my face, a living nightmare that had no end in sight. I'd pinch myself, and the pain would remain, as well as whatever was happening. Her drunken screaming, telling me I was worthless, yelling at Mason until I'd finally yell back, and she'd storm off to her room. I hated that I would lay in bed every morning hoping I would wake up, and she'd be gone again, maybe for good this time. With her gone, Mason didn't have to see our mom slowly fading away from alcoholism. I didn't have to see it. Her government assistance checks still came in the mail, and I cashed them. If she had been home, those checks would have gone straight to booze instead of rent, or the other bills my money didn't cover. Hell, I doubted she even realized I worked when she was around. If she ever came back, she'd get drunk and scream at me for being a dropout and a bum, for living on her dime, even if I paid for a good portion of everything. I glanced up to see Jensen watching me with a worried frown. You keep doing that, you're going to make those wrinkles of yours worse. His eyes narrowed before he gave a loud belly laugh that had me smiling too despite my depressing mood all of a sudden. He was my closest friend, especially since I had dropped out. I never had many friends beforehand, and when I left school no one came to check on me or called. Jensen was the only one there for me now, and I wasn't sure I could ever explain how much it meant to me, him just caring. I hate that you dropped out of school, Jensen said as if reading my mind, his face grim. You know, it's not too late to go back. I'll have my GED before you know it. There's a home in my neighborhood for kids. Don't, I cut him off sharper than I meant to and hung my head. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't appreciate the offer, but you know how dangerous that could be for us. I don't want to get us dragged into the system, and you know that. I'll be 18 in less than a year. I can file for custody of Mason then. I just have to keep my head down and not draw attention to the current situation. Jensen huffed, and I waited for him to keep arguing with me, but he didn't push the issue for once. An hour later, he glanced around and nodded at a job well done. Looks like we're done here. I'll close up shop so you can be sure to catch that last bus ride home. Thanks, Jensen, I said, and headed towards the janitor supply room to put my card up. I doubled back and gave him a hug for being a shoulder I could lean on, and letting me split a few minutes early. He didn't like the idea of my walking several blocks home at night in this crummy city, and neither did I. I got to the bus stop just in time, and took the final bus home. My stop was a relatively short distance from our apartment, and I was thankful for that. I would always walk quickly whenever I came home late. There were several known drug dealers in our neighborhood, but everyone knew there was worse than that. A few gang members and other thugs who leered at anyone passing by. A few of their younger recruit shitheads jumped me once, but thankfully I hadn't had a dime on me, not that I made it easy for them to figure that part out. I had stabbed one of them in the arm with the keys to our apartment, so I could get away, screaming at the top of my lungs until I scared the bastards off. His mama had the nerve to come banging on our door the next morning, saying I assaulted her son. My mom's response to that had been throwing up on the woman's shoes. The one time I hadn't minded watching Mom puke her guts up. Those idiots had left me alone since then, but I was still nervous. The younger ones might not want to mess with me, but there were plenty of older guys who hung around that I could not take on with a pathetic key as a weapon. The street light above me flickered, and a shiver ran down my spine as fear crept into my mind. I was still about 3 blocks away from home. Poor Mason was probably either passed out on the couch, or was waiting up for me, worried about how late it was and wondering why I wasn't home yet. I picked up the pace. Something about that flickering streetlight made me feel like it was a bad omen. I told myself to stop being paranoid, but I should have listened to my gut. As soon as I turned a corner, I heard a vehicle speeding on the road ahead of me. A light blue car whizzed by, jumping the curb and nearly sideswiping me. I leaped to the side with a yelp, tumbling over the sidewalk to avoid getting hit head-on. I cursed, my elbow and hip throbbing from where I hit the cement, but at least I was alive. I staggered to my feet, stunned, and checked myself for any other injuries as the car continued down the road. Drunk asshole. I screamed after the car, picking up a broken bottle nearby and chucking it down the street. 'Cause I don't have enough problems in my life, huh? I shouted a few more profanities at the car's back bumper as it disappeared. I looked around for a second car, thinking maybe the idiot had been racing judging from the way he had been driving, but the road was dead silent. Whatever jackass, I shouted, but the car was long gone. I continued my route home, thankful I had not been flattened. The scrapes on my elbow stung, and I limped as the pain in my hip increased. I'd be sporting some pretty bruises in the morning. I turned the corner, wishing I could run to get home, but my hip hurt too much to run. I froze. Down the long street ahead, I saw 2 headlights in the distance. It was the same car again. My stomach dropped, and I glanced around, hoping for anyone else to be around, but I was alone. The engine revved in the distance, sounding more like a beast ready to eat me alive than a car. The driver slammed on the gas and it started my way. "Oh, come on," I uttered, not ready to believe this was happening a second time. He was trying to hit me, and he had come back around since he had missed the first time. I was sure of it. Not even certain why I was so convinced of that. A million things went through my head. Like, was I going to die? Why would someone want to run me down? Was he some creepy serial killer, and I was about to become one of his statistical kills? I turned on my heels and ran with more power than I had ever run before, ignoring my hip screaming in pain and my lungs burning as I sucked in air. A good distance behind me, tires squealed and spun. I couldn't outrun a car. Lungs begging for relief, and legs sore from the incredible sprint, I knew I was going to die. This psychopath, whoever he was, had picked me out for whatever reason. I closed my eyes, tucked my head down, and braced for impact. "Are you insane?" a male voice shouted, and hands suddenly grabbed me and swung me around hard. My feet came out from under me, and the two of us fell backward into the alleyway just as the car zoomed past. I landed on a hard body with an oomph, as whoever saved me cursed and sputtered. The driver, in an attempt to still run us down, overcorrected and went straight into a telephone pole, and the car scrunched up in a smoky and crumpled-up mess. A body exploded out of the windshield at the time of impact, and I grimaced when it didn't move again. Smoke rose up from the hood, and the passenger's door was thrown violently open. I tried to see more, but the hands that pulled me to safety shoved me protectively behind him again, and I had to strain my neck to peer around him. A second person fell to the pavement, growling like an animal, pulled himself to his feet using the car, and took off into the darkness. "Think you're safe," the guy said, and finally turned to face me. Words of thanks died in my throat as I blinked several times, wondering if I hit my head and this was all a dream. All I could do was stare numbly back at this guy, and wonder why someone like him would risk his life to save someone like me. His brow furrowed in worry, and he gently reached out, running his palm over my head. "You hurt? Hey, can you hear me?" He snapped his fingers in front of my eyes, and the moment was broken, but in those seconds I was able to admire his beautiful voice. He reminded me of something straight out of one of Mason's cheesy anime flicks, one of those devilishly handsome types. I was digging it despite the near-death experience. I cleared my throat and nodded. Yeah, I'm good, I think. Just some cuts. You? I'll live." His hand fell from my head and gently held my chin, tilting my face to the left and right to catch what little light there was from the street. I usually was not one for being touched by a strange guy in the middle of an alleyway, but as he studied my face looking for injuries, it gave me a chance to check him out. He had long blonde hair that wrapped back behind his ears, and eyes that looked like some sort of blue crystal. He was gorgeous. Unreal. And he just saved my life. "Thank you," I breathed. I have no idea what was going on with that asshole. And oh God, he's dead, isn't he?" I stood and stared at the car and the dead man on the hood. "Shit. This is bad, isn't it?" He stood beside me and opened his mouth to reply, but we were interrupted by another male voice calling out, making me jump with a curse of alarm. "Slade," a voice called from the alley. "Man, we got to go." I looked at him. Slade. His name was Slade, really? He didn't look like he wanted to leave, and shifted on his feet. "You going to be okay?" "I think so, but I have to report this, right?" He glared at the dead man, and I swore a growl escaped his mouth as his hands curled into fists. "You should leave him to rot." I'd never heard someone speak with so much hate before, and it left me speechless. "Slade. We don't have time for this shit. Let's move or I'm leaving your ass behind." He cursed under his breath, and backed down the alley, deeper into the shadows. "Look out for yourself," he called to me, spun on his heel, and darted into the shadows. The sound of his steps disappeared, and I was left standing at the entrance to the alleyway, my brain struggling to process what the hell just happened. I stumbled out into the street, moving towards the car before shock hit me hard and my knees gave out. I didn't own a cell phone, no money in the budget for that, and managed to scream a few times for help. Lights popped on in several windows, and several doors opened as people ran outside, pointing and muttering at the car. "Hey. Are you okay?" Someone was running toward me from a nearby apartment. "Hun. Can you hear me? What happened?" I managed to mutter something about the car trying to hit me, and the older woman knelt beside me, yelling for someone to call 911. I wasn't sure what answers I gave to the woman. I was too busy looking for the guy named Slade who had saved me.
Chapter 3. Slade. I scurried up the rickety steel ladder on the side of the brick building, a pair of boots disappearing overhead. That had been close, too damn close. I hadn't expected her to be out so early. Her schedule at night was always the same. I'd have to have a word with the others about having more eyes out here for nights like these, when I almost didn't make it in time. As I pulled myself onto the roof, I hurried to the shadowy figure of Tank. "She good?" he asked in his deep growl of a voice. Lights flashed against the buildings, and the sirens cut out as several more cop cars pulled down the street. I nodded. "She's hurt, but she's alive. They're not going to like this, what you did." "What choice did I have?" He sighed, his hands gripping the cement wall hard enough to make it crumble. "Two of them, they sent two of them after her. We should have known at some point they would act. And? What are we supposed to do about it?" I narrowed my gaze and peered down until I spied our target being tended to by the paramedics now. They were guiding her to the back of the ambulance. She stumbled a few times, and I saw her repeatedly glancing towards the crashed car and the dead body jutting out of the windshield that the cops were studying with their flashlights. Would she tell them a second one got away? Would they even believe her about that driver trying to kill her? Probably not. Humans tended to ignore the obvious. "We need to go, the others will be waiting," Tank informed me gruffly, turning for the other side of the building. His long black trench coat billowed out as he moved, and he pulled a hood up to cover his face. I lingered a few seconds longer, cursing the night for having to reveal myself to her, but there'd been no other choice unless I wanted to watch her get run over and killed. "Watch out for yourself," I murmured to the night. "They're coming for you." "Slade." I backed away and forced myself to follow Tank. If they were smart, they'd leave her alone with the cops crawling around like they were. We had to report this incident and decide our next move. Tank leapt across the alley and landed on the other rooftop as easily as he walked. I followed, and we jumped from one roof to the next until we reached the end of the row. After checking the coast was clear, we jumped off into the pavement, jogging along towards the entrance to the tunnel. Guards were present, even if I couldn't see them. That was the point. We reached a large grate where the pavement sloped deeply downward, and water drained from the street overhead. Tank waved his hand over the massive lock, whispering under his breath, and the lock clicked open with a resounding clink. We stepped inside, and it closed soundlessly behind us. Our bootsteps echoed back to us, and the deeper in we went, the more a sinking feeling started in my gut that the events we hoped would hold off a few more years were about to start happening. Eventually, light appeared ahead as we entered the main junction of tunnels that resided forgotten beneath the city. Two guards nodded as we passed, but their gazes remained focused towards the tunnel, never wavering from their post. "Slade." "Tank. What took you two so long?" "Problems, that's what," I growled, and veered right towards the raised metal platform with two ladders going up to it. 4 others stood on in it, 2 women and 2 men, looking as stressed and tired as I suddenly was. "They're here," I said, the second my feet hit the grated metal. "What?" Jenny snapped, turning her head so fast her long black dreadlocks whipped around. Her eyes narrowed to dangerous slits as a hiss slipped from her mouth. "That's not possible." "Maybe not, but I know what I saw." Tank stomped up behind me. "He's right. 2 of them, and we were almost too late." "Damn it." "Davis," she screamed out, and silence fell over the makeshift encampment underground. "Where the hell is Davis? I want him up here, now." "It's not his fault," I tried to defend him. Jenny sliced her hand through the air, silencing me. It's his job to watch, and clearly he is slacking. What happened? Jenny, Maura, Toby, and Preston, the ringleaders of this quadrant, leaned in closer as I relayed the activities of the evening to them. Their faces were set in stone by the time I finished, especially when I had to tell them one of the attackers got away. You didn't give chase, why? I already exposed myself. I couldn't risk going after him and alerting the mortals to our presence. Do you want a bigger mess on your hands? No, you're right. Jenny leaned heavily on the table, the harsh random lighting of the lamps and torches catching the vivid white scars that covered her dark-skinned arms. We're not ready for this. Not even close. What are my orders? I asked. Same. If they're risking making a move like this, we don't have a choice, but we need more men, Jenny muttered darkly, glaring at the maps on the table before her. And your attack wasn't the only one tonight. What? I glanced towards Tank, but he seemed as clueless as I was. What happened? Jenny looked at Preston, her husband, and shrugged. You might as well tell them. They'll find out sooner or later, and I'd rather they take their anger out now than lose it out there, he said, but Jenny started to shake her head. Jenny, tell them or I will. My heart pounded, and I wanted to punch something the longer they made us wait. What happened? I repeated. An outpost was attacked, Preston said when Jenny still refused to speak. I swallowed hard as Tank cursed vividly beside me. Which one? I knew before he even said it, but I had to hear. Higgins Square, 30 dead, 15 missing. We have no idea if they took prisoners or if they fled. The room spun around me, and I reached out for the metal railing to hold me up. Zara, she was found amongst the rubble, Preston went on quietly. Slade, I'm sorry, mate. I'm so sorry. No. I sank to the grated floor and held my head between my hands. This wasn't happening, not again. Growling filled my ears, and I realized suddenly it was me, snarling as Tank tried to pull me to my feet. Get away. I bellowed, and leapt down from the platform, stalking through the crowd of refugees and fighters until I reached my sad excuse for a room, a curtain draped over an alcove in the tunnels. I paced the tiny space, seeing her smiling face over and over in my mind, but every time I blinked, her face shifted and became bloodied and broken. No. I raged as I punched the concrete wall over and over, until my skin split and blood spattered the wall. The curtain was yanked aside, and Toby and Tank were there, grabbing me bodily and dragging me away, screaming blood and murder. At some point, I think Tank punched me to try and calm me down, and I let my body go limp. They'd stolen everything from me so far, everything I cared about. Tonight, I thought I was going to lose my target, and instead, I lost something else, a part of me I would never get back. This was how it was always going to be. They would just keep chipping away until finally, there'd be nothing left of me. Rest, Slade, Tank ordered after they got me situated in our infirmary away from prying eyes. We'll talk in the morning, eh? I rolled over and curled up into a ball, not sure if getting up tomorrow morning was possible. Not anymore.
Chapter 4. Everest. I should have bolted when Slade did. I had no idea what to do in this situation. Someone tried to run me down not once but twice with their car, and now I was left standing with said car and a dead man inside. The police arrived within minutes, paramedics not long after that. They wanted to check me over or whatever, and numbly, I let them guide me to the ambulance. The entire time, I swore someone was watching me, but when I glanced over my shoulder towards the rooftops, there was nothing but darkness. The paramedic did a full check, and then tended to my scraped elbow and ensured me I had no broken ribs. They left me sitting on the bumper as 2 cops came over, eyeing me curiously. Are you sure you're all right, ma'am? The woman asked me softly. Yeah, I mean shaken up but I'm fine. Why don't you run through what happened? I nodded nervously, and did my best to explain the crazy event that just occurred. When I was finished, she was tapping her pen on the pad of paper in her hand, staring into the alley. And you say this person just ran off? Yeah, the one left alive in the car and the one who shoved me out of the way. Wait, there was a second one in the car? She asked sharply. You didn't say that before. Sorry, thought I did, I mumbled. Everything happened so fast. It's okay, hun, just take a breather. Do you have your ID with you at least? Sure, I said, even though a voice in the back of my mind said this was a bad idea. Not like I was about to lie to the cops, though. When I showed it to them, and they realized I was a minor, they insisted on driving me home. No, I'm fine, I insisted. Even the paramedics said so. They glanced at each other, then back at me, and seemed to be silently having an argument about what to make of this entire situation. They'd been nice since getting here, but the last thing I wanted was to bring cops to the apartment for a number of reasons. One, they might realize that Mom was gone, and a couple of underage kids were living alone, bad. Two, they might realize I was illegally stealing my mother's government assistance money, really bad. And three, people who brought cops around my neighborhood for any reason got labeled as snitches, worse. None of those things seemed like a good idea to me, but these two cops were insistent. The woman was probably in her late 30s or early 40s, and had that motherly air about her. The other was a rookie cop, who I could tell had a beef about being put under a lady officer. He kept trying to talk over her, but I kind of adored the way she shut him down and called him a stupid rookie when he dared to interrupt her. But I started to like them less the longer they stood around debating on what to do with me. Officer Rosa, the woman, kept her gaze on me, watchful as if she was waiting for me to take off running. I wasn't about to do that. I hadn't done anything wrong, but I did want to get out of there and get home, alone. From the tone she'd used so far, I was sure she had kids of her own, probably a few teenagers, and it was clear my wanting them not to drive me home was sounding suspicious to her. The other cop, Officer Stenson, was her polar opposite. He was annoying and a little rude, but seemed just as ready to cart me off to their patrol car just so I would get out of his hair and let him get back to his night. What? Did you sneak out of the house or something and don't want your parents finding out? He asked. I crossed my arms and lifted my chin. No, I was on my way home from work at the museum. It's not that long of a walk from the bus stop to home. I do it almost every night. Just let us drive you home, Officer Rosa said. And then we'll be on our way, okay, hun? I'll sleep better tonight knowing I saw you to your front door. She handed me back my ID with a smile, and I tried to think of a lie, any lie that would get her to back off, but nothing came to mind. Reluctantly, I agreed. While another group of officers handled the scene of the crime, these two drove me the 3 blocks over to my apartment building. Officer Rosa asked a few more questions on the way, double-checking I didn't recognize the car or the man who'd been driving. If I could describe the one that ran off, but I told her it had been too dark. She asked again, too, about the guy that saved me, but I kept his name to myself. Slade. Interesting name for my hero of the night. As Stenson parked out front, my nerves ratcheted up another notch, and I couldn't stop shaking. I knew that absolutely nothing good was going to come from this, but I didn't have a choice. Officer Stenson looked at my rundown building with a smug smirk on his face, his eyes judging it and me all over again. He huffed, muttering something under his breath, and I was pretty sure I knew exactly what he was thinking, that I was some statistic his ass was wasting time on. By the time they were walking me to the door, I sensed Officer Rosa had read right through me. The tired, overworked eyes. The way too mature attitude for my age. The fact that I had no cell phone and was working such a late shift. I could tell that she knew before we even made it to the apartment that there was no parent present. I was silently thanking myself for finally getting around to throwing away the booze I collected the past few months. At least the apartment was mostly clean for when I opened the door. I fumbled with my key, buying a few more seconds to gather my thoughts and hoping they'd just take off now that we were here, but Officer Rosa cleared her throat loudly. I stuck the key in the lock and opened the front door. They entered our apartment right behind me, and the noise woke up Mason, who was asleep on the couch. He looked terrified as he glanced past me to the 2 cops. Everest, what's going on? He hurried over to me, rubbing his eyes. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, kid. There was just a bit of an incident with the car, but I'm good, I said, pleading for him to take it in stride with my gaze. Go wake Mom up. It took barely a second for his head to nod subtly. He gave me a knowing look and recited a little speech for the officers. Aunt Julie called a few hours ago, and she's about to have the baby. Mom isn't here. She told me to wait up for you and to let you know. He nervously glanced in the office's direction. I turned, expecting to see the officers satisfied and about to tell me to have a good night, but both of them shifted on their feet, staring around the apartment, then back at me and Mason. Rosa clearly wasn't buying it. Now, son, you and your sister aren't in trouble, okay? But can you talk to me for a few minutes? Rosa asked as she stood in front of my brother. He looked to me, but I wasn't sure what she was about to ask, so he nodded. I guess so. Good. How old you? 12, he replied slowly. And your mom, is she gone a lot? He told you, our aunt's having a baby, I said stiffly, but she didn't even look at me. Mason, are you often left home alone? Well, sometimes, but it's just because Everest works so much. I mentally groaned, but it wasn't his fault. They were cops. Mason was scared, I saw it, and I wished I could make this all go away, but there was nothing I could do short of making the situation much worse. She does. Does she go to school too? Mason cringed but nodded fervently. You're not lying to me, are you, Mason? She asked. He shook his head, but his eyes were nearly bugging out of his head. Where's your mom, Mason? Tell me the truth now. Before I could say anything to cut him off, tears glimmered in his eyes and he sniffed hard, but the truth poured out of him, and my heart ached for my brother. I thought I'd been carrying all the stress since Mom up and vanished, but I hadn't realized how badly it was affecting him too. Defeated, I sank onto the couch and hung my head, holding it in my hands as he confessed Mom had been missing since the beginning of August. It's all right, son, it's all right, she soothed and handed him a tissue. 3 months, that's how long she's been gone? She directed this question to me, and I managed a weak nod. Well, this changes things. I had nothing to say, and simply watched as she tried to console Mason. All while this was going on, Officer Stenson had been walking around. I had no idea what he was looking for when his brow furrowed, and he reached into a potted plant by the couch. I frowned, not sure what he had in his hand when he pulled out a bottle of vodka. I cursed silently and wiped a hand down my face. I thought I'd found them all, but apparently not. Who would have thought she'd stick one in the damned houseplant? Everest, it's better if you tell us what's going on here, Officer Rosa stated firmly, after she guided Mason to the couch. Does your mother drink? Drink, nah. She tries to drown herself in booze, I uttered, disgusted with her all over again. Does she run off often like this? I ground my teeth and nodded. Officer Rosa sighed while Stenson continued walking around the apartment. I had no idea what he was looking for, and just sat there as our fragile world started to come apart before my eyes. When I heard papers shuffling behind me, I whipped around to see Stenson rummaging through the stack of bills, pay stubs and check stubs on the counter. What are you doing? I snapped, jumping off the couch and snatching the papers out of his hands. That's none of your business. Get out of my apartment. You don't have any reason for being here. Rosa looked at me with these sad eyes. Honey, I think I do. My insides churned. I felt like I was going to hurl. We'd been so careful, and then that damned car had to come out of nowhere and try to kill me. Stenson gently reached for the papers again, and I handed them over without a fight. He handed them to Rosa. They've been cashing their mom's welfare check to get by, he said, and this time he sounded sincerely sad. His judgment had vaporized into pity. He just saw us as pathetic kids now, and even though that complex of his was gone, I still wanted to punch him. I made it back to Mason, and as he gripped my hand, and gave him a reassuring squeeze. I just got a promotion today, I lied, as though that would somehow matter. We don't need that government money anymore. I can even repay them if we have to. Just please pretend you didn't see any of this. She'll be back, I swear she will. You've only just turned 17, Rosa said. You're still just a kid. You shouldn't have to be worrying about stuff like this. And what if there's an emergency? What if something happens to you, Everest? You're risking your little brother's safety. It's not a big deal, I insisted. We handle things just fine here, and nothing's going to happen to me. Just like nothing almost happened to you tonight, she challenged, and my blood ran cold. Tell me, if that car had hit you, if you'd been severely injured or heaven forbid killed, what would happen to Mason? I gulped and squeezed Mason's hand harder. I hadn't even thought about that. What would he have done? We had no emergency contacts, no one to turn to. Rosa whispered something to Officer Stenson, and he stepped out into the hall to make a call. Hey, how about I have someone bring some donuts up here while we talk? Does that sound nice? I think they have some left over at the station from earlier, Rosa said. We'll get this all sorted out, promise. That bull worked on Mason, but it wasn't going to work on me. I glared at her. I knew the sort of thing that was about to happen. They were going to talk all sweet and calm, but then they were going to tell us to come down to the station. Then we'd have to sit and listen to them talk about how our situation was not ideal, how the state was going to be stepping in. Our game was over. My plans were ruined. I was angry and terrified all at once. Mason was quiet, and I knew he was feeling guilty for not playing by the rules we had established in case anyone ever asked where Mom had gone. He was just a kid. I guess technically I was too, but I was 17. I felt like I could take care of my brother just fine, but Officer Rosa didn't seem to think so. And if I wanted to be honest, she was right. I could have died tonight, and Mason would have been left all alone in this crappy neighborhood with no way to get money, no way to survive. We pushed our luck, getting away without Mom for this long. Another pair of officers arrived, and they brought donuts as promised. They gave one to Mason, and he smiled slightly. A chocolate-coated donut. That'd keep him happy for a little while, at least. They offered me one too, but I couldn't bring myself to eat. Officer Rosa had been sitting there talking for a while about her 2 kids, away at college, when the other 2 male officers arrived. By then she had learned very little, mostly from Mason, but she had managed to gather that he was looking forward to seeing the new Spider-Man movie, and that he had a small superhero action figure collection. Say, Mason, Officer Rosa said, and then nodded toward one of the officers. This is Officer Phillips. He loves superheroes too. Why don't you show him that cool collection you told me about, while I talk to your sister alone for a second? Mason looked to me for confirmation that this was okay, and I gave him a reassuring nod and a forced smile, but my insides were screaming. Once Mason was out of the room, Officer Rosa, I reminded myself, turned to me. The other officers were snooping around my apartment. You've done a good job, Everest, she said. I can tell you must work really hard for you and your brother to stay afloat, but you had to drop out of school, and from the look on your face, you're working far too much for someone your age. I'm working as much as I need to, I argued, not wanting to look at her. I'm sure you are. Why don't you and Mason come down to the station, so that we can try to figure some things out? There is nothing to figure out, I insisted. We're fine. I'll be 18 next year, and I can take care of Mason. There's food here, and the place is finally clean since she hasn't been here. Really, we're doing a lot better than we were before. If you make us leave here now, they'll put us both in foster care, and it could take me years to get him out. If you just wait until I'm 18, the courts will be more likely to sign him over to me than if he's not with a foster home. Sounds like you've been planning this for a while. I finally lifted my gaze to hers. Yeah? I've been planning on taking him away from our mom for a while. She doesn't deserve him, but I can take care of him. Just leave us be, please. I can't do that, Everest, Officer Rosa said sadly. You know I can't. I know. I tried to keep up glare, but the concern in her eyes was too much, and the walls I built to keep myself safe these past however many years started to crack. I started to cry, not bothering to wipe the tears dripping down my cheeks. Why do you think I've tried so hard to keep this a secret? I'm sorry I stole the money, but I needed to pay rent. Besides, this is my mom's apartment, so the money was going to her rent. I was just paying it for her with her money. Please. Everest, you're not in trouble, she promised me. We just want to help. I was crying pretty heavy now, feeling the eyes of the other cops on me and not caring, not anymore. I knew my resisting was not going to help the situation. She had made up her mind. I could make it worse for Mason by throwing a scene, or I could roll with it. I hate you, I told her and wiped my tears, but that wasn't really true, and when she pulled me into a hug, I sensed without a doubt she wasn't offended by my outburst. She was just doing what she had to do. He's doing well here, you know? He has straight A's. I paid for him to join a club too, so he stays away from the local gangs, I rambled against her jacket. I started a savings account this month, for both of us to go to college. You take us away, and all of that is going away. What foster home is going to make sure he studies every night, and spends his Saturdays at the library studying? I do that. Me. No one else is going to push that hard, and work as hard as I do for him. Rosa nodded. You're probably right. But Everest, this isn't just about Mason. It's about you too. Sweetheart, aren't you tired? You have to think about yourself too. Working like this, you're more likely to wind up in an early grave than at college. Trust me, I've seen this before, and if someone doesn't step in, it rarely ends well. I was tired. I was exhausted. I kept wiping tears away. If that guy who had tried to run me down hadn't died, I probably would have hunted him down and killed him for putting me in this situation. But there was always the other one out there. I could make a go at him too. Fine, I said, as though they were giving me a choice. Let's go down to the station. Chapter 5. Everest. The talk at the station was brief, but thankfully Rosa, she said to call her that, stepped up and offered to take us in for the night. Better than the police station, I guessed. The chief had seemed uncertain at first, but she told him Mason and I needed time to let everything sink in before they started coming up with a game plan on where to place us. Truthfully, I was pretty grateful for it. I crashed on her couch and let Mason sleep in the guest bedroom down the hall. She tried to talk with me some more, but I curled up under the quilt she gave me and shut my eyes, wishing this would all just go away. But life was never that easy. In the morning, I woke to Rosa in the kitchen making coffee and breakfast. There'd be no school today for Mason, and before I even opened my mouth to ask, I was told I wasn't going to work either. Mind if I use your phone? I asked her, not liking being told what to do, as if I hadn't been running my life perfectly fine for the last 3 months. Sure thing, hun. She nodded to the cordless on the wall in the kitchen. I took it into the other room and called Jensen. Hey, Everest. You missed your shift this morning. You all right? I've got some news, I started and found myself crying all over again as I told him what happened last night. Everything came out in a rush, and he did his best to comfort me over the phone. Do you need me to do anything? He asked when I finally calmed down. Can I offer to take you two in at all? No, really, you've done enough for me. But I'm not going to make it into work for a few days at least. Your job will be here, don't worry, he promised. Maybe this will be a good thing. Like what? A blessing in disguise? You never know. He told me to keep my head up, and if I needed anything else to call him. I said I would, but I doubted he could do anything to help me now. I hung up and returned to the kitchen to find Mason already tucking in at the table, and happily stuffing his face with eggs, bacon, sausage, and biscuits with gravy. Rosa smiled kindly at me as I joined the two of them. I picked at a few bits of bacon on my plate. You should eat something. Just not hungry, I mumbled. It'll all work out, Everest, she promised and patted my hand. It will. I wanted to believe her, but I couldn't shake the horrible worries weighing on me that things were about to get a lot worse before they got better. While we ate, the front door opened, and another officer stepped inside, but this one was her husband. She introduced us all, and he joined us for breakfast. Neither of them stared at us with pity, at least. I wasn't sure I could have handled that. She asked him about his night, and he politely smiled at us and excused himself from the table, taking his wife with him. They moved down the hall towards the bedrooms, but I could just barely hear their whispered words. Curious about what was so bad they had to leave the kitchen, I told Mason I had to pee, and quietly moved towards the hall to listen. Tracked him all the way across the city, I heard her husband whisper. But then the trail just vanished. What do you mean? She asked, and I leaned closer. I mean there were footsteps and a trail of blood and then, nothing. It's like he vanished on the spot. People can't disappear into thin air. She sighed, and I braced myself to move away in case they came back to the living room, but then she was talking again. What about the other guy? The one she said saved her? Nothing in the alley or the surrounding area. Whatever happened last night, we're at a dead end. How's she holding up? As good as can be expected, I guess, considering what happened. Yeah, true. Anything I can do? No, I got this. Go take a shower. You stink, she teased, and I heard his rumble of laughter. Tiptoeing, I made my way back to the kitchen, not wanting to listen to their intimate moment, and sat down just as Rosa stepped back into view. Well now, you two eat up as much as you want. You might be at the station for a while today, and food there is nothing compared to my cooking. Mason took her at her word, but I only managed to eat a biscuit and a piece of bacon before I gave up. We drove to the station that morning in her patrol car, and Mason was ecstatic because she let him turn on the lights in the parking lot. I grinned, happy at least to see him having a good time. Once inside, she took us to this back room. I guess it was their break room or something. There was a couch, a refrigerator, a coffee maker, a sink, and a table with some chairs. Mason and I sat on the couch uncomfortably for a minute, until a woman in a pencil skirt and suit jacket came walking in with Rosa. Everest, this is Mrs. Nora Peddler. She's in charge of the local foster care programs. She was hoping you two could have a private talk. I nodded and stood up, but glanced back at Mason. Don't worry, Rosa said with a wink. I'll hang out with the little man while you're gone. I smiled, admittedly half-heartedly, and thanked her before following Mrs. Peddler into an office toward the back of the station. She sat down at her desk and started going over some information with me, asking me mine and Mason's birthdays, our social security numbers, and a bunch of other information about our identities. There was no point in not telling her what she wanted to know, and I was anxious to get back to Mason, so I rambled off numbers and dates as quickly as I could. She asked about Mom, and I was honest. At this point, I didn't see a point in lying anymore. I told her about Mom's problems, her alcoholism, her tendency to disappear on occasion, and her sometimes running off with a boyfriend here and again. She asked some normal questions, but then her face turned serious and her tone lowered. Was there ever any abuse in the home? What? God no, I snapped. Mom might have been a drunk and yelled, but she never hit either one of us. I'm sorry, I know this is hard, Everest, but I have to ask. No, I know we've been through a lot and life was hard, but no, she never physically abused us. What about mentally? My mouth opened and closed a few times on that one, before I finally shook my head. No, we argued, but it was usually about me throwing out her booze. And she rarely yelled at Mason, I didn't let her. Mrs. Peddler jotted down a few more notes, nodding to herself, and I tried to get more comfortable on the plastic chair. The whole time she asked questions, she was kind and reassuring. She kept telling me how smart and brave I was for taking care of Mason for so long on my own, like I needed her approval. I wasn't in the mood for this sort of thing. In fact, it was getting old really quick, and my decision to cooperate was starting to bite me in the ass the longer she kept me in here. The good news, she said while propping her elbows up on the desk, is that the 2 foster homes that are going to be taking you and Mason in are only about an hour away from each other, so we'll be able to work something out to where you'll get to see one another often. I felt as if time screeched to a halt, and I stared at her blankly. Then her words echoed again in my mind, and I felt like my head almost exploded with a sudden burst of anger. My eyes widened, and I think if I wasn't so shocked I would have jumped up and knocked her out right then and there. "Excuse me?" "The two homes are very close together," she repeated. "The foster parents we're talking to say they would be more than happy to meet up some weekends so that you and Mason can see each other often, at least once a month." "You're sending us to two different homes?" I slammed my palms down on the desk, and she calmly leaned back like she had been expecting it. "I won't go," I said firmly. "You can't make me. I won't be separated from my brother. I know this is all a big change, but it's for the better." "For who? Who says it's better?" I snapped. "Find a foster home where we can go together." "There is nothing available right now. We are looking, and as soon as something opens up, we'll of course move you too. We try to do our best to keep siblings together, but there is simply not enough room right now." "Find room," I demanded. "You're out of your mind if you think I will let you take Mason away from me." She offered a gentle smile, and a terrifying thought hit me. What if that's why they had just separated us? To make it easier to take him away? In case I caused a scene? I know that was a bit paranoid on my part, but I bolted. She yelled after me, but I didn't stop. I ran out the door, flinging it open with such ferocity that the doorknob left a dent in the wall. "Everest!" Mrs. Peddler yelled louder, chasing after me. "Everest, stop!" I ran down the hall back into the break room, trying not to slam into any of the officers moving around the hall. Most looked at me confused, until they heard Mrs. Peddler yelling, and I heard one of them say something into their radio. By then I was in the other room and flinging the door open. Thankfully, Mason and Rosa were both still there. I doubled over from my sprint before I stepped inside. By my freaked out look, Rosa must have sensed something was amiss. "Everest, what's wrong?" "They want to send us to different homes," I shouted. "I thought they were going to take him without me getting to say goodbye. I wasn't going to let them take him from me." Mason's bottom lip poked out, and he no longer looked 12. He was a toddler again, scared about the boogeyman under our bed or the monsters in the closet. Or tucking his head under the pillow when Mom started drunkenly screaming in the middle of the night. Screaming things that never made sense to me. He jumped up and ran to me. I hugged him tightly, not about to let him be taken from me, not now. Mrs. Peddler arrived behind me, and had the audacity to try to touch me on my shoulder. I flinched away from her, dragging my brother with me. He might be almost as tall as me, but I was supposed to protect him, and that's exactly what I was going to do. "Don't touch me. Mason and I are not going to two different homes. Find somewhere else that we can both go." "Everest, there is no reason to be upset," she tried to say. "Yes, there is. There is plenty of reason to be upset. We were fine until you all showed up." I gripped Mason tight. "I'm not letting you take him away from me. I'll kill you," I stammered, but no one reacted to my threat. Mrs. Peddler was still calm as ever, and Rosa looked torn on what she should do. I guessed Mrs. Peddler probably dealt with this sort of thing all the time, and had found some way to keep herself detached from the kids who screamed threats at her for taking them away. I was probably not even the feistiest kid she had met. I held Mason like someone was trying to take him away that very moment. For all I knew, they were going to do just that. "We are here to help," Mrs. Peddler assured me. And I mean that with absolute sincerity. I know this is difficult. I realize that. But you have to think about what's best for you and for Mason. What's best is that we stay together. Before the moment could escalate even further, Officer Stenson arrived. "Mrs. Peddler," he beckoned. "Not now," she said, looking at him like she was a crisis negotiator and he was risking ticking off a bomber. "But ma'am, there's a man here claiming to be their great-uncle." Mrs. Peddler raised a brow, and she looked at me. "What great-uncle? You didn't mention any other family during our interview." I don't know any great uncle, I mumbled. Everest, there's no reason to lie to me. If you have family and neglected to tell me, there must be a reason. Do you not trust this man? I shook my head, tired of her talking to me like I was playing some game with her. I swear, I have no idea who that man is. Mom always told us everyone was dead, or as good as dead. Mrs. Peddler's lips thinned, but she seemed to believe me. She'd asked about our dad too, but I'd told her what I always told when anyone asked. We had no idea how he was or where he was from. I didn't even know his name. And Mom was an only child from what she told us. Clearly, Mom had left a few important details out of her life. Because she hadn't screwed us up enough already. Chapter 6. Everest. Mason and I found ourselves sitting in the corner of the office I had bolted out of only moments ago, while this old man with silver gray hair sat across in the seat I'd just been in. I watched him from where I sat by Mason. My little brother gripped my hand, like he was afraid someone might snatch him up at any minute and take him away from me. I didn't say it aloud, didn't have to, but I felt the exact same. We had no idea who this man was, and now he was here claiming to be our relative, someone to take care of us. All the hairs on the back of my neck rose, and I glanced at the door every few seconds, not that we'd make it very far. So, you are the mother's uncle? Mrs. Peddler questioned, breaking the heavy silence in the room. Yes, Malia is my niece, Edgar, the man claiming to be related to us said. She had been staying with me for the past week. I'm sure you know by now she is an addict. I had her in some meetings, and she was doing a little better. His pitying glance came over us, but I glared back until he turned to Mrs. Peddler. I dealt with Mom plenty of times to know what she was like, and to know there wasn't a chance in hell she'd ever get clean. He could boast all he wanted about having her in meetings, but it'd never last. Late last night, he went on, probably close to 3 a.m, she decided to go get her kids to bring them to my house and well, they weren't there. She panicked, and I found her in a bar early this morning. I told her I would find out what happened to them, and she asked me to just take care of them. She signed some paperwork, and handed custody over to me. She did what? I snapped. How could she do that? We don't even know who you are. Everest, please, Mrs. Peddler said, but I ignored her. She just signed us over to you like we mean nothing to her. She did it because you both mean the world to her, he argued gently. She wants what's best for you, until she can get herself back on her feet. She told me herself how unfair she made your lives, and she's trying to do what's right. He sighed heavily, and I saw how much care he had in his eyes for Mom and us. Doing what's right is never easy. I had nothing to say to that, and for some reason I believed him. I always clung to the hope that somewhere, deep down, Mom would come back to us, and there was a glimmer of hope that she cared enough to try and give us a better life. Guess it was better late than never, but my gut told me there was much more to this story, and one way or another, he'd tell us the truth. She was humiliated that she had relapsed over such a minor hiccup, that she would relapse just because her kids weren't home to see her sober for the first time in probably a year. It embarrassed Malia, you know? She wants what's best for her kids, but she knows she can't give it to them. I, however, can. He shuffled the stack of papers he'd been holding, and handed them over to Mrs. Peddler. My situation will be much more stable for these kids. You realize you're going to need to prove your identity before. No worries there, the old man said. He leaned his creepy-looking cane with the serpent's head up against the desk, and reached for his wallet, then set it on top of the stack of papers Mrs. Peddler was still holding, unsure of the entire situation. I have plenty of documentation. He gave her a charming smile, and her frown deepened. He dropped the smile and leaned back in his chair. You can run whatever checks on me you need, but these kids are not going into the system. I will not allow it. I perked up at the fierceness of those words, and marked down 1 point on the positive side of this guy. Being with him at least meant Mason would stay with me too. Mrs. Peddler watched him with a blank expression, and still said nothing. As you can see from those papers, Edgar pushed, I am most certainly Malia's uncle. I have not been in their lives before, because Malia did not want me around. Now, however, she has run out of options. These kids have been through enough shit, he added bluntly, and I smirked when Mrs. Peddler's cheeks reddened. You are not going to put them through any more. Mrs. Peddler skimmed through the paperwork, her nose scrunched up slightly, as though despite the overwhelming evidence the man had brought she still doubted his story. I'm going to have the police confirm all of this for me, she stated. That's quite all right. He watched her leave with an amused glint in his eyes, then turned slightly in his chair to look at us and smiled. You kids probably don't remember me. The last time I saw you both, you were just a babe, he said, motioning to Mason, and you were just starting to turn into a little rebellious toddler. I mulled his words over, straining to remember anything about this man, but nothing came to mind. Nope, Mason said for us both as he narrowed his eyes and studied the man openly. But you do kind of look like my mom, or I guess Mom looks like you. Everyone used to say that, Edgar said and reached inside his suit jacket. I bet you kids never saw this picture of your mom. She was never one to keep sentimental things like old photos. He reached out toward us, and I took the picture eagerly. As mad as I was at Mom at that moment, the picture made me smile. It was a teenaged version of my mother, happy and healthy. She was making a face like she hadn't wanted whoever held the camera to take the photo. Her tongue was out and her eyes crossed slightly. That's funny, Mason said with a little laugh. That's definitely Mom. It was nice, honestly, seeing this version of our mother. I just wished it didn't take some far-off relative to show us. Mrs. Peddler stepped away and spoke with an officer at the door, handing the paperwork over to him. Then she came and sat down at the desk, pointing at the two of us. Would you two mind giving Edgar and me a moment? You can wait in the break room. Are we going with him? I asked, not trying to hide the hope in my words. Mrs. Peddler's lips thinned, and I realized quite quickly I did not like this woman, who seemed upset we were not going to be placed in the system. Just give us a few moments, Everest. Please. I wanted to argue more, but Edgar winked at me and gave an encouraging smile. Sure, whatever, I said instead and tugged Mason out of the room. He was still holding that photo of Mom Edgar had given us. He kept looking at it, a sentimental smile on his face. We only had a few pictures of Mom. Like Edgar mentioned, she wasn't the sentimental type to take pictures or waste time and money on printing them. Maybe being with Edgar, we'd get a chance to learn about who our mom was before she turned to drinking to take away whatever pain she suffered through. Evidently, all of Edgar's paperwork was in order, and they were able to confirm his identity because a few minutes later, Mason and I were sitting in the back of his car on the way back to our crummy apartment. He had brought us each a nice rolling suitcase and carried them up the stairs, telling us to pack up everything we wanted to keep because he was going to take us home. To his home. As I pulled out clothes and the few trinkets I had that I wanted to keep, I realized how sad my life had been. My stuff hardly filled up the suitcase. Everything I owned, every outfit, gift, or any sort of belonging, and it all fit nicely in this suitcase with room to spare. I hadn't realized how much my belongings had dwindled over the years, selling stuff I didn't need so we could put food on the table. Where do you live? I asked Edgar anxiously as we drove away from our apartment. Virginia, he said, and I almost had a heart attack. We lived in Jersey, and he wanted to take us so far away. Virginia, I exclaimed. I thought of my job at the museum, and it made me sick. I need to call my boss, tell him what's going on. I don't want to just quit on him. You mean John Dresden, right? Edgar asked. I glared at him. Yes. Of course he knew who my boss was, I thought sarcastically. I already spoke with him for you, Edgar said. He told me to make sure you gave him a call once we got to Virginia. I frowned and my inside sunk. I loved my job, and just like that, I was moving across state lines with a complete stranger. Soon we pulled up to the airport and were unloading our suitcases. I had never been on a plane before. Most people I knew who had flown complained about it, so I was not looking forward to it. But then, he started talking to this one guy in a suit rather than taking us through a line. We were walked outside through a set of double doors, and we got on a golf cart. "Aren't we going through the terminal?" I asked, confused about where he was taking us now. "Oh no, I travel with a bit more class." He laughed. "Hey, let my grandnephew drive," he said, tapping the man who was supposed to drive us on the golf cart. Mason's eyes lit up. The guy looked hesitant, but Edgar slipped the driver 100 and the man scooted over. I watched Edgar with a curious eye. He sat with me on the back of the golf cart and made small talk about my job at the museum, but I was still distracted by the fact I was being driven around by my 12-year-old brother. When we pulled up in front of a sleek private jet, I seriously started to question who my great-uncle was. "Is that yours?" "No, that belongs to my boss. He let me borrow it to fly out here this weekend." We boarded the fancy private jet, and I could not believe that this was going to be my first flying experience. It was like something straight out of a movie. Mason ran up and down the aisle, excited as ever. We were told to take our seats by the flight attendant, and he happily poured Edgar some seltzer water. The attendant smiled. "You kids want a soda?" After we got our drinks, I sat and stared quietly out the window, waiting for the panic to set in about where my life was suddenly headed, but there was nothing. A small voice in the back of my mind was even excited at this new prospect, though I had no idea where we were going to wind up or what was about to happen next. "So, what did you do at the museum?" Edgar asked. "Janitorial work," I said. "But I was hoping to get a job as a tour guide in the children's area. After practically raising Mason, I'm pretty good with kids." His face lit up, and he started asking me about history. He went on and on, speaking about great battles fought in ancient times, and I was taken in by how well he retold the facts, as if he'd been there himself to see it all happen. After a few moments, I shook my head to break from the trance. "What is it you do? Are you a historian?" "Partly, but I do a little of everything," he said. "Archivist. Historian. I did a little curating way back when." "You're a historian?" I asked, my stomach doing flips. Edgar nodded. "I work with just about every museum and cultural center in Virginia, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. I also work with some locations in D.C. "Do you work for the Smithsonian?" I asked. He winked at me with a look of pride. I held back a grin. "That's really impressive." "I also do a bit of archaeological work," he said. "Your mother didn't tell me you were a historian yourself." Mason chuckled. "Mom probably didn't know." His comment was meant innocently, but I could see this made Edgar sad. He sighed heavily. "I'm sorry," he told me. "I can imagine your life up until now has been difficult. I should have stepped in earlier than I did. I just kept hoping that Malia would step up, but she never could get past what happened." "Do you know our dad?" Mason asked. This seemed to stir Edgar slightly. "I do not," he said, but he was lying. I couldn't say how I knew, but there was a strange glimmer in his eyes. He knew way more than he was letting on. "Oh, okay." Mason continued looking about the cabin now that we were allowed to move around. He might be willing to let that answer slide, but I wasn't. Edgar knew so much about our lives, he had to know who our dad was. I glanced at Edgar suspiciously, but he just stared out the window. My life was about to get complicated, that much I did know. I just wasn't sure exactly how, not yet. I closed my eyes, letting my thoughts wander, and a face appeared in my mind. Slade. I was sad to think I'd never get to figure out who he was. But at least I could remember his face for a while.
Chapter 7. Slade. "Hey," Tank said lamely as he shoved aside the curtain. "We have news." "About?" I snapped, glowering at him. "Listen, we're all sorry about Zara, but this war is far from over, and you know it." "Or? This isn't a war, It's genocide that none of the others care about because of who we are. I considered punching the wall a few more times for good measure, but my knuckles were already bruised enough, and I didn't want to be walking around for weeks with a broken hand. You know what I mean, but you can't let her death stop you from doing your job. My hand was in a fist, and before I thought of stopping myself, I took a swing at his face. He dodged it easily, and I went for him again, but this time he shoved me hard enough to fall back onto my cot. You can't fall apart now, he grunted. I know how much you've lost, we all do, but that's the reason you fight harder. What's the point? I muttered bitterly. Zara, she's dead. I wasn't there to protect her. It's not your fault. I wanted to argue that it was, but a darker thought filled my mind, and I growled furiously. No, you're right, it's not my fault. It's hers. His eyes narrowed, then widened. No, don't you dare go blaming the target. Why not? If she didn't need protecting, I could have saved Zara. She needs protecting because of the others and their laws. He stalked closer and grabbed me by my t-shirt, lifting me easily and giving me a hard shake. You want her to get killed? Is that it? Do you want to leave her unprotected? Why should it fall on us, huh? Why? Because we chose to be their protectors. You chose to fight with us, and that means keeping them safe, so we might have a chance of fighting back someday. He dropped me with a huff of annoyance and stomped out of the alcove. Jenny wants to see you, he tossed over his shoulder. I slumped on my cot and made no move to follow him. Mind reeling with a turmoil of pain and hatred, my gaze floated aimlessly around the alcove and landed on the only picture I had. Zara and me, taken just a few weeks ago. She was decked out in her gear along with me, getting ready to head out and protect our targets. She was the one who pulled me out of the darkness when I managed to escape the horrors our world had become. She was the one to drag me kicking and screaming into the light and find a purpose again. And now she was gone. I sniffed hard as tears welled in my eyes. Quickly, I wiped them away and told myself Tank was right at least about one part. I didn't want my target to get killed. Zara would come back from the grave and haunt me forever if I let that happen, but I didn't have to be happy about it. And I certainly didn't have to be nice to her again if we ever met face to face. I'd keep her alive, nothing more. Period. Stomping out of the alcove, I stormed towards the platform where Jenny and Preston stood, heads huddled together as they talked quietly. His arm was around her waist, and he leaned in to kiss her. My steps faltered as it felt like Tank sucker punched me that I'd never feel Zara again, never have her kiss or a hug. Hear her voice. Sadness threatened to overwhelm me, but I quickly took it and forced it into a rage at the bastards responsible for her death. I'd kill them all and avenge her death. It was the least I could do. Tank said you wanted to see me, I growled when I reached the platform. Jenny and Preston gave me a pitying glance, and I ground my teeth. Are you ready to get back out there? She asked. Do I have a choice? Preston stalked towards me and gripped my shoulders. Of course you do. If you're not ready, if you can't control your anger, then you'll stay here in Jersey. We'll send Tank with a few others. What do you mean stay in Jersey? I tried to shrug him off. His grip only tightened as he stared intently into my eyes before letting go and crossed his arms. Your target has been taken in by a relative and is currently being moved to Virginia. Davis is keeping his eyes open wider this time, and so far it appears she has not been followed. Virginia. I wondered why she would be taken there, then cursed. That place? Most likely. The man who has custody of her now is her great-uncle. Great, that's great. How the hell am I supposed to keep an eye on her when she's surrounded by those bastards? And there's enough magic on those grounds to keep trouble away. You know that's bullshit, Preston sighed. They're not prepared. I'm not going anywhere near that school. Then don't, Jenny said. But she might not always be at the school. If you're not going to watch her, then I'll send Tank and be done with it, but I need to know right now. I stalked to the railing of the platform and stared out over the refugees and fighters like myself, huddled close together, talking quietly, or making ready to head back into the city. For years, I'd been watching over my target, and as much as I was furious at what happened, she was still my target. My sense of honor was too damn strong, and I hung my head. I'll do it, but don't expect me to be happy about it. Just keep her alive, Jenny said, and I heard the worry in her voice about sending me out. Report back anything suspicious. If they found her here, tried to kill her once, it's only a matter of time before they do it again. Whatever you say, boss. Preston scowled at me, but Jenny said nothing except to add, Tank is going with you. What? No, I'm fine on my own. No, I don't think you are, she argued. He's going with you, or you're not going at all, and you're going to be relegated to guard duty of the tunnels. Is that what you want? To be cooped up here? No, I do not, I finally replied. Good, then get your shit packed and get ready to leave. Your target will be landing in Virginia soon, and I want you there ASAP. She glared back down at the table, and Preston joined her, looking over her shoulder. Any other news aside from the recent attacks? I asked stiffly. Movement in several other states, but no more attacks. Not yet at least, but they're planning something big, and I have a feeling things are about to get worse, much worse, Jenny admitted. I felt bad, being as rotten as I was. She looked exhausted. The bags under her eyes and the lines on her face grew worse every time I saw her. The strain reflected in her trembling arms and how she stared dismally at the map and reports laid out before her. We knew for a while now the enemy plotted a major attack, something far worse than everything they'd done so far, but we had no information to give us a clue as to what or how. The targeting of hybrids wasn't unheard of, but they'd picked it up over the past few months. Sending 2 assassins after a mortal raised was pretty extreme in my opinion. I mumbled something about going and finding Tank, and left them alone. Tank was in the arsenal, loading up a bag with daggers, ammo, and whatever else he thought we might need. Grenades, really? I picked one up with a cocked eyebrow. You never know, he said without looking up. Listen, I'm sorry about earlier, all right? He set down his handful of gear and took the hand I held out, smiling grimly. I know it hurts, mate, I do, but we'll all have time to grieve when this is over. Use that anger of yours and stick it to the bad guys. Oh, I plan on doing just that, don't you worry. It wouldn't be long before they tracked our target to Virginia, and the second they stuck their necks out, I'd be there to relieve them of their heads. Zara always told me I held back, afraid to use my strength, worried I'd get lost in the fighting, the bloodlust, and turn into the enemy I loathed so much. There was no more holding back, not now. If they wanted to come after my target, they'd have to go through me first, and I would gladly kill each and every one of them. That's the spirit, Tank growled in agreement. I see that, Fury. Hold on to it. You ready to go, or what? I asked, anxious to get out of the underground and head to Virginia. I want to scout the entire area, as soon as we get there. Jenny said there's already a team there, but we'll do our own recon like always. Tank shouldered the duffel, and we left the arsenal together. I swung by the alcove one final time to grab my long black trench coat, double-checked the blades against my hips, boots, and the one tucked at my lower back, and caught up with him at the exit. Jenny and Preston watched us from the platform. No one said goodbye, and no one waved. Bad luck. Stupid superstition, but no one said those words anymore, goodbye. We'd said them all too many times before, to people we never saw again. Once in the tunnel, I buried my grief for Zara down deep and focused on my target. I was not going to let another person die, not on my watch.
Chapter 8. Everest. When we pulled up outside of his home in the old-school drag car Edgar had been proud to show off to Mason, I was taken back by the scenery. His home was enormous. It was a giant mansion done up in an old Gothic-style design that reminded me of pictures I had seen of ancient English cathedrals. There were massive stone gargoyles on the ledges above, as well as various Roman-style soldiers throughout the yard, and wrapping around the house toward a large flower garden Edgar said was toward the back. The view from outside was positively breathtaking. Every window and doorway had an arch adorning it, and various paths led off in different directions, covering the 100 acres he said he owned. "Whoa!" Mason cried as Edgar parked the car in a large parkway lined with 4 other old-timey vehicles. "Are these your cars? Is this really your house?" "2 of these cars are mine," Edgar said with a boyish grin. "The other 2 are going to be going to a museum soon, but I get to hold on to them while one of the local mechanics works on reviving them. But yes, this is my home. Grab your bags. I'll show you to your rooms for the time being." I paused in grabbing my suitcase out of the trunk. Time being. What the hell was that supposed to mean? I stared at him intently, but all he did was keep on smiling. We each gripped our suitcases and waited for him to lock the car and lead us towards the house. We followed him up the cobblestone steps that led to the enormous door, and once again I was in awe as we stepped inside. The interior was like a giant museum, walls lined with collectible paintings, and several podiums between each painting hosting a piece of pottery of some sort. Up the large stairwell, I saw the hall of the second floor lined with uniformed knights bearing chainmail and suits of armor. This wasn't a house. It was a museum all on its own. I could have spent hours, no, days studying just the main floor, let alone whatever treasures were hidden away upstairs. There had to be over 30 rooms in this house, easily. "Whoa!" Mason exclaimed yet again. "This is insane. He really must be our Uncle Everest, he's just like you." "What do you mean?" I asked. He laughed at me. "If we had had the money, you would have filled our apartment up with stuff like this." He had a point, but most of these items hadn't been bought. I could tell by the way they were labeled and taken care of, and with the helpful pictures of our great-uncle next to them. He dug up a lot of these artifacts, and I pictured myself in that life. Exploring the world, digging up history, and surrounding myself with it. That was one of the reasons I enjoyed the museum so much, not because of the cleaning, but feeling like I could be a part of something someday. Not just the daughter of an alcoholic. I was busy daydreaming about a life of digging in the dirt, when I sensed eyes on me and turned. Edgar smiled in my direction, but I did not return the grin. I guess I was still a little uncomfortable with the whole situation. I had no idea who this guy was. Sure, he had shown up wielding pictures of my mother as a kid, and he had some paperwork saying we were related, but that didn't really mean all that much to me. I would have felt better if Mom had called us or done something, anything to just give us a heads up, but we were stuck with Great Uncle Edgar alone. "How did you wind up in Virginia?" I asked. "You're from Virginia originally, believe it or not," he said. "Better question is, how your mother wound up in New Jersey. Do you know the answer to that question? Dragged you there not long before Mason was born." She never gave me a straight answer. He was lying again, but I didn't want to start a fight with the one person who kept us out of the foster system, at least not in front of Mason. But he was right about the moving time, though I hadn't known where she moved us from. I'd been too little, but I did remember that was when she changed. I shut my eyes, trying to remember back to those first few days in a new place, asking her where Dad was and what we were doing. She'd never answered me, but she'd been so upset, paranoid. I hadn't realized it back then, but now I did. I opened my eyes wide in surprise when the sound of a deep male voice whispered through my memories, and glimmer of a blurry face came with it. "Everest? Everything all right?" Edgar asked, gripping his cane hard in his hand. "Yeah, sorry, it's been a long few days." "Of course, it's completely understandable." He smiled again, but I could tell he wanted to ask me something. Not that I had any answers. I had no idea what I'd even seen. In all the times I tried to remember, I could never recall anything about Dad. Not the sound of his voice or an image of his face. So why all of a sudden was it coming back to me? "I didn't realize I was from Virginia," I finally said lamely, not sure what else I should say. "Mom never talked about it. She never really talked about anything, actually." "Well, I can tell you a few things. For instance, you were a home birth," Edgar informed me, and I blinked in surprise. Unlike Mason, who was born in a New Jersey hospital. You were born in the upstairs bedroom right here. I don't think your mother ever got you a proper birth certificate until you were older and living in Jersey. A home birth. That sounded odd, very odd. You're kidding? Your mom was one of those naturalists back then, he laughed. I grit my teeth. Another lie. I was going to have to start jotting them down, so I could keep track of what questions to rail him with later. Had me hire a midwife for her, and she delivered you upstairs. This was a revelation. A part of me doubted the validity of it, but I couldn't imagine a reason for Edgar to flat-out lie about something like me being born here, right here. Mom must have lived here for a time, but he said nothing more on the topic. Everything he told me just led to more questions, and I waited for someone to come out and tell me I was actually going crazy and found myself in an asylum. He had us put our bags at the bottom of the stairs, and the next thing I knew, we were getting a tour of the place. It was unnecessarily huge for a guy who lived alone, but he had enough collections to fill up the place. I was mesmerized by the artifacts and the perfect condition he was able to keep them in. He told us stories of his adventures and dropped a few more bits about Mom when she would come to stay with him for the summers and then lived with him for a time. We asked about our grandparents, but he smiled sadly and said they passed away years ago. Despite the lack of information, I wanted to hear versus the stories he shared. I was starting to like it here. And though I wanted to find a reason to be annoyed at Edgar, or find a reason for it to be awkward, I was comfortable around him, as if I'd grown up with him. We entered a large study, and I was in awe of his collection of books that lined shelves on all four walls, stretching up to the ceiling. All leather-bound with glittering gold or silver lettering on the spines. Mostly history, of course, but that was just fine by me. Mason wandered around the room, looking at the creepy decor of dragon statues and miniature gargoyles that sat sentinel near the windows, and even at the study door. I knew the myth about gargoyles, and how they shielded against evil entering a home. Edgar didn't appear to be the superstitious type, but then this was my first time meeting him. Guess there was a chance for him being just about anything. On a pedestal near a large fireplace, something caught my eye. A beautiful necklace resting on a black velvet pillow, propped up to catch the rays of sun pouring in through the window. I smiled and felt drawn to it for some reason. Beside it was an ancient-looking book, a very heavy volume with no title on the spine. But it was the necklace I was most intrigued with, boasting a sapphire, and wrapped around it as if guarding its treasure for all eternity, was a dragon done in silver just like the thick chain. Like that? Edgar asked, coming near me. What is it? I asked, tentatively reaching out to touch the dragon, but stopped short, worried I'd get scolded. Go ahead, please, Edgar urged, and I reached out, running my fingers along the chain as he spoke. It's a necklace of the original order, hundreds of years old. What's the original order? I wasn't much into secret societies, and probably missed a thing or two since dropping out of school, but I doubted something actually existed called the original order. He grinned as he explained, it's an old legend, but it's a good one. It tells of two clans of dragons, the AWOL dragons and the Shadowguard dragons. They had a feud that ultimately became a war. The Shadowguard were hunting humans, and the AWOL opposed it. The Shadowguard had the numbers and were destined to win the war. However, the AWOL formed an alliance with a group of 6 witches known as the First Communion. The First Communion used spells to protect the AWOL during battle, and ultimately the AWOL won thanks to their new alliance. That's pretty cool. Is that story true? Mason piped up from behind us. I smirked. Mason, do you honestly think a story about witches and dragons are true? Of course it's not true. No, he said, looking down like he was embarrassed. But it'd be pretty cool. Yeah, you're right, it would be, I said, and gave him a playful nudge to try and cheer him up. I would love to see a dragon in real life. Be better than seeing your superheroes. Edgar picked up the necklace while I was teasing Mason, and then stepped toward me, placing it around my neck. Here, he said as he clasped it, and the weight of it settled against my skin. Wait, are you sure? He had to be kidding. This thing has to be old, and you're just going to let me wear it? Not just wear it, have it. It's merely part of an old legend, and you said it yourself, you'd like to see a dragon. Now every time you look in the mirror, you'll see one. He winked as I lifted the heavy charm to admire the gem. There was a time your mother wore it too, until things changed, he added sadly, turning from me as he quickly wiped at his eyes and picked up the book. This too? I asked as he handed it over. More legends for you to read up on, if you're interested. The necklace is featured in there as well. I held the tome in my hands, running my fingers over the dragon I could now see engraved in the leather in silver I hoped wasn't real. Thanks, really, these are very nice. He clapped his hands together and made for the door. How about I show you two where you're going to be staying? We followed him out, and he led us upstairs, showing us to two adjoining rooms. Mason was excited, and he ran into his room. I was pretty sure he was jumping on the bed in there. I lugged my suitcase into another immaculate room that had my jaw dropping and nodding absent-mindedly as Edgar spoke from the hall. I'm going to go downstairs and get dinner ready. You two get settled in and meet me downstairs in an hour. Okay. I slipped further into the room he had designated as mine. It was fairly plain, but the plush rug beneath my feet was far from cheap, and the furniture was solid wood, not particle board shit. I put my clothes in the oak dresser and sat on the bed. It gave under my weight and was so perfectly soft, nothing like what I was used to sleeping on. And I had the entire room to myself. Exhausted and wanting to just close my eyes for a few moments, I laid down my head. I didn't expect to dream, but I felt like I was thrown back through time, seeing Mom crying as she clung to another person, a man. He was trying to soothe her, but something was wrong. I tried to speak, but I felt like I wasn't really there. A loud boom jolted them away from each other in a panic, and I shot up in bed to find Mason standing in the doorway, cringing as he failed to catch the door before it slammed into the wall. The boom I heard in my dreams. Careful, I said gently. Not our house. Yeah, sorry, but dinner's ready. Coming? I rubbed my hands over my face, as the weirdness of the dream and the panic they felt hit me hard for a second before it disappeared. Yep, I'll be right down. I stretched and yawned as Mason took off down the hall, and his steps thundered away. I was more tired than I thought. All the traveling and commotion with the accident had really taken it out of me. As I trudged downstairs, the ebbs of my dream still hovering just out of reach, I smelled the kitchen, surprised to smell something familiar. I expected something other than hamburgers for dinner. With such a large home and obvious wealth, I thought there'd be caviar or some sort of rich people food. But I was extremely thankful for the plate of burgers and mountain of fries and onion rings. Soda is in the fridge, Edgar said as he took his seat. Help yourselves. I found a pop and joined him and Mason at the table, but found I wasn't really hungry and picked at some fries and half a burger on my plate. Edgar and Mason, on the other hand, got along immensely well. They joked around at dinner, both using their hands to talk. If I had any more doubts about us being related, watching Mason and Edgar move exactly the same way squashed them. I was starting to think that this was going to be a good thing. Mason had never had a father figure, and Edgar was a well-rounded, kind individual, setting aside the fact he was much older than our dad would be. Still, he could be really good for Mason. I was starting to get excited when Edgar put his burger down, wiped his hands, and told us he had something he wanted to talk to us about. My stomach tightened. I knew it. This was it, when the other shoe dropped, and he told us the conditions of us living with him. I travel a lot for my job, he began. I'm gone more often than I'm actually here, and many of the places I go are sadly not suitable for two young adults who should still be in school. Unfortunately, because of this, I cannot house you two, at least during the school year. I frowned and slowly shook my head. What? He dragged us from Jersey, gave us rooms, to tell us just kidding? What do you mean? I asked sharply, and I'm sure he heard the frustration in my tone. You can't just bring us here, and then say you're going to dump us somewhere else. I hadn't realized it, but I somehow got to my feet and was glaring at him intently. My hands were poised at my sides, palms open and facing him, but what I intended on doing I hadn't the slightest idea. Mason's eyes were wide to see me so furious, but Edgar he just sat there grinning widely. I caught his gaze sliding to the necklace, but when I followed it, saw nothing out of sorts. I cleared my throat, cheeks flushed, and sank back into my chair. I suppose I should have started this conversation differently. What I meant to go on to say was, since I cannot be here to stay with you, I've had you enrolled in boarding schools not too far from here. Boarding school, I choked out. The last thing I wanted was to be thrown into that type of environment with a bunch of rich, spoiled brats who never worked a day in their lives and didn't understand the first thing about the real world. What's wrong with public? Trust me, this school is exactly what you need. It'll give you both the structure you've been missing, and I believe you'll find you quite like it. I groaned, holding my face in my hands even as Mason said he was up for it. I'm friends with the headmistress, Edgar told us. Wonderful woman, and of course I've gotten you the best lodgings they offer. And let me tell you, a high school diploma from these schools and a recommendation by the headmistress will get you into any college you want, so long as your grades are decent. Unfortunately, Mason does not qualify for the advanced curriculum at the main school, so he'll be attending the sister campus just down the road. We can't go to the same school. I questioned, hating this idea even more. He said we're right down the street from each other, Mason said, smiling. He seemed excited about the idea of boarding school. Course he did, traitor. But the longer I noticed how happy he seemed at the idea, the more I told myself to let him have this chance. He'd suffered as much as I had over the years, and deserved a real chance to show the world what he could do. Get the education he deserved. Even if he wasn't in this advanced curriculum, whatever it was, a private school would be better for him. Give him a chance to make some new friends, and not have to worry about where his next meal would come from. I shivered though, thinking of what this meant for me. Boarding school. Not exactly the place I pictured myself in at any point in my life, but what did I have to lose really? You sure there's no other option? We can't do some satellite homeschooling thing and travel with you? Edgar looked directly at me with a reassuring look. Some of the places I traveled to are not exactly safe, and I swore to your mother I'd keep you safe. You'll fit in better than you think, Everest, I promise. And if you want to get into a good college, this is your best option. I tilted my head, curious as I asked, are you going to help with college? Of course I am. When I said that I was going to take you two in, I meant it. And that includes paying for college. I want to set you up with as many opportunities as I can. If you want to study history, I want to make that possible. This school is the first step. Why doesn't Mason qualify for my school? I asked. You and I can speak to the headmistress about that tomorrow. He leaned back in his chair, glancing from Mason to me as if considering his next move carefully. I know this is not ideal, but these schools are quite fun. I went there myself. Some of my best memories. Your mother attended as well. Really? I perked up at that, wondering if it was a good thing to go the same school or not. What if she had a bad reputation? Was the girl that always got into trouble and caused problems? I did not want to deal with Mom hanging over my head without her even being there. She loved it, Edgar assured me. And you will be walking distance from Mason. You two can visit each other during your free time. I'm going to get you phones too, so you'll be able to stay in touch with me and each other. I think it will be fun. Mason nudged my arm. Come on, Everest, at least give it a chance. Please? Edgar had laid out plenty of reasons for me to just go with it, but I did not like the idea of going to a different school than Mason, where I could not keep an eye on him. Then again, he did say we would be right down the street from one another. And I doubted he wanted his older sister hovering around him all the time while we got settled into this new life. Okay, I said somewhat reluctantly. I guess we're going to boarding school. He whooped with excitement, but I still wasn't so sure about this. I reached up, fiddling with the heavy necklace still around my neck. My fingers stopped running over the sapphire when I swore it grew hot before it cooled off again. I caught Edgar's glance at the necklace right before he stood, asking if we had room for ice cream. He was up to something. I just hoped I figured out what before it was too late. Chapter 9. Everest. I knew I was dreaming. I saw Mom again, crying as the man held her close, but there were more people around, a flurry of them rushing around until that loud boom came again. This time it didn't wake me, but I still didn't get to see what happened. I reached out, screaming for Mom to look my way and tell me what was going on. Then she was gone and the dream shifted. I tried to go back, but had no idea where I was or how to control what I saw. Images swam past me before I landed on something solid and stared around. It was real, so real that for a moment I forgot I was dreaming. A voice in my mind said I should be frightened with how vivid it was. My body moved up and down, and I finally looked down to see I rode on the back of a giant crimson dragon with wings stretching far out on either side, pumping as we rose higher and higher into the sky. The scales beneath my hands were smooth as glass, and the beast was powerful. As it growled, the sound vibrated throughout my entire body, and suddenly I wasn't scared anymore. But I was certainly wearing something interesting. I was covered in all black leather and bits of chainmail, a sword at either hip, and when I reached up felt a heavy necklace around my neck. I frowned, but the dream was suddenly no longer under my control. I stood as if I'd done this hundreds of times before, and held my hands out before me, focusing on the air around us. I closed my eyes and felt a heat move through my body, starting in my gut. It pushed upwards, and when I opened my eyes my hands glowed with a violet mist. I drew my right hand back, then shot the mist forward. It exploded outward, then spread, surrounding the dragon and me in a strange shield. I looked around, and saw others approaching from behind, in perfect formation with me and the dragon I was on. Each had another rider, a woman, and their shields quickly appeared as we grew closer. Closer to what though? I could have stared at the shields for hours, entranced by the intense hues and the shock that went through me to feel the magic of the others. It was beautiful, peaceful almost, until I heard the screams. Drums beat far below, and the screams were joined by the clanking of iron against iron. Large plumes of black smoke rose thickly into the air, and I crouched lower, drawing one of my swords as I planted my other on the scales to keep my balance. When the dragon dove, and we broke through the clouds, I stared in utter horror at the devastation below. Bodies littered the ground as more fought, dragons and humans. But that wasn't what made me beg myself to wake up. Headed straight for us, roaring in fury, were black and white dragons, absent riders. The red one I was one roared in answer, and flames dripped from its mouth. A battle cry fell from my lips too, and the second we clashed with the other dragon, my body was launched through the air, sword held fast in my hands, ready to bring it down on the head of the first dragon I reached. My blade penetrated its heavy hide and thick skull, and its body fell through the air, crashing to the ground. I yanked my blade free, searching for the dragon I rode, but when I leapt off, a black one flew out of the smoke and snatched me out of the air as I screamed. My eyes flew wide, and I sucked in a panicked breath, checking to make sure my body was in one piece, and I had not just been eaten by a dragon. I fell back to the bed, and stared up at the ceiling. Since as long as I could remember, my dreams had been more active than anyone else I talked to, but I'd never dreamt something that felt so real. I reached up and flinched when I felt the necklace still there, swearing it was the same one from my dream. "Course it was, idiot, you fell asleep with it on," I mumbled. I rolled over and forced my eyes closed to try and get a bit more sleep since it was still pitch black outside. This time when I dreamt, it wasn't a dragon I saw before me, but a shadowy figure stepping out of a doorway. I wasn't scared though, and stayed put until a sliver of silver moonlight fell across a familiar face. Slade. He stared back at me with those crystalline blue eyes, but this time they were harder, and I felt his pain. He stopped a few feet away and said nothing, his face set in anger. I wanted to ask him what was wrong, but I couldn't get the words out. "They're coming for you," he whispered, and I flinched at the harshness in his voice. "What?" I managed to gasp. "Who?" "It's you they want, they'll never stop, never." Shouting jerked me completely out of my slumber just as a roar had sounded right behind me, coming from the darkness. Everest! Mason yelled at the top of his lungs, jumping up and down on my bed. I jolted, a bit shaken by both dreams and telling myself the latter wasn't going to come true. I was never going to see Slade again, not after moving out of state, but what he said stuck with me, putting me on edge. I took a breath to get my thoughts in order, and rolled my eyes at my brother. Mason! Stop jumping on the bed? He stopped, leaping off the edge and landing on the ground. Uncle Edgar says if we get up and get ready quick, he'll take us shopping before going to check out the school. Shopping? You're excited to go shopping? Yeah, why not? Aren't you supposed to be excited about it, too? Why? You're a girl, aren't you? I chucked my pillow at him, and told him I'd meet him downstairs. He chucked it right back, smoking me in the face, but bolted before I could return the favor. I got up and found my way to the bathroom down the hall, taking a quick shower to freshen up and tame my hair from my crazy night of dreams. Back in my room, I got dressed in jeans and a long-sleeved V-neck tee, purple, and debated for a few minutes if the necklace was too much with this outfit. I almost didn't put it on, but knowing Mom had worn it once upon a time, and seeing it in my dreams, had me reaching for it and slipping it on. Too much or not, it belonged on me, as weird as that thought seemed. Dressed and ready for whatever today might bring, I headed downstairs to join Mason and Edgar. Breakfast was already laid out on the table: bacon, eggs, pancakes, and muffins. He asked how I slept, and I forced a smile, saying perfectly. Mason went on and on about how great it felt to have his own bed, and I had to agree. Edgar switched topics to the boarding school, and let us know while we were out today getting some much-needed necessities, he'd get us some normal clothes, but we would need a few sets of uniforms to wear. I cringed at the thought, and Edgar smirked. It's not all bad, promise. Black pants or skirts with a black blouse and a jacket with the school insignia on it, as well as a simple tie. It could be a lot worse, promise. I take it you had to wear it too. Back in the day, we had to wear a full suit every day, so believe me, I understand your pain. But on the weekends, you don't have to wear uniforms at the school, Edgar said. So, I thought we'd run by the mall before we went into the meet the headmistress. You can pick out a few fun things for your dorms too while we're there. Personalize them a bit. Have some fun. Something about the word dorm made me feel like I was going off to college. For a moment, a bright future flashed before my eyes. Getting through high school, moving on to a good college and getting a degree. Working in a museum, or maybe even following in Edgar's footsteps and traveling the world, exploring ancient ruins. Truthfully, despite my hesitancy, I was hoping all of this was for real. That we really had this mysterious rich uncle who popped in out of nowhere to help us. But the other part of me just felt like it was too good to be true. And I couldn't stop myself from hearing Slade's warning in my ears again. Everest? You sure you slept all right? Edgar asked, and I smiled again. Yeah, I'm good, just excited and nervous is all. You'll do just fine, both of you will, trust me. He tapped the side of his nose and winked. I have a sense for these things. An hour later, when we arrived at the mall, Edgar told us we could each pick out 12 outfits, not part of our uniforms, and 3 pairs of shoes. His expression said he'd seen how little we had to take with us, and was ensuring we were well stocked. I opened my mouth to say it was too much, but Edgar gave my hand a little squeeze. Really, Everest, it's my treat. This is part of taking care of you both, and to be honest, it's been a very long time since I've been able to take care of anyone. You two are all the family I have left, aside from your mother. Let yourself go a little crazy, he added quietly, and I decided what the hell. Growing up, I got used to Mom picking us out new clothes once a year when school started, and usually they came from thrift stores and flea markets. The first new clothes I bought, I didn't get until I started my job at the museum. Everything else was borrowed from Mom, or purchased as cheaply as possible, which always meant used. We ducked into the first store, and Mason disappeared with Edgar while I roamed around the racks. A saleswoman came along to ask me what I was looking for, and I choked up when I started to explain my great uncle was helping me get some new things for a new life. Tears burned in my eyes and I hadn't the slightest idea why, but the woman took my arm and guided me along. Say no more, hun, let's get you all dolled up, huh? Tell me about this boarding school. Think there'll be some cute boys? Before long, I was in the dressing room trying on cute jeans and tops to match, some sweaters and scarves, anything a girl could ask for. She was amazing, talking about boys and classes. I hadn't felt this excited in forever, and when I came out in my last outfit, Mason and Edgar were in the chairs waiting. I like it, Mason said, hopping up to look at me in another pair of jeans and a dark violet sweater. I got all my stuff already. You're a boy, the saleswoman teased with a wink. Boys are easy. You have your outfits? Edgar asked. Yeah, think so. I'll bring everything out. My mouth fell open as I finally took a first look at the price tag of the shirt I wore. Maybe not. Don't even think it. You're getting the outfits. Miss, would you be so kind as to start bringing everything to the register for my grandniece? Of course. No, Edgar, really, this is too much, I whispered, but he waved off my worries. Think of this as me making up for not being around when I should have been. I wanted to keep arguing, but I could tell he wasn't about to back down, so I gave up and headed back into the dressing room. I changed into my clothes and joined him and Mason at the register. I mentally cursed at the total, but he paid it without a second thought and asked us what we wanted to shop for next. I was more than willing to let Mason lead the way when we passed by a kiosk selling makeup and brushes. Would you like some new cosmetics? He asked. No, I don't need them. Everest, please, get whatever you need. I found a set of brushes, an eyeshadow palette with purples and blues that I liked, some blush and powder, and handed them over to the woman running the kiosk. She bagged them for me, and Edgar paid before we moved on. There was a uniform store we hit next, but that was easy enough to find what we needed. They even sold the suit jackets. We just had to add the insignias once we got to the school. Because it was Sunday, I figured that classes were not in session, so Edgar was not in much of a hurry to leave the mall because after the uniforms, our arms already weighed down with bags, we continued shopping for more fun things besides clothes. He helped us pick out some things for our bathrooms, and bought me a nice purple throw pillow and matching rug for my dorm. He sported an honest smile whenever he bought something, like he really was enjoying spoiling his grandnephew and grandniece, and I stopped freaking out every time he spent money on us. It was nice, not having to worry, as I usually did when I had to buy something for me or Mason. I had never been treated that way before, so I really didn't know what to say. A part of me wanted to get defensive and call him out on his charity crap, but another part of me was ridiculously grateful. I just wound up going with behaving sheepishly shy, never asking for anything outright unless he suggested. I would not dare to ask for a single thing he did not recommend or point out. Until we stopped at a shoe store and I walked out with 6 new pairs of flats, pumps and boots. We stopped by a set of chairs to figure out our next stop when something caught my eye. I whipped to the right, squinting into the crowd of people exiting the movie theater attached to the mall, but it couldn't have been him. I stared a few moments longer, searching for any sign of Slade, but when he didn't magically appear, I shrugged it off. Or tried to. The same anxious worry I woke with this morning came rushing back as those words echoed in my head. All right, Edgar said loudly, and I jumped, but neither of them noticed. One last stop. He guided us down another wing of the mall and into a tailor shop where we gratefully dumped our bags. A man and woman helped me and Mason up onto 2 tiny platforms and started to take our measurements with serious looks on their faces. What are we getting here? Mason asked curiously while the tailor measured his shoulders. Just getting your measurements on the books, Edgar said. You never know when the school might do some sort of event, and I'll need to get something made for you. Event? I pictured a ball, and swallowed back my laughter at the thought of Mason in a fancy tux or me in some fancy gown. What sort of fancy school was he sending us to? When we were finished, I craned my neck around as we left the store, searching one more time for Slade, but he wasn't what drew my attention this time. There was a jewelry display to my right for the boutique store. It wasn't fancy stuff, certainly not like the necklace I wore right now, and I was ready to move on when my gaze flickered up to the balcony of the second level of the mall. I froze, worried he'd vanish if I moved too quickly, but those blue eyes. I'd know those eyes anywhere. Slade was here at this mall. And he wasn't alone. A larger guy in a tight t-shirt and a buzzed head stood beside him at the railing. They were chatting about something serious. Slade's eyes were narrowed in anger just like they'd been in my dream, but he had a baseball cap on, covering his hair. Whatever was happening, his and his friends' faces darkened, and I saw Slade grip the railing hard as if he resisted the urge to hit something. "Everest? See something you like?" Edgar asked. "Huh?" I asked, not wanting to take my eyes off Slade. "Oh, I was just looking." "We can make one more stop if you'd like," he assured me. I glanced at his face, then back up to the reflection of Slade, but he was gone, so was his big friend. "No, really, it's fine. I don't need anything." "It's not a big deal," he said and started for the store. Something inside me snapped. "No," I said, "I didn't need anything, all right? You've already bought us enough today, and I don't need a stupid bracelet." I had noticed the cute ones in the window, but Edgar spent more than I could ever hope to spend on myself in a year if I had the means. I was always too worried about food on the table for Mason and me if I could afford it. I didn't just go around blowing money, and here he was, this man who barely knew us, dropping nearly $2,000 without batting an eye. "Everest?" Edgar said gently and guided us to a bench. "It's okay to want things, and it's more than okay to ask for them. You're not alone now, not anymore. I know it's hard, okay? We've never had anyone care like this or do anything nice for us, and I'm not. I'm trying, I really am." I huffed in annoyance and plopped down on the bench, staring intently at the floor. I didn't mean to have a breakdown in the middle of the mall, but all this kindness was weird for me to experience. I was used to taking care of Mason, picking up Mom when she got so drunk I swore she wouldn't wake up again. Edgar's hand rested on my shoulder and I glanced up at his face. "You've taken care of yourself and Mason for so long, I think it's about time you let someone else worry for once. I imagine you probably have never asked for anything before because you couldn't. But it's okay to ask for something. Even if it's just a little bracelet, or if it's a favor, or if you just need someone to talk to. It's okay, Everest. I'm your family, and I know life has not been fair to you up till now, but that's about to change. I swear to you, this new life you're starting, it's going to be everything you could have ever hoped for, and more." "That's what worries me," I confessed. "I keep waiting for it to get yanked away from us. For someone to come along and say we don't deserve this, any of this. But you do, and you best remember that." He told me to stay put on the bench by Mason and the bags, and he went inside and bought me the cheap little bracelet. I stood up, and I gave him a hug. I never even liked jewelry. Never wore it. But he was right. I had never really asked anyone for something before. It was nice being able to do that for once. He helped me get it on, and I took a few seconds to admire it before we gathered up our bags and headed for the doors. "You ready to check out your schools?" he asked after we got everything loaded into his car. "We'll be there in about an hour." Mason happily climbed back into the car, but I turned back to the mall, hoping for one last glance of Slade.
Chapter 10. Slade. About damn time, I cursed as I watched Everest get into the car with her brother and great-uncle and leave the mall. I hated malls. Hated being around so many people. If ever danger was to break out, being in such a crowded place automatically meant risk of exposure and death to innocents too stupid to get out of the way. "You think they bought enough shit?" Tank said with a grunt. "Probably not." We walked through the parking lot to where our motorcycles were parked. 2 others were posted closer to the school, and I wasn't worried about their car being hit on the way. We'd scoured the town when we first arrived, but saw no signs of the enemy hiding out anywhere. For the moment at least, Everest was safe. I climbed onto my bike, then Tank and I took off down the street, heading towards the local hideout. It was too far from the school for my liking, and I was scoping out a place to keep a better eye on the grounds. Couldn't get too close or I'd risk being spotted, or worse. Not like they changed in the hundreds of years since the war. Their laws were bullshit, harming more innocent people than protecting them, and they did nothing. They didn't even know about what was happening, too blind and arrogant to care. We pulled into the back alley, parked, and hurried upstairs to the top floor of an old, rundown townhouse. I barely opened the door when a hand jerked out and dragged me inside. "What?" I snapped, but a hand slapped hard over my mouth, shushing me. Tank frowned beside me, and Morg finally removed his hand from my mouth. He pressed a finger to his lips, and I rolled my eyes as he pointed out the window. "Seriously, man, it was just the bikes. Told you we need to find some damned cars so he stops doing this every time." I frowned as Tank stomped to the tiny kitchen to grab a bottle of water as I worked at calming Morg down. He was still frantically pacing around the room, glancing out the windows with paranoid eyes as if an entire army was about to charge through and take him away. He shoved aside the curtains, and his whole body trembled. "Morg, it's the bikes, remember? You're safe here. They told you that." "He doesn't get it, mate," Tank grumbled. "Just leave him alone, all right?" I snapped. He was tortured for years before they got him out. What do you expect him to be like? Why isn't he in the underground getting help, is what I want to know. He scares the others too much. I gently reached for Morg's shoulder, but he didn't even seem to know I was there. His black hair hung in dirty braided chunks and dirt covered his face. "You need to get cleaned up. Come on." I carefully dragged him down the hall to the bathroom and pointed him to the shower. "Take a shower and calm down. You're safe." He blinked at me long and hard before he bobbed his head, smiled, and patted me on the cheek. I grinned back at the clarity in his eyes and left him alone. Back in the living room, I stomped to the windows and stared out in the direction of the school. Morg was only one amongst hundreds, thousands even, that had been saved and reminded me of all the others still suffering. We were too outnumbered to do any major attacks to save our people, save them before they all turned into versions of Morg. Years ago, he'd been one of the smartest men I knew. Then he was taken and broken down for trying to start a rebellion. For years no one saw him until a rescue attempt dragged him out of a darkened cell. He'd gone mad, they said, never spoke a word. Always thought they were coming to finish him off. He woke up in a panic every time he tried to sleep, when he passed out from exhaustion. I knew what he went through, had seen much of it in person, not done to him, but to others I knew. Others I had to leave behind because there weren't enough of us to get them out alive. Tank's cell phone went off behind me, and I jumped, cursing quietly when I did it. "Yeah?" Tank answered as he joined me at the window. "What? When? What's going on?" He held up a finger and bobbed his head. "Yeah, of course. I'm on it." He hung up and shoved his cell back in his pocket. "Looks like you're on your own here for a few days. Can you handle it?" "Where are you going?" "Back to the city. Our other assassin was just captured, but Jenny wants me to make sure it's him before we take the time to question him instead of killing him. I wanted to go back with him, but I couldn't leave Everest alone. Keep me posted." "I will, mate, don't worry. And if anything happens on your end, you call me." "Get your ugly mug out of here," I said, and shoved him towards the door before I turned my watchful gaze back to the window. The door opened and closed, and a few seconds later, Tank's motorcycle roared to life, and I heard Morg thundering out of the bathroom, clothed and clean at least. I caught his arm and reassured him it was nothing, and we were safe. "Why don't we go up to the roof? Get some fresh air?" He didn't seem so sure of my idea, but followed me anyway as I climbed out the window and up the fire escape to the roof. The sun wasn't terribly hot and felt comforting on my skin as I leaned against the roof's edge. Morg stuck right by my side, eyes searching the sky, but after a few moments he calmed down again. The city fell away the longer I stared up at the blue sky, and my mind wandered. So many people we've lost, I whispered to Morg. Too many to even count anymore. It's never going to stop, is it? The suffering, the war. I was surprised when his hand gripped my shoulder, but didn't turn to look at him. I kept talking. They all think it ended back then, but it never did. It just disappeared from their view, and now they live their happy, rich lives not even knowing who watches over them, risking everything. Zara's face popped into my head, and my heart ached suddenly as her loss hit me all over again. Her face was followed by another and another, on and on down the line. The last face I hadn't expected to pop into my head, but there it was, Everest, staring back at me from that night in the alley. A dark voice in my mind told me it was still her fault, and I was angry with her, but I knew she had nothing to do with this war. Not yet, at least. I'd half hoped she would have steered clear of it, but going to that school, she was about to be thrown head first into shark-infested waters. I just hoped she'd be able to come out of it in one piece. Tomorrow, I'd find a hideout closer to the school so I could watch her easier, but today I hoped those idiots would be enough. I'd hate to have to save their asses too.
Chapter 11. Everest. We dropped Mason off at his school quickly after we unloaded his stuff and carried it to his new dorm. Everything checked out, and the headmaster there was a nice guy. He spoke kindly to Mason, and Mason was beyond ecstatic to find out he would have 2 roommates at the dorm. Edgar, of course, had made sure that Mason would be getting one of the nicer rooms. The dorm was way better than our apartment had been, and Mason was beside himself when he found out the top bunk had not been claimed by the other 2 guys. Only after Edgar gave each of us cell phones, and I double-checked that Mason and I would not have trouble communicating, did I feel okay about leaving my little brother behind. He was distracted by his new companions, whom he had really hit it off with the moment he had entered the dorm. I also learned that he would be assigned a buddy for his first week of school to help him to and from classes, so that made me feel a lot better. That was the tough part, or at least it was the part one thought would be the tough part. Walking away from that school and leaving Mason behind made me sad and nervous all at once. I hated it. But I knew this was the opportunity of a lifetime. I had always talked about wanting to go to college and achieve serious career goals, but that had been a fantasy up until this point. Now Edgar was laying the path out for me, putting me in a fancy high school with the best teachers and best classes. And he was doing it while keeping Mason and I close. So, why was I so hesitant? I wanted to blame it on seeing Slade at the mall, feeling he was watching me for whatever weird reason. It made no sense why he'd be here in Virginia. Or why he'd look so horrible in my dreams, telling me people were coming to kill me. I brushed it off and braced myself to meet the headmistress at my new school. Edgar pulled the car out of the parking lot of Mason's new school, and butterflies danced around in the pit of my stomach. So, why exactly can't Mason go to this other school? I asked. It's for gifted students, he said with a wink as though there was some joke I was not getting. You'll see soon enough, don't worry. Oh, I said. I had been fairly gifted at my old school. I took advanced classes. I just assumed that Edgar had somehow gotten a hold of my old transcripts and had sent them to this fancy new school on my behalf. He sure had managed to do that fast, if so. I exhaled with relief when we pulled up outside of the enormous entryway of the school's campus. It really was just a short walk to Mason's school, at least he'd been telling the truth about that part. Though I was still waiting to find a chance to call him out on all the other crap he lied about. But after he parked the car, and I had a chance to peer up at the enormous building before me, I forgot about all those questions and gulped. This school was nearly 5 times the size of Mason's. It had multiple buildings scattered around the massive grounds, arched doorways, paths lined with columns, fountains, and that was just what I could see from the front drive. Edgar and I climbed out of the car and unloaded my much larger suitcase and 2 other bags of items. He took me toward the main building and was kind enough to drag my now packed luggage for me. So you have a chance to admire the view, he said when I tried to carry at least one thing. And he was not wrong. My neck hurt after seconds from my trying to crane and take in every detail around me. The architecture was astounding, all Gothic and stonework just like Edgar's home. Gargoyles clung to the rooftops too, and I wondered what had been built first, Edgar's home or this school. Both looked old, very old. "How old is this school?" I finally asked. "Old," was Edgar's reply, and I huffed. "Just wait until you meet Elsa. She's the headmistress here. She used to be a teacher, back when your mom attended, but has since moved up in the world. I think headmistress suits her quite well." "Course she knew Mom," I muttered worriedly. "I hope they got along." "Are you kidding?" Everyone loved Malia, Elsa included. The main building was pretty empty. We only passed a few curious teenagers I assumed were students, decked out in street clothes. I supposed with it being a weekend, most of the students were either in their dorms or out doing extracurriculars. The school seemed normal enough, and we rode the elevator, which took me completely off guard, up to the top floor of the main building, the 6th floor. This was where the headmistress's office was, and I was shaking by the time we reached her door. This floor was pretty eerie, to say the least. It was decorated a lot like Edgar's home, ancient artifacts lining the hall, red carpets and historical paintings depicting some rather gruesome-looking battle scenes with mystical creatures thrown in. "I see you and the headmistress have similar tastes," I said, as we walked down the stretch of hall that led to a private office. Edgar laughed, and he tapped on the large double doors. "Trust me, soon enough, so will you." I was staring at him, confused, when a voice from inside the office had me tugging at a strand of my hair, and me wondering if I could postpone this meeting a bit longer and get my nerves under control. "Come in," a woman's voice called. Edgar burst in, full of energy. "Elsa," he called happily, leaving my luggage outside in the hall. I heard the woman inside murmur a reply, but my feet were frozen. My heart pounded, and I was dizzy, but then Edgar called my name, and I had no choice but to cautiously step into the office. The space was basically a giant library, with more books than I'd seen at Edgar's house. They were stacked on top of each other haphazardly on the shelves and in the corners of the room, even covering half the large desk set back by the massive windows open to the afternoon breeze. Beyond the window was a large stone balcony overlooking the grounds, and I almost smiled, amused to see more gargoyles decorating the railing. "So, who have you brought me today?" I swallowed hard and held out a hand, unsure of what else to do as the woman approached me. I tried to speak, but her penetrating stare stopped the words in my throat, and eventually I let my hand fall lamely to my side. The headmistress seemed a bit more youthful than I had imagined, considering she was a teacher when my mom attended, but her dark brunette hair was graying slightly, pulled back in a severe bun that looked like it hurt. I imagined working with kids all day, every day, did that to a person. She wore a tight black jacket with a black and red polka dot pencil skirt. Her lipstick matched the polka dots perfectly, as did her nails. She walked once around me in a circle, and tapped one bright red nail on her chin as she studied me closely. "You know, I should be furious with you," she said as she turned from me to face Edgar. He grinned sheepishly and shrugged. "You know me, famous for last-minute favors." Her sudden glare of annoyance said she didn't like that answer, and inwardly I groaned. Clearly, this woman already had it out for me. She motioned to the 2 chairs in front of the large desk. "You can both sit while we discuss our current predicament." "It's not a predicament," Edgar argued lightly as we sat, me trying hard to ignore this woman who appeared happy to judge my every move. "It has been a while, shouldn't we catch up first?" Her eyes broke from me at last, and she shot Edgar a rather menacing glare. "It has been a while, Edgar, and to think that after all this time we only speak because you insisted on a favor." Her voice practically hissed. "Oh my God, she doesn't want me here," I thought in horror. I knew it. This was all a horrible mistake, and Edgar was going to realize he was stuck with me, and then what? I wasn't even sure what to say in my defense to this woman who didn't even know who I was, so I kept my lips firmly shut and let my great uncle figure it out. "Now, Elsa," Edgar said with a smile. This would have been a much more pleasant confrontation if you had just granted me my favor to begin with, instead of my having to go to the board behind my back. Elsa snarled. When I said she wasn't ready, I meant it. She's not ready, not after what I was told. I was shaking. I felt both nervous and a bit of anger toward this woman. Was I really so unwelcome? And for what reason? Wasn't ready for what? Some rich boarding school? If she was going to be this snobby about it because I grew up broke, then I wasn't sure I wanted to be here anymore. Don't be so cruel, Elsa, Edgar said. She's here, and now you are going to have to deal with it. There is no going back, not now, and you know it. Elsa glanced at me, and I stiffened. Without breaking her stare, she asked Edgar, "How much does she know?" Edgar just shrugged. "I thought I'd let you figure that part out." Elsa barked a bitter laugh. "You haven't told her a thing, have you? I don't like mortal-raised leeches in my school, not after the incidents we've had to deal with in the past, Malia's daughter or not." Her gaze slipped to the necklace I still wore. With that comment, I raised my hand to it on instinct. My brain was still trying to comprehend the insult she'd thrown at me too, when she pointed at my face from across the desk. "Can you fly a broom?" she asked. Was all that came out of my mouth. "I'm sorry, what?" "What is the importance of a witch's artifact?" she spat out next. I just stared blankly at her for a moment, before working up enough courage to respond. "Is this a joke?" I looked at Edgar. "I have no idea what you're talking about, but this isn't funny at all." Elsa's face grew slightly pale and softened. "Did you even tell her what sort of school this was before bringing the poor girl here?" "Should I have?" he asked. "Honestly, I thought she would think I was crazy if she didn't see some sort of evidence." "Evidence you could have provided," she stated. "Not quite as charming as yours," he teased. "It's good to learn on one's feet." "I'm not playing show monkey." She rolled her eyes. "Why don't you just let me handle your grandniece? I already have a student administrator picked out for her, who is on his way. I can see that you have left everything for me to fill in the poor girl on." "His way?" Edgar questioned, bristling. "You couldn't have found a nice young girl to do it?" "Trust me, she'll be just fine." I was not so distracted by wondering what it was I needed to be filled in on, to not notice the way my great-uncle had just barked at the idea of a guy leading me around campus. A part of me wanted to smile at that. It was nice to have an adult male relative react that way. "Yes, his way," Elsa said. "Jared Winchester III. Jared Winchester III? Who names their kids like that anymore?" "Winchester III. Ah," Edgar said as though it was something prestigious. "That will do." He rose and I did the same, wondering what was going on when he gave me a hug and stepped back. "Give me a call once you're settled in. I'm sure Elsa will take good care of you." "Wait, you're leaving?" "It's best I do, before Elsa loses her temper and does something she'd regret." "Don't think I would regret it," Elsa muttered. "You'll be fine, Everest. Just remember, everything you're about to learn is going to tell you exactly who you are. Who you're meant to be. You're safe here. You're home." And just like that, he left me with the crazy woman who just a moment before was asking me if I knew how to fly a broom. An awkward silence filled the office after Edgar left, and I slowly turned back around and took my chair again. I wasn't sure what was going on, or what I was supposed to think of this woman now looking at me with an intrigued stare. Trying just to fill the silence, I spoke out of that anxiousness. "So, Uncle Edgar tells me you taught my mom back in the day." "An excellent student," Elsa said simply, and her eyes darkened with sadness. "It's a shame what happened to her." I frowned. Apparently, everyone in the state of Virginia knew my mom's business. "She's doing fine," I snapped, but then swallowed hard, wondering if we were even talking about the same thing. What do you know about it?" "Just as much as you do, I'm sure." Her voice softened slightly, and she lost the attitude for a moment. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry because I know that's not true, about her doing fine. Listen, Everest, you're going to learn a lot about your mom here. She was a bit of a legacy. The students are all probably perfectly aware of your mother's condition, and I just want to warn you up front. Children, especially high schoolers, they can be cruel. You sure have changed your tone all of a sudden. I thought I wasn't welcome in your precious school. Why is that? I hardly ever lost my temper, but I didn't like when people acted two-faced. And Edgar up and leaving me irked me, and seeing Slade at the mall was still on my mind. Then this weird talk of brooms and witches. I was quickly running out of patience for people not being straight with me. Because you don't know what you are, Elsa let the words linger for a moment. I blinked blankly at her. What I am? What does that mean? She folded her hands on her desk and leaned forward. Do you even know the name of this school? No, I don't actually, I said slowly, realizing Edgar had never told me anything about this place except it was a great school and Mom came here. I don't think it came up. Draexen School of the Arcane, she said. Silence met her words before I snorted. Amused by this joke, she seemed content to keep carrying on. But she remained serious. No, what? No. Magic isn't real. Yes, it is, she said, so sure of herself I was concerned for my sanity. No, not. It's just all stories and fairy tales. This is all a joke, right? A prank you play on new students? This was insane. There was no such thing as magic or witches. I narrowed my eyes as something over Elsa's shoulder caught my eye. At first I swore it was a bird, but the closer it grew, the larger it became, and my eyes widened as I jumped up from my chair. I pinched my arm, thinking this was all another dream and I was still at Edgar's place, but then the giant red dragon was pumping its wings right off the balcony, too small for it to land on. My mouth dropped open, and I sputtered incoherently as Else turned around. Of course he would do this, I heard her sigh, and she opened the large windows behind her desk. She stepped aside, and the dragon began to shrink in size until it was able to land fully on the stone, but it kept changing shape and size. I pinched my arm again, but still, my eyes remained open, and my arm was starting to throb. The dragon drew its wings in, and shook out its head with a roar that turned into a grunt, as the red dragon that just scared the crap out of me a few seconds ago turned into a guy about my age. He grinned as he stepped into the office, while Else planted her hands on her hips and tapped the toe of her pointed shoe, annoyed. What? He asked innocently. I let out a gasp of some sort. He turned to me and grinned wider, but then his smile fell when I staggered backward a few steps. Oh, hello. Jared Winchester, you are not above school rules. I've told you not to fly up to my balcony when called to the office 1,000 times. You are utterly ridiculous, and you are setting a terrible example for the other students. Sorry, headmistress, I just wasn't able to stretch my wings this morning. I listened to their exchange, and then my vision went black and I saw the floor come racing up to catch my face. Chapter 12. Everest. There were voices around me, but I couldn't remember what was going on. I'd been somewhere, an office, and there was a lady. She was rude. I grimaced, hoping she was not one of the voices, but the longer I listened, the more I realized she definitely was. But that other voice, that was a guy. I frowned. Why did I know his voice too? Honestly, Jared, you see what chaos you've caused? This poor girl has no idea what this school even is, and you have just knocked her unconscious. I didn't mean to, honest headmistress. You said new student, Jared, the guy the dragon had turned into said, sounding worried. I thought she was like everyone else. Well, she is not. A breeze moved back and forth over my face, and I figured there was no point acting like I was still passed out any longer, though I did convince myself the dragon I saw wasn't a dragon. Couldn't be. That would be insane. I popped one eye open, then the other to see the headmistress, Elsa, yeah, that was her name, waving a wad of papers like a fan over my face. Hi. Oh good, you're awake, she sighed in relief. How do you feel? She helped me sit up on the floor where they'd apparently left me, and I stared from her to Jared and back again. Fine. I think, but what happened? You had a bit of shock, I'm afraid, no thanks to Jared here. She scowled at him one more time for good measure, but I wasn't really in the mood to laugh. She held out her hand, and I took it as she helped me to my feet. Right, sorry. I guess the last few days just finally caught up with me, I said, laughing nervously as I glanced out the open windows behind her desk. I could have sworn I saw a dragon. Elsa and Jared stared pointedly at me for a long moment, and my smile fell as I shook my head. Just take a deep breath, Everest. I know this is a lot to accept. What? I grew dizzy again, and staggered back until the back of my legs hit the edge of a couch, and I promptly sat on it. No, that's not possible. Dragons are not real. Jared cringed as he tilted his head. Actually, it is. You weren't seeing things. I'm the dragon you saw. You going to be all right? He reached out a hand as if to shake mine, and I jerked away from him, not ready to just believe him. You both are crazy, you have to be crazy, I whispered, holding my head as I rested my elbows on my knees. He dropped me off at a crazy farm. That's great, just great. He whistled loudly. Wow, I've been called lots of things before, but insane? Have you not been around many dragons or something? I mean, I know we're not visible all the time, but pretty sure you should know what they are and not freak out over it. Freak out? What's not to freak out about? You seem to believe you're a dragon, and apparently this is a school of magic. I rose and paced frantically around the office, sure I was about to lose what little sanity I had. When I whipped back around, Jared and Elsa were both watching me worriedly now, him leaning in to whisper something to Elsa. No, she's never seen shifters, Elsa replied loud enough for me to hear. Shifters? Wait, what the hell is a shifter? I'm a shifter, Jared replied simply, as if this was not the weirdest conversation ever. In the entire history of conversations. I thought you were a dragon, I shot back, not believing what just came out of my mouth. He rolled his eyes as he crossed his arms, his lips pursing in a way that I found obnoxious and attractive at the same time. I gave my head a hard shake when his right brow arched and a smirk lifted those lips. Dragons are shifters. Oh right, because everyone knows that. You should if you're coming here for school. You've really never seen a dragon before? Ever in your lifetime? I shook my head furiously again and glanced towards the door. If I ran fast enough, maybe I could catch up to Edgar and we could get out of here, but then Elsa was moving towards me, cutting off my chance of escape, unless I wanted to try the window. But I was pretty sure I was not a shifter, or dragon, or whatever. So what good would the window do me anyway? She hasn't, Elsa said to Jared, but kept her eyes on me, as if afraid I would make a run for the window anyway. Jared, this is all a bit new for Everest. Take a step back, would you? You're making the poor girl nervous. He took a step back as requested, but had a curious look about him as we observed each other. Despite how our first meeting started off, I took a few seconds now to see what this guy, dragon whatever, was made of. He was well-built, handsome with chestnut brown hair and eyes to match. Not at all like the giant flying dragon I had just seen. As if he knew what I was thinking about, he flashed me a charming grin and my cheeks grew hot before I looked away. There was something very innocent about it, that was simultaneously mature. I think it was his eyes that did it. His eyes were full of a sense of wisdom, while that crooked smile made him seem like a child who wanted to play. I didn't want to like it, didn't want to like anything about this place, but there was no denying I did in fact like him. Just a bit. A tiny, tiny bit. His smile felt warm and inviting, and with all this new information that had just been thrown at me, warm and inviting were certainly adjectives I needed. Wait, are you telling me, is she mortal raised? He asked in a hushed tone, glancing with wide eyes from me to Elsa. His tone made me bristle in annoyance, and I stood to my full height, though I wasn't sure how I was being insulted. But an insult was an insult. Mr. Winchester, the headmistress chastised, as though she had not used the same terminology to describe me only moments ago. Behave. We treat all new students with respect no matter their backgrounds. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. It took some effort this time, but he smiled at me again. I no longer found him as cute, and wondered how much more it would tarnish my reputation if I wiped that smirk off his face. "You should be sorry," I mumbled instead, only making his smirk worse and Elsa scowl at me this time. "What?" "He started it." "Be that as it may," she said severely, "we treat each other with respect here, Everest." She turned to Jared as she added, sounding quite annoyed that she was going to have to be the one to deal with me, "Her uncle thought it would be fun and clever to just drop her off and let her figure it all out for herself." "That's harsh," he said, and his face softened. He cleared his throat as his cheeks reddened, and he rubbed the back of his neck, having the decency to look ashamed. "Listen, I am sorry about our first introduction." "Yeah, no, it's fine. I guess, though, I'm sorry. I'm still not sure I actually understand what all of this," I said, waving my arms around her office, "is. Or you or anything." "Well, let's start simple. My name's Jared," he said and held out his hand for mine. I hesitated, but accepted it. "Everest." "Very nice to meet you, Everest. I'm a student ambassador here. So, from your reaction earlier, I'm going to go on the assumption that you're a witch." I chuckled, but then stopped immediately when Elsa's eyes narrowed slightly at me. "Wait. No, I can't be," I whispered. "You are in fact a witch," Elsa said, apparently knowing more about me than I did. "On your mother's side, obviously. And her younger brother attends our sister school." She told the last bit to Jared, who nodded knowingly. "So your brother doesn't have powers, huh?" Jared asked me. My head spun, as the handle on the situation I thought I was getting control of slipped right out of my hands again. "Neither do I, and I think I would remember if my mom was a witch." "Yes, dear, you do," Elsa corrected me sharply. "And your mother was a very important student here, very promising witch. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Your uncle tested each of you, though I'm not sure how. He says only you inherited your mother's abilities. That's why there are two separate schools. One for those who are mystically gifted, while the other is for students from magical families who lack those gifts." Jared reached for my bag as I was still playing catch-up with the fact that Mom was a witch, and apparently so was I. Absently, I reached up to the necklace I still wore around my neck as he said, "Come on, I'll show you around. I might be able to fill you in a little bit, too." "Yeah, sure, why not?" I agreed quietly. I told myself this couldn't be real, that it was a joke they played on the new students, but neither started laughing or pointing to some hidden camera. "Jared, do be cautious with her, would you?" Elsa handed Jared a slip of paper. "This is a lot to take in." "Of course." He led the way out of the office. Elsa sat back down at her desk and began sorting through paperwork, leaving me to fend for myself with the shape-shifting dragon. I followed him back out into the hallway, toward the elevator. "This is all real?" I whispered once we were out of the stuffy office. "Everything?" "Yeah, it's all real," he replied, also in a whisper. "It's not so bad, right? You could have found out you're something worse." "Worse than a witch?" I swallowed hard, shaking my head. "Not so sure about that." "There are many things that are worse than being a witch," he muttered, and the smile disappeared from his face. I sensed some deep-seated hatred in him towards whatever he referred to, but then the elevator doors opened, and he held out his arm, letting me step on first. He followed with my bags, and after he pressed the button for the main floor, the smile returned to his face, but it wasn't as cheerful as before. "Well, I think this is bad enough," I said to break the awkward silence. "I'm still pinching myself to make sure this isn't all some weird dream, and I'm already locked up in a loony bin." "So, you really had no idea until today that dragons and witches existed?" he asked me as we boarded the elevator. "I can't believe you didn't at least notice you were a witch." "Yeah." I felt myself shaking as my new reality closed in around me. "Me too. I was a witch, and my logical brain rebelled against the notion of magic existing, or that the young man next to me was a dragon." I stepped back from a bit, and he caught the movement, giving me a curious stare. "Sorry, I just I'm a little nervous is all, being around a dragon. He winked as he leaned in closer, and my breath suddenly caught in my throat from the intensity in his eyes and the tiny bit of smoke that trailed out of his nose. I won't bite, he promised. But you'll have to get used to dragons. There are more than just me you'll be seeing, and you can't pass out every time. What will the other students think? I blinked a few times as he leaned back, giving me my space again. I took a deep breath and shoved my hair back out of my face, trying to get a grip. I dealt with crazy all my life. This was merely just another form of crazy. I could do this. I could totally, completely do this. Okay, I'm sorry. A lot has happened in the past 48 hours. Finding out that dragons are more than just the stuff of legends is just the tip of the iceberg, I muttered, but smiled as I said it, working at accepting these new truths. Well, as your student ambassador, my job is to make your transition here easier, not harder, he said, and then gently placed his hand on my shoulder. I was strangely comforted by the action, and at the same time my heart pounded so loud in my chest I would have sworn he could hear it too. From the way his lips lifted in a smirk, he probably could. Despite him scaring the crap out of me with that dragon stunt, Jared was very handsome, and I'd be an idiot not to admire his good looks. I blushed and looked away as he lowered his hand. So, you're a dragon, just a dragon, right? There's nothing else weird about you. His brow arched at that, and I could have kicked myself. Weird? Not weird, I mean just not normal or... I rambled on when his other brow joined the first, just not what I'm used to. Well, I'm just going to stop talking now. He stared at me for a full 10 seconds before he chuckled warmly, and I relaxed slightly. I'm a hybrid, actually, he said. I bit the inside of my cheek to stop myself from making any sort of distressed noise. My father's a dragon. Mom's a witch. So I'm a warlock dragon, although I don't really have any of my mother's powers, so I guess you really wouldn't call me a warlock. The elevator doors opened, and we exited onto the main floor. Right, got it. Witches and dragons are real, and dragons are technically shapeshifters, and there are things called hybrids. People, I said quickly, and he laughed again. For some reason I joined him this time, and held my hands to my head. Gah. I'm never going to get this right, and I'm going to tick the wrong person off. You get a little leeway, you are mortal raised. Meaning? I wasn't raised around all of this, I said, spreading my arms wide. Right? Right. And just as a heads up, there are several different clans of dragons, so we're not all the same. I'm from the AWOL clan, one of the largest and more influential. I've heard that name, I said, happy something sounded familiar to me amongst all the other craziness. My uncle told me some story about the AWOL clan going to war with, what was it? Shadow dragons? Shadow something, another clan. The same hatred I saw on the elevator passed over Jared's face again. Shadow Guard, he snarled slightly, but he shook it off. It was enough for me to know he really did not like that clan. I'm guessing there's none of those around here? No, and for good reason. I waited for more of an explanation as we walked down the hall, but he kept his lips sealed on that matter, and I let it go for now. You really are pretty clueless if you didn't know about all that. Your uncle did you wrong, simply dropping you into all this. Just be careful what you say and who you talk to your first few days until you get a feel for this world. I did go to high school, I said, but he shook his head. This is worse. Consider this, you've been thrown into a tank of sharks that may or may not eat you. Except most of us are dragons and know how to use magic. I was ready to walk out those front doors, not sure this was worth the chaos that was about to be my life. The last thing I wanted to do was tiptoe around this new school, afraid to open my mouth. I guess he's a sink or swim kind of parental figure. What is the sister school's name? Galen School. Technically, the full name is Galen School of Thought. You have a little brother who is going to start there on Monday? Mason, I said as I bobbed my head. I guess he doesn't have any powers. Not sure how my uncle tested us. Maybe my mom told him. I can't believe she never mentioned any of this. She was too busy drinking herself into oblivion every night to mention it, I guessed. Too busy to tell her only daughter that she was a witch and that dragons were real. I was so lost in thought, I hadn't even realized Jared stopped walking until he set my bags down loudly and grabbed my arm. "Oh, sorry," I mumbled when I noticed I'd started to leave him behind. "No problem. I expect you to be a bit lost in thought." Jared stopped us in the middle of the lobby, at the large building's main entrance. He held up the paper Elsa had given him before leaving the office. "This is your class schedule," he explained to me as he glanced over it. "Let's see. Since we're already here, I can show you where your classes will be in this building. Looks like you'll only be in here on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Math, English, Latin, Introduction to Spells, and Artifacts 101 are all in this building. Your other classes are on Tuesday and Thursdays, and they've got you spread all over campus." "Great," I mused as he pointed down the hall to the right. "That's just great. We'll leave your stuff here for a few minutes and take the tour. Don't worry, it's all safe." I trusted him, sort of, and followed him down the right corridor. It looked like any other old brick and stone building that had stood for at least 100 years. Paintings hung on the wall of past teachers, headmasters, and headmistresses, as well as other students and scenes from what I assumed were the history of these dragons and witches. Inwardly I groaned, still not believing this was all real. We walked around the main building, and he showed me where to find each of my classes. I peered into the rooms, impressed to see more stadium seating than rows of desks. The windows in the classrooms refracted rainbows of light from the stained glass images instead of plain glass. I wanted to see them up close, but when I tried a door, I found it locked. Guessed I'd just have to wait. "So," I said as we circled around the main floor and found our way back to the lobby. At least this building wasn't too crazy, and I had high hopes I'd be able to find my way around without getting lost. "How many classes do I have on Tuesdays and Thursdays?" I asked. "6, he said, consulting the schedule again. "So, 11 classes total?" I questioned. "That's more than I thought I would have. Are they all really necessary?" "Well, one of these only lasts for a few weeks. Lessons for Mortal Raised," he said. "It'll help you get caught up on years of history you've missed out on, as well as getting you acquainted with how things are done in our world." "Done in your world? That sounds a bit intense." He shrugged. "I know this is weird for you to take in, but you have to understand, you're coming into a world where everything is done differently. We have our own society, I guess you would call it," he explained. "There's just some etiquette type stuff you should probably know, and understanding how we work as far as families and clans might not be a bad thing. You grew up without magic, and there's a lot to learn, thanks to lacking that education in your upbringing." I scowled at him for a second, but he was right, I knew it. Not that it made any of this any easier. Mortal Raised still sounded like an insult to me, and he acted like it was one too. Every time he said it, the tension between us grew as if he wanted nothing to do with me, or didn't want to be seen with me. "Right, yeah, not such a bad idea," I finally agreed. "No school tomorrow, a holiday, so you'll need to know your Tuesday to Thursday schedule first," he continued, as if we hadn't just had another weird moment in the lobby. "Let's get going so that I can show you around. On Tuesday and Thursday, your classes go Mortal History, Science, Mystical World History, Combat, Advanced Spellcasting, and you get to end your day with lessons for Mortal Raised. Your schedule is a bit jam-packed, but you'll have to try to catch up since you were Mortal Raised. They don't cut anyone slack, no matter what type of life you were born into." Mortal Raised. Sounds like I have a disease or something, I mumbled, wrapping my arms around me as if to ward off any more insults that might be coming my way. It was bad enough everyone back in our apartment and my school knew my mom was a drunk. But now I was going to be judged because I hadn't known I was a witch? Jared stepped closer and leaned in as he whispered, "I'm not going to lie, there are some students here who won't like you being here." "What, why not?" "Just trust me. A lot of the clans and witches are from old families, very old family, who believe in tradition, sanctity of the arts, blood purity, all that kind of crap," he muttered, looking suddenly uncomfortable. A lot of them don't believe that someone whose parents left them out of our society for so long should be so warmly welcomed. So, everyone's going to hate me on principle? Well, that just makes this whole ordeal worth it, I snapped. Never been hated before just for being me. I glanced at the doors again and thought of the long drive, imagining how much trouble I'd get in if I bolted right now. I had no idea where I was going to go, but anywhere had to be better than here, right? I remembered how to get to Edgar's place. I could take off for there and hide out for a while. That house was big enough, he'd never even realize I was there. And then what? I blinked, and a pair of blue eyes came to mind. Slade. I wanted to see him again, be free to just run off without anyone seeming to care where I was. Everest? Huh. Jared was staring at me worriedly. I smiled. Sorry, I'm good, promise. Give yourself a few days to get adjusted. After that, I'm sure you'll feel right at home. I smiled but doubted his words. How was I going to feel at home amongst people who loathed everything about me? As I inwardly sulked, he took me around to several buildings on campus, showing me where to find each of these crazy classes, before we left the class buildings behind and marched across campus towards the dorms. I worried he was going to get tired of helping me lug my stuff around, but it didn't seem to bother him at all. I wondered absently if he could carry more because technically he was a dragon, but then we were at the new building and the question disappeared from my mind. The dorms were housed in a 5-story stone building with several balconies jutting off to the sides, arched doorways and windows, and it was long, stretching on for quite a way in both directions. It was surrounded by beautiful red and white roses, with weeping willows at the corners. I craned my neck and spotted gargoyles along the roofline, just as large, if not bigger, than the ones I saw on Elsa's balcony. Welcome to your new home, he said as we entered, and I was immediately met by loud music soon as we were through the main doors. There were high school students running up and down the halls, laughing and joking around with one another as they enjoyed their weekend. Some were shouting and making last-minute plans with one another for their day off. The place was definitely lively, and despite where I actually was, it was nice to see so many people my age smiling and having fun. It gave me hope that maybe this wouldn't be as bad as I imagined. The main lobby we entered was the most rambunctious, and I could just barely hear Jared explaining to me that the girls' dorms were on the right and guys were to the left. Before we could get much further, a bubbly blonde girl came bouncing up to us. Mentally, I cringed, while I forced a smile to my face in an attempt to make a good impression. Jared, she called out, waving happily. The girl tucked her arm in Jared's as though she was claiming him, and didn't even spare me a glance. Lovely. Her type was one thing I did not miss about being at school. Come with us to the movies tonight. Please? We haven't hung out in ages. I miss you. I can't tonight, Alana. I have a lot of studying, and you saw me last night, remember? Still miss you, she said with a wink, but when he frowned, she rolled her eyes. Lame, you study too much. Finally, she glanced past him to me, and though she was still smiling, I saw her eyes narrow. Who's the new girl? Everest, I said, and smiled back at her, but when I held out my hand, she scoffed at it and turned her attention back to Jared. He still held my schedule in his hands, and she snatched it from him, running her finger down it as he reached to grab it back. Ilana, come on. That is not yours. We're supposed to be welcoming to new students, he argued, trying to grab it back again, but she held it out of his reach, spinning around and out of his grasp. Easy. I'm just taking a peek to see what our new girl is into. What are you trying to hide? Alana asked, laughing. She looked at my schedule closer. Besides, I'd like to know if we have any classes together. Chill. Jared planted his hands on his hips, smoke trailing out his nose, which only made her smirk. When her eyes darted back down to my schedule, they widened. Whoa, your schedule is full. Her lips parted, and the smile disappeared from her face so fast I would have sworn someone told her her dog died. Oh, she said, as though she found something that disgusted her. You're taking lessons for mortal raised? Do they offer that? I thought Elsa put a stop to that nonsense. She shoved the paper back into Jared's hands. There it was, the unasked for hatred. I felt it coming from her in waves, as she crossed her arms and glared at me like I was scum on the bottom of her shoe that needed to be scraped off. I glared right back, in no mood to deal with her crappy attitude after everything I'd been through the past few days. Hell, the past few years. If she wanted to stand there and judge me, that was just fine by me. I didn't have to make friends while I was here. All I had to do was learn and get the hell out. Yeah, I am. Problem? I said as brightly as possible. She rolled her eyes. Honestly, they might as well let mortals go to this school if they're going to start that nonsense again. I thought this school had standards. Whatever happened to quality control? Alana, enough, Jared growled, with an actual growl to his words. What? I'm just saying, we haven't had a mortal raised at this school in years. Why does she suddenly get to come? You would have to ask headmistress about that. If you'll excuse us, I need to get Everest settled into her new dorm. He glared as he walked past her, but I kept on grinning, never wanting to punch someone so much in my life. Ever. Well, except the asshole that tried to kill me, but that's a little different. Once we were away from Alana, Jared leaned in closer again. He really needed to stop doing that. My emotions were messed up enough already without him lose focus because there was a cute guy, dragon whatever, so close to me. She's a Shannon. Let me guess, one of those old traditional families you told me about? Yeah. Big family name. The Shannons are some of the most well-known witches and warlocks. They think they're more important than they actually are, because they can trace their ancestry back to the Great War. Claim without their aid specifically, it would have been lost. Now they're all about keeping the bloodlines pure. That sort of nonsense. I wanted to ask about this Great War, but felt that might be pushing how much I could mentally handle today. My uncle acted like the Winchester name was pretty important, I said instead. Jared smiled proudly. Yeah, I guess so. We've played a pretty big part throughout the years. We took an elevator to the top floor, and as we started walking, I noticed the doors were very spread out, farther than the apartments in the city. Looks like your uncle must have bribed someone to get you into the specialty dorm, Jared explained when I stopped to stare back at the last door we passed, wondering how big these rooms were. You're going to love your roommate, by the way. We arrived outside a door, and I could hear more loud music blasting from the other side. Jared had to knock 4 times to get an answer. The door flung open on its own, and the two of us entered onto quite a scene, 3 girls dancing around, but I could hardly pay attention to any of them. I was distracted by the enormous dorm room. It boasted tall ceilings with skylights overhead, and I could just make out the wing of one of the gargoyles that guarded the roof. There was an enormous kitchen to my left, and an even larger sitting room to my right, where the girls were currently partying. Double glass doors led from the sitting room to a huge stone balcony. There was a staircase leading up to a loft area with a hallway I could see from where I stood. I assumed this was where the bedrooms were. This entire place was at least 4 times the size of our apartment, probably bigger, and I only shared it with one other girl. My hopes lifted again, that I could tolerate people like Alana if I got to stay in a room like this without it costing me anything. Get off the chandelier, Jared wailed. I frowned at his choice of words, thinking he was getting onto the girls for dancing and being so loud. But then I heard something creak and looked up. My mouth fell open in shock, and I stepped back in surprise, realizing one of the girls was hanging from an intricately crafted silver and iron chandelier on the tall ceiling. Boo, the girl cried out and let go. I felt my stomach flip to see her willingly to fall from such a height, but she transformed into this tiny green dragon and fluttered down to the ground in front of us. The green dragon hopped up onto one of the couches in the sitting area and curled up, pouting about getting caught goofing around. She was the size of a large dog, and nothing like the dragon Jared had transformed into. A shimmer ran over her body, and in a blink, the girl was there instead of the dragon. She's a lot smaller than you, I muttered to Jared under my breath. What? The girl questioned with a slight smirk. You've never seen an emerald petite before? Is that a type of dragon? I asked. Jared, is this girl for real? One of the other girls asked, not snotty like Alana but curious. She wore a long black cloak and had her dark brown hair pulled back in a stylish, moderately messy ponytail. Jared shrugged slightly and then waved at the girl in the black cloak. Everest, this is your new roommate Amelie. Amelie, this is Everest, the newbie. Oh, you're the mortal raised witch I've been told will be staying with me, Amelie said, still smirking. I frowned. I really was getting tired of this mortal raised nonsense. Yeah, so? I asked, with a bit of my mother's famous attitude coming off me. Oh, Amelie exclaimed, suddenly looking embarrassed. I didn't mean it as an insult. I'm sorry. I'm sure you get tired of hearing that. She held out her hand with an apologetic smile, and I took it, forcing myself to calm down. It got old pretty quick, I admitted. But honestly, this is only my first day knowing any of this is real. I'm a bit on edge, I guess. Wait, any of this? Are you saying you just found out you're a witch today? Amelie asked, as though this fact had turned me into some sort of rare find that needed to be studied. Jared cleared his throat, gaining the attention of the three girls. Amelie, why don't you start by introducing Everest to your friends and showing her the other room, so she can get herself settled in for the night? Oh, right. Of course, Jared, my bad, Amelie said, blushing as she looked at Jared. I didn't blame her. He was handsome, and I had a feeling many girls here had their sights on him. Not me, well, not really. I doubted I'd be able to handle any sort of relationship with any guy until I figured out who I really was. Amelie looked at me with a grin plastered across her face. These are my friends. This is Penelope, the emerald petite dragon. And this is Janelle. Amelie nodded at the girl with the fiery red hair and equally stunning red eyes. Are you a dragon? I asked, and the girls exchanged glances as though the answer should have been quite obvious. She's from the AWOL clan like me, Jared said. Although she's pureblood. Hence the hair and fiery eyes. I looked at Penelope, and I noticed a slight emerald tint in her hair. It was subtle, but her emerald green eyes were certainly dragon-like. Interesting, I said, happy to know I might have a chance at telling the other students part of what they were or weren't. I think it's kind of fun, Jared said. I've never really hung out with mortals before. None that knew I was a dragon, at least. This will be exciting. But Jared, she's not mortal, Penelope said. She was just raised that way. Practically the same thing. I bet she even fell for Elsa's broom question. Jared winked. I groaned until part of me wondered what the answer really was to that question. Wait, do witches fly on broomsticks or not? I asked quietly. No, Amelie exclaimed, looking quite embarrassed. Don't tell me you answered the question about the stupid broomstick? She does that to weed out mortal-raised students during admissions. This school really has a beef with students who were mortal-raised, huh? I asked. It's a good school, Janelle said with a slight huff, then smiled at me. You must be special to have gotten in. And rich too to get this room. Amelie lucked out her freshman year because her room was flooded, and this was the only place that was open. Returning students get to have their rooms from the previous year on reserve, so she's had this killer one ever since. Jared put his hand on my shoulder, and I wished he didn't have to leave me alone with these girls. Not that they didn't seem friendly enough, but I was enjoying his company. I'll leave you ladies to it. Penelope, stay off the chandelier, got it? Got it, she moaned. If you need anything, Everest, I already put my number in your phone, he said as he departed. See you later. Amelie leapt over near the door, snagging my bag. I'll show you your room. There are actually 3 bedrooms in this dorm, but it's just been me for a while. So it'll be nice to fill some space around here. She darted up the stairs. Penelope and Janelle each offered me a smile, and I nodded awkwardly before hurrying after Amelie.
Chapter 13. Slade. I stalked along the roof as the sun broke over the horizon. This was as close as I dared to get to the school, and I was lucky I managed to find this warehouse. Trees had broken through the unused parking lot, and most of the windows were shattered and gone, but it had a roof with a perfect sight line to where Everest now resided. That was all I really needed. Throughout the night, I'd woken to hear Morg pacing around restlessly, back at the apartment. He never spoke a word, but he never had to. I knew what he dreamt about because I did the exact same thing. Sometime around 3, I gave up on sleep and scoped out a better place to set up camp while here in the city. I sat on the roof until the sun came up and then checked my cell, waiting to hear any news from Tank. When another hour passed, I paced around the entire length of the warehouse, stomach growling from needing food. I was about to head back downstairs and hop on the bike to go out and grab a few supplies to store here when my cell finally went off. Tank? Is it him? I asked quickly. Yeah, it's him, and Preston's already done the once-over on him, but he's not saying much. They usually don't. A yell echoed through the phone, followed by a stream of curses. I heard Jenny shouting in the background, but it faded away as Tank probably left whatever room they'd thrown the man into. We do know what he is at least, and it's not the one you're going to want to hear. I gripped the metal edge of the roof and glared at the school. If they were sending their higher-up assassins, they were getting desperate to carry out the plan we knew so little about. No name? No location for a hideout? Nothing, especially about the target. You think there's more coming after her? Jenny's pretty convinced she's not going to be safe, not even at that school. I'll be coming back in a few days, but she's sending Davis until then. He should be there by this evening. I grunted. Why is the techie going to be here? I can't waste time watching out for his ass on top of ensuring no one gets to Everest again. If they're coming after her, you'll need him to watch the camera feeds in the city, Tank argued in the tone of voice that said, I'd do better if I said nothing against the plan. You just keep your head down and your eyes open. The last thing we need is you getting caught so close to that place. Not like I have a choice, I grumbled. You can thank her uncle for that one. I know, but this is what we have to deal with, so deal with it. I ground my teeth and said nothing. Fine, be a sourpuss. I'll be back in a few days, Tank told me. Do not get yourself into any trouble until I get back. I rattled off the address of the warehouse I set up in, and shoved my cell back in my pocket. If I had been there, I'd get the assassin to talk, but I wasn't, and Jenny probably wanted me nowhere near the man. I'd only rough him up a little. We couldn't keep protecting every single individual out there forever. Our numbers were thin enough as it was, and now with more dead from our ranks, it was only going to make things harder. We needed answers, needed to know their plan. I hated to think someone was going to have to sneak back into the hell we all escaped from to find out, but there may be no other option. Once at my bike, I climbed on and drove out of the warehouse to find some food and try to get myself in somewhat of a better mood before Davis got here and reported my bad attitude to Jenny. Which he would do. I was just stepping away from my bike at the curb, a few blocks away from the rundown warehouse, when a sharp scent I knew I would never forget wafted across my face. Here? They couldn't be here. I wasn't in a major part of the city, but there were people everywhere, innocent, mortal people. I told myself I was losing it just like Morg, but when I sniffed again, closing my eyes to throw all my focus into it, there it was, the harsh smell of burnt cinnamon and sulfur associated with the dark magic they used, which corrupted them and us. I growled, scaring several bystanders before I got a hold of myself and stalked into the crowd bustling down the sidewalk. Every few steps, I took another deep breath, following the trail. They were close too, maybe more of them, but they were here. My hand slipped to my lower back where I carried 2 long silver daggers. With so many people around, they wouldn't be foolish enough to shift. At least I hoped not. Exposure and blowing my cover all in one day would get my ass dragged back to Jersey in no time at all. The scent drifted away from the sidewalk, and I moved with it across the street, around another block and down a less traveled road. They headed towards the campus of the private school, and I cursed under my breath, picking up the pace. It could be a coincidence. Unless they had the numbers, they wouldn't dare attack such a highly protected place. Not unless they were that desperate to kill Everest. She was just a witch, but this perseverance made me think she was much more than that. I made a mental note to talk to Tank about our intel and figure out who exactly I was protecting, when I turned another corner and there was a dead-end road. Damn it, I snapped and turned to head back when whistling met my ears. I stopped, my hands gripping the daggers tighter as two figures blocked my escape from the dead-end street. A quiet thud behind me said another had dropped in. 3 here, but there were more. I felt them, pressing in around me. Well now, are you lost? One with dank, dirty brown hair trailing over his shoulders asked as he stopped whistling. Hey boy. I asked, are you lost? I steadied my breathing and lifted my head. No, I think I found just what I was looking for. I didn't pull the blades, not yet. My timing would have to be perfect if I was going to have any hope of getting out of this mess alive. I needed to tell Jenny, let her know they were already here, and they were too close to the school for it to be a coincidence. Everest. They were here for Everest. And possibly more. Oh yeah? He asked as he stalked closer. Mistake on his part. And what are you looking for? Please share with us and we might go easier on you. Either they were stupid or blind not to notice who I was. I doubted they would have stopped to chat first. The man drew closer, a few more steps, but then the man behind me stomped towards me. I had been in plenty of fights in my day, no matter I was barely 19. But if these 3 wanted to think taking me down was going to be a cakewalk, I'd let them. Make getting rid of them that much easier. The one in front of me slipped his hand to the dagger I could now see sheathed at his hip. But he was too slow on the draw. I sucked in a deep breath and attacked silently, pivoting on my feet as I drew my daggers and spun in a circle, slashing the one in front's throat, but only managed to catch the shoulder of the one behind me. He cursed and dropped back, but the third one, who hadn't made a move yet, leaped over the dying body of his comrade to join in the fight. I barely managed to fall to my knees and spin to the right when a sword came down where my head would have been. We need him alive, one of them shouted. I smirked. Good to know they couldn't kill me, but I could definitely kill them. Him and the witch. He killed Frederick. Yes, I did, I said proudly as I straightened, flipping my daggers over in my hands so the blades were flattened against my forearms, and I used the knobs of the hilts to attack as I charged forward, not giving them time to figure out their next move. I met the dagger of one and the sword of the other, fending off their attacks and kept them on their toes as we moved in a dizzying circle of slashing and dodging. I kicked one in the gut and sent him flying hard into the brick wall as I knocked the other across the face with the hilt of my dagger. He jerked to the right, sagging to the ground, and I kicked the sword from his grasp before landing a knee to his face for good measure. The first was getting back on his feet and lunged at me, but I easily sidestepped him and gave him another swift kick in the rear. Enough of this, the one with the sword snarled and held his arms out to the side as a visible shiver slid over his body. Seriously? I growled, not believing he was going to shift here where we could still be seen by a bunch of people walking around. But then the shift stopped short, and only his hands boasted the sharp, long claws of the dragon he was. They glinted in the sunlight, and he snarled as he launched himself at me with new speed. The first hit caught me off guard, and I barely managed to bring up my arm to block another attack, but his claws swiped down my side, slicing me open. I growled in pain, never seen a dragon shift like this before. It shouldn't have been possible, but there was no time now to debate how he was doing it. I let myself drop to the ground, spun my daggers around, and slashed across his middle. He growled as he staggered away from me, but I was losing blood quickly. The other man came towards me, but I was not going to be dragged back to that place, not ever again. Filled with the fury of what they did to me, to my family, I yelled and threw myself at my attacker with everything I had, driving him back with the force of my attacks until I slipped past his defenses and drove my dagger straight into his heart. I needed to shift, needed an outlet for my rage, but 2 arms wrapped around me and threw me across the pavement, my head smacking into the ground. My vision blurred, but I saw the half-shifted man coming towards me, and with a final yell of anger, I drove both daggers upwards just as his claws aimed down, digging into my shoulders and pinning us together. He gasped for air, but then his body collapsed on top of mine and I went limp. I had to get up. I was bleeding out, but I lacked the energy to move anymore. Zara was dead, and she was just another in a long list of those I'd lost. I didn't want to keep on fighting, didn't want to see anyone else die. But if I didn't get up, more would come for Everest, and the rest of them who thought they were safe. Each movement shooting agonizing pain down my body, I pried his cold dead hands from my shoulders. He'd shifted back in death, and I rolled out from under him. Somehow, I found my feet, and taking my prized daggers with me, I sheathed them at my back and hunched over so no one would see my face as I stumbled my way back to my bike. I probably shouldn't have ridden it, but I had to get to the warehouse before someone noticed the blood and called the paramedics. A mortal hospital wouldn't do me any good. I parked the bike inside, shut it off, and made it 3 steps before I fell to the cement floor. I fumbled in my pocket for my cell and pressed the number to call Tank, but then everything went dark. Zara? I growled and shot upright, headbutting someone in the head. Damn it, I sputtered as I held my forehead. Someone else cursed beside me. Davis? He's awake, I heard him say and saw the laptop sitting close by, Jenny and Preston's faces on screen. See? Told you he'd be fine, no need to worry. I grunted at the no worrying part. Slade? What the hell happened? We told you to stay out of trouble, Jenny yelled. And Davis gets there to find you unconscious and bleeding to death. What did you do? Huh, what? You got a death wish now? Despite the fact she was not in the same room with me, I still cringed at her fury. Not like I went looking for a fight. My shoulders throbbed and my sides screamed in pain, but Davis hadn't done a bad job of taking care of my injuries. Just tell us what happened, Preston said as Jenny paced away from the computer. I went to get food and I smelled them. They're already here. Preston hung his head as several vivid curses flew out of his mouth. How many? 3, but I took care of them all. I frowned, remember the fight. Preston, one of them stopped mid-shift. What do you mean? I mean his arms and hands shifted but the rest of him didn't. That shouldn't be possible, he muttered. Exactly what I thought, but he did it. And there's more of them here, I can feel it. I swung my feet around, ignoring Davis's protest to take it easy. Preston, I think this group was a scouting party of some kind, checking out the defenses at the school. To find a weak spot to infiltrate. Right, I'm sending in a larger team to assist. Are you crazy? If you send more now, they'll send more now too. Do you want this city to become a bloodbath? I am not leaving you and Davis to handle this alone. Not if they're about to launch a full-scale attack. The second they catch wind of that many of us around, what do you think is going to happen? I argued. You might drive them to attack sooner, and even more people might get killed. Just let me gather some more intel first, see what I can find out. Please. Preston backed away, and he and Jenny talked quietly together, her throwing worried looks over her shoulders at me every few seconds. You were almost dead when I found you, Davis whispered beside me. Almost. Slade, you can't just throw your life away like it means nothing. We saved you to be part of something greater, to finally put an end to this war. We need you alive. I'm not trying to get myself killed. Why does everyone think that? His face fell. Zara. You were whispering her name the whole time you were out. I wiped a hand over my face and shrugged. I'm fine, all right? Let's just stick to the mission and keep Everest alive, and that damned school protected. I waited for Jenny and Preston to announce they were dragging me away, but as Jenny stormed off looking annoyed, he told me they were going to let me stay. Tank will be back in a few days, but you are not to get yourself into another fight, got it? Not unless you have to do it to keep Everest alive. Gather what information you can, and I expect you to report back every day. Understood? Will do. Fine, then listen to Davis and keep your head down. And about the other issue? Preston grunted. Let me deal with that. I'll send some more scouts out. You know, the only way we're really going to get to the bottom of this is if we send someone back, I said quietly. Get them close enough to see what the end game is. They're after those who are unprotected, he insisted, but it was more than that. He knew it, and so did I. Why do they want Everest dead so badly? I asked. Why? You don't think they're just there for the school? No, I said firmly. No, I do not. When I was fighting them, they said they needed me alive, me and the witch. Preston's brow furrowed, and he leaned away from the screen. Preston, do what I told you do. I'll get back to you soon enough. Who is she, Preston? Really? I asked again. He disconnected the video chat. Sure, leave me with no answers. That's really helpful, I snapped. Where do you think you're going? Davis asked as I found my feet and, holding my side, limped towards the stairs. To get cleaned up and changed, I muttered. They were after Everest, specifically Everest. Now the question remained, why? We already knew they were after the next generation of magic users, but this was different. Targeting her meant she was important to them. I would just have to watch her closely until I could find out why.
Chapter 14. Everest. My first night at the school, I slept like a rock on what had to be the most comfortable bed I had ever had the pleasure of being acquainted with. Edgar had apparently dropped by after leaving me alone with Elsa, because when Amelie opened the door after Jared left, I noticed all the decor he had picked out with me was already set up. The room had 2 large windows that overlooked the courtyard, so I was starting to feel a bit like royalty. I stepped out onto the balcony earlier that morning and took in the view of my new home. I couldn't stop staring beyond the walls, something pulling me in that direction. I'd had weird dreams all night again, flying around on the back of a dragon, but this time I hadn't felt like someone else. And the battle below had taken place over a modern city. It was strange, but it hadn't lasted long before I was seeing Mom again, hearing her cry as a man spoke to her. When I'd finally opened my eyes, I was shaking from what was happening and told myself they were just dreams. After I'd woken up a second time, it was Slade's eyes I'd dreamt about and wished again that I could find him. Seeing him turn up at the mall, though, something told me I would get my chance. I spent that morning getting to know Amelie. I learned that she was a third-generation attendee at the school, and I was embarrassed to admit to her I wasn't really sure how many relatives of mine had been there before me, but told her I knew at least Mom had attended. She bragged about being an excellent student, and I was relieved to hear that. The last thing I wanted was to be stuck with a slacker as a roommate. I'd rather hang out with the nerds any day. I wasn't sure what a place for witches and dragons to study at meant for my future as a historian, but either way, I was going to take this opportunity seriously. Amelie had invited me along on some holiday plans, but I felt like I would be intruding, so I turned her down. She had happily hurried off with Penelope and Janelle, and I enjoyed the entire suite to myself. I took the day exploring a bit, but stayed out of Amelie's personal bedroom. I bummed around the dorm and got in some well-deserved relaxation time. The most exciting thing I did that day was pick up my school uniforms from the main building. Skirts mid-length or black slacks with black blouses, ties, and a black blazer with the school logo on the front right side. I guess they could have been worse, but I still wasn't looking forward to wearing this all the time. I wandered aimlessly around the campus after dropping the clothes back off in my dorm, not talking to anyone, just admiring the grounds. The gardens were gorgeous, filled with bright flowers and vegetables the further along I went. There was a greenhouse set along the back wall that surrounded the entire campus, more gargoyles perched there too. The strong smell of basil and other herbs met my nose, but when I neared the greenhouse I noticed a sign stating what was inside. None of the plants sounded vaguely familiar, and I decided against going inside to check them out. I found myself near the front gates toward the afternoon, when a weird pang of needing to leave hit me. I frowned, wondering where that had come from when the necklace against my skin warmed, the one Edgar had given me. I hadn't taken it off yet, feeling like I would be losing something if I did. After a while, I forced myself back towards the dorm, throwing one last curious glance toward the gate before it disappeared from view. That evening, I passed out before Amelie ever returned, and I rose early the next morning, eager for my first day of classes. I showered in my private bathroom and dressed in my new, crisp uniform, feeling a bit more like I belonged here, but I had a feeling that wouldn't last once the rest of the students noticed me. "I made breakfast," Amelie called from downstairs, and I picked up my blazer, told myself I could handle whatever this school threw at me, and hurried to the kitchen. Jared was there, and I stumbled over my feet when I saw his charming smile once again. "Morning. How was your first night?" "Well, and the second, I guess?" he asked. "Good, they were good," I said with a nervous smile, not about to mention the stream of crazy dreams I had again. But this time, I swore I saw something happening to Slade, but I hadn't been able to help it. It was weird, but I shook it off and sat down to breakfast. I heard dishes clinking together and frowned. Amelie sat on a stool, busy on her phone. I slowly turned towards the sink, and nearly choked on my mouthful of pancakes when I saw the dishes calmly washing themselves. That's neat," I managed to say, and they both laughed. "Don't worry, before long I'm sure you'll be able to do the same," she promised me. "Not so sure about that," I muttered, not hungry anymore as my gut twisted in knots. I've never used magic before. What if my uncle was wrong? What if I'm not a witch? "You are, trust me," Amelie promised. "You wouldn't be here if you weren't. Just going to take some time and practice." Time and practice, I was good at those two things at least. "And do you stop by every student's dorm in the mornings, or is Amelie just that special?" I asked Jared. His cheeks reddened slightly, as Amelie hid a laugh with a very fake-sounding cough. "I thought I would make sure you were ready to go," Jared said in a rush. "It being your first day and all, I just wanted to make sure you remember where all your classes are." "Thanks, but I think I got it," I assured him, smiling to see him unsteady for once. Now he knew how I felt around him, and everyone else here. I didn't think I'd ever made anyone feel like that around me, and my heart gave a little flutter. "I'll walk you to your first class anyway." He flashed another grin, and sat down beside me as Amelie passed over a plate of pancakes for him too, before joining us herself. "Isn't there a cafeteria?" I asked, pretty sure I saw one on our tour. "There is, but this is much better than that food, trust me," she insisted, dousing her pancakes in syrup. "I only suffer with that food for lunch. Everything else, I make. And this kitchen is yours too, so anything you want to cook or stock up on, have at it." I'd eaten at the cafeteria yesterday, or well, picked up food and brought it back here. It hadn't been that bad, but then again, I'd been living off macaroni, ramen and hot dogs for a very long time. Anything was different from those three items, tasted fantastic to me. "I will, thanks," I said, not wanting them to know just how bad my life was before I was dumped here in this school where food was provided and I had my own room. My own bathroom. I didn't want to see their cringes or pitying looks. "I don't blame you," Jared said. "About the food there, although they make some good pies." "Really? The pies?" Amelie said, and we laughed. It was nice to sit with them and listen to them banter back and forth. They'd known each other for years, and were apparently really good friends. The three of us finished our breakfast, and then headed to the history building. I was happy to learn that I had mortal history with Amelie, Penelope and Janelle. Amelie told me all of us would have mystical world history together, along with Jared, and that she and I would be together again for advanced spellcasting later that day, though I wasn't sure I should be in a class labeled advanced. I'd never cast a spell before in my life, but she assured me I would be fine. Jared and I also had science and combat together. That meant I only had lessons for mortal rays to deal with, without my new group of companions. Jared bid us farewell, and I dipped into mortal history with Amelie. There was an empty seat next to Penelope, so she waved me over. I was relieved they weren't treating me weirdly, not like Alana had my first day here. Having a few friends would be a big help in adjusting to this new life I found myself dumped into. I wanted to fiddle with my necklace, but it was tucked in my blouse and out of sight. Before class started, the teacher called me to her desk after I set down my stuff. She introduced herself as Mrs. Sloke, and from her bright yellow eyes, I guessed she was some sort of dragon, but I definitely was not going to make any more assumptions. "Welcome, Everest," she said softly. "I expect you to do well in this class, what with being mortal raised." I smiled even as I wondered if there was a label on my forehead stated what I was. Thanks," I said uncomfortably. "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of teacher who pulls the new student to the front of the room when class starts," she promised. "Just going to give you what you need, and then we can get started with today's lesson." I appreciated the sentiment. She assigned me my textbook, and it looked just like a standard textbook on world history I would have gotten in any normal high school. By the looks on the kids' faces, I could tell that this was one of the boring classes. I sat down by Penelope, and class began. It was just like a regular high school classroom, albeit the fancy stained glass windows, stadium seating, and how the chalk moved itself across the board while Mrs. Sloke spoke. I hid my amused smile to see magic being used so casually, and did my best not to get too excited and draw even more attention to myself. The teacher gave a lesson on the American Civil War, and I took notes in a normal notebook. I kept my mouth shut for the first half of class whenever Mrs. Sloke asked a question, but I soon realized that this entire class of people were clueless on the subject. We were in Virginia. How could so many people live right in the middle of the state of Virginia and know nothing about the American Civil War? I vaguely remembered a great war mentioned by Jared, and figured that must be what they all grew up learning about, instead of whatever fighting the mortals got into. The battle Edgar had described to me, that had to be it, but this was not a history class for the dragons and witches. This was about this country we lived in, and none of them seemed to understand how knowing that history was important too. "No, Darren. Gettysburg is in Pennsylvania," Mrs. Slovak said, rubbing her brow in frustration. "We are talking about the battle. Please pay attention." Penelope raised her hand. "Did any dragons or witches even fight in this battle?" "No, Penelope, not that I am aware of. There were a handful of warlocks who signed up for the Union Army, but the mortal soldiers were unaware of that fact, and all they did was make a mess of things before they were forced to remove themselves. Now, as I was saying, the Battle of Gettysburg was fought in July of 1863. Mrs. Sloke motioned to the projector, and it magically changed a slide as it had been doing throughout most of the class. This image depicted a number of different weapons that were used during the time. Who can tell me why this battle was so significant for the war? Blank stares all around. She sighed. I was starting to feel bad for her. These people didn't even care a little bit, and I was starting to realize how they must see all mortals and why they disliked mortal-raised kids. I finally just raised my hand, so we could get through this painful lesson. This was my subject, after all. Mrs. Sloke smiled and nodded in my direction. Well, most historians believe that this was the turning point of the war. General Lee pushed the advantage after a victory over the Union soldiers when he marched farther north and attacked at Gettysburg, but his overconfidence cost him, and after some of the heaviest fighting in the war he was forced to retreat, losing a huge number of his men. Mrs. Sloke beamed at me, and the students around me fell silent. "Very good, Everest," she said proudly, and continued on with the lesson. For the rest of class, anytime she asked a question, I was the first to answer, growing more confident with each answer I gave. A few of the students glared at me, but others seemed impressed I knew so much. When class finally ended, I was amazed at how little these kids knew about the country they lived in. Granted, they weren't exactly normal, but history was history. They should know about where they reside, and who died to make it what it was today. As I exited the room, I spotted Jared waiting for me in the hall. My bag was a bit heavier with that new textbook in it, but there wasn't time to dart over to my dorm and drop it off. I waved bye to Janelle, Penelope, and Amelie as they walked to their next class, and I followed Jared to science, which was of course in another building. On our way there, we bumped into little Miss Sunshine, Alana. She was standing with some friends, some of whom had been in the mortal history class with me. I held my breath as we neared her group, hoping we'd get by without any sort of confrontation, but luck was not with me today. "I heard you know your stuff in mortal history," she sneered. I started to speak, but she cut me off. "Figures. I mean, you might as well, what with being mortal raised, right?" Being raised like a normal human being wasn't much of an insult, but she sure was trying to make it that way. I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction. I paused and, putting on my most charming smile, asked, "Why, you need a tutor or something?" She rolled her eyes, and a few of the girls behind her glowered at me. "I don't need a tutor," she snapped. "Oh well, I thought that's what you were asking." I smiled sweetly at her. "I wouldn't mind helping you out and all, if you're failing or something. I know learning can be hard for some people, retaining facts. Reading even." I should have stopped while I was ahead, but the words spilled out and I heard Jared stifle a laugh behind me. She bristled, and her glare shot from me to Jared before a sly smile spread across her face. "So, what do you have going on after school today, Jared?" she asked, obviously flirting and deciding she was just going to ignore me. Which was honestly fine with me. He shrugged and returned his gaze to me. "Ready to get to class, Everest?" He escorted me away from Alana, and I swore, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her stomp her foot like a toddler. Nice, by the way. Not many hold their own against her. "She's just a bully," I said simply. "I've dealt with plenty of those." "I'm going to guess they don't give you too much trouble after you talk to them." "I wish," I sighed. "It's whatever. I'm here to learn, right? If she wants to be a pain in the ass, then she can be. I just don't have to listen." Jared smiled, and I felt his hand brush casually against mine as we walked. My cheeks grew hot, and anything else I was about to say died in my throat. Inside the classroom, no stadium seating this time, rather lab tables, Jared tugged on my arm so I would follow him to his table and sit beside him. I did so gladly, and was equally happy the teacher didn't pay me much mind, other than handing over a textbook while he was addressing the entire class about today's assignment. I tried to pay attention in this class, but every time I shifted on my stool, my knee bumped Jared's. After the third time, I began to think he purposely shifted his leg the same time I did. The girly side of me ranted about my not wearing a skirt today. When it happened again, we glanced at each other and broke out into quiet laughter until Mr. Curtis shot us both a glare. I mumbled an apology and ducked my head, focusing on my notes. Class ended, and I was eager to get out of there and to my next class. "Mystical history is going to be great," I said excitedly as we exited the science building. "And I love being outside in between classes." I threw my head back and soaked up the warm sun as he laughed. "You have to be the only person on this campus excited for class." "It's history, and I am a history nerd," I explained. "Besides, this will be a good chance for me to learn about my new world, right?" "Yeah, it will be." His hand brushed over mine again, and I nibbled my bottom lip. How lucky could a girl get? Starting at a new private school, learning she's a witch, and already stealing the attention of a handsome guy? I clutched the strap of my tote harder and let my hand nudge his back. He glanced down, eyes wide, and I worried I read the signals wrong, but then he did it right back, and we shared a grin before he held open the door to the history building, and we were swept up in the rush of other students hurrying to their next class. Chapter 15. Everest. We entered into the mystical history classroom, and I smiled when I saw Amelie, Janelle, and Penelope, but I was not too pleased to see that Alana and her group of friends were also here. Not only that, but Jared had a group of friends here as well. They were all spaced out away from each other, and I realized this class had all the cliques in it. I climbed the few steps up into the seating, and joined Amelie when she motioned to the seat right next to her. I felt all eyes on me and a very annoyed glare. Alana tapped her pen loudly on her desk, but all I did was offer up another sweet smile, and she squeezed her pen so hard I was surprised it didn't snap in half. Janelle and Penelope sat in the 2 seats behind me and Amelie. Jared was in the next section of seats in the middle of the room, joking around with some other guys about something or other. But every few seconds, he glanced straight towards me, and Amelie nudged my arm playfully, making me blush more than I already was. I decided that this was going to be my favorite class, despite Alana's presence. There were still a few minutes left before class started when a charming young teacher entered, dressed in a black dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up. He couldn't have been 10 years older than us, and I could tell everyone in this room liked him. They immediately perked up, and the room fell quiet. "Morning," several students called out happily as he set his leather messenger bag on the desk at the front of the room. "What's up, everyone? I trust you all had a very productive day off classes," he called back casually, and smirked when there was a burst of laughter. "Thought so." He pulled out several books from his bag and tossed them on his desk. He scanned the group of students, and his red eyes landed on me. "Everest, would you come here for a moment?" I was nervous at how all the teachers already knew my name, but it made sense. I was the only new student at this school, and apparently being mortal raised made me a bit of a celebrity, in a bad way. He dug through his desk and pulled out a small book, handing it to me when I reached him. "You much of a reader?" he asked politely. "I love to read." "Great, me too," he exclaimed. There was something about his upbeat personality and that charming face of his that made me smile and relax. "This isn't a heavy read here, and while I try not to assign students extra loads, I think it would be good for you to have a look at it. I see you have a lot of classes already, so just read it in your spare time. It will help you get a little caught up. From what Headmistress Elsa tells me, you probably do not know much about mystical history, so I snagged this from the library this morning." "Thank you, I could not remember his name from my class list." "Professor Fredwin," he said politely. "Now don't feel overwhelmed. Today is actually a review day for us, so just sit back, listen and take notes. I'll do what I can to make sure you get caught up. If you have any questions about what we're discussing today, don't be embarrassed to ask. We're all about discussions in this classroom." "Thank you, Professor Fredwin." He sent me back to my seat, then slammed a ruler down on his table, causing half the classroom to jump, myself included, but he was grinning as he did it. "We awake?" he asked playfully, and some of the kids in the classroom chuckled. "Professor Fredwin is the best teacher on campus," Amelie whispered. I nodded, already seeing how that would be so. "All right, everyone, last week we were discussing the Shadow Guard War," Professor Fredwin began. "Alana year?" he asked and pointed to her. "It began in 1304, Alana stated proudly from the back of the room. "Excellent, Miss Shannon. And what political event lead up to the war?" he asked, still pointing at her. "The Black Diamond Dragons formed an alliance with the Shadow Guard Dragons," Alana recited smartly, shooting me a haughty look as she did so. "Wonderful," Professor Fredwin said, and then his eyes darted toward Janelle. Why was this significant? Janelle sat upright. The Black Diamond Dragons at the time were already at odds with the Hollow Well over disputes on how to handle mortals. The Black Diamond sought to rule over them, while the Hollow Well sought peace. Their alliance with the Shadow Guard Dragons quadrupled their numbers. As Janelle spoke, I jotted notes down as quickly as I could, fascinated by what I was hearing. Professor Fredwin bounced about the room, engaging each student in the discussion, and it was endearing. I would have had a much harder time dropping out of school back in Jersey had I had a teacher like this, clearly dedicated to his students learning as much as they could in a fun yet enlightening environment. "Mr. Winchester," Professor Fredwin called. "Describe the Hollow Well's initial strategy in defeating the Shadow Guard and Black Diamonds." "Go." Jared sputtered for a moment in surprise, having just been whispering with one of his friends beside him, but he pulled it together. "Take out the Black Diamonds," he said. "They were the ringleaders. so the thought was to get rid of them, and that eventually the Shadowguard dragons would be willing to negotiate a peace treaty and stop the war. Within the first 2 years of the fighting breaking out, the entire Black Diamond clan had been completely exterminated, and they assumed the Shadowguard would surrender. However, that didn't work. And why not? I was watching him curiously too, wondering how this war had ended, even though there was something familiar about all this from what Edgar had told me. Because by then, the Shadowguard had been hit hard several times by the Hollow Well attacks on their clan. Most believe it was about revenge at this point, claiming many innocents had been slaughtered by the other clan, and the Shadowguard knew they still had the numbers. Their leaders ordered heavier and heavier strikes against the Hollow Well, so the Hollow Well began forming alliances with every other dragon clan in existence at that time, Jared explained, but there was something different about his voice. He sounded angry almost. I knew he was a Hollow Well, but this was ancient history, right? Why was he so upset about it? William, Professor Fredwin called on a guy in the back. This seemed like a good plan, wouldn't you agree? I think so. Then why did this not work? The Shadowguard dragons are comparable in size to a Hollow Well dragons, but their strength and stamina are unique to their breed. And even though it was rare, some Shadowguard dragons at that time carried a mystic gene that allowed the manipulation of water. It's very similar to some Hollow Wells or Black Diamonds who could breathe fire, but that's pretty rare now. That William guy looked my way for a minute, as though he had just added that last part in for my benefit. I appreciated it. I had no idea some Hollow Wells could breathe fire, or that this talent was considered to be rare. Silly me, I assumed all dragons could breathe fire. Apparently not everything in the movies was accurate. Surprise. He continued. Basically, a Shadowguard could swallow a petite emerald or even a golden sphinx dragon whole, and then their specialty troops of mystic dragons could take out entire Hollow Well troops with their abilities, William added. If they had an entire unit breathing fire, that is. I was becoming more and more fascinated with this history lesson. My hand cramped from writing so much, but I didn't stop, not for a second. Jared said I needed to know about my new society, and history was a huge part of what shaped that and their culture. You're missing one more strategic advantage the Shadowguard dragons had, William. He pointed. Penelope, help him out. Penelope sat upright. They used mortals as shields. They would set up within their villages, knowing the Hollow Well dragons would not attack if it meant killing innocent humans. The Shadowguard dragons would take entire cities under siege and use humans as war slaves, often using them to lure in Hollow Well troops to ambush them. Bring it on home, Amelie, Professor Fredwin said. What was the tipping point of the war that would ultimately result in the Hollow Well victory? The Great Mystic Allegiance, she said. The First Communion. I dropped my pen as I sat upright in my chair. They were talking about the same thing Edgar had been, and I strained to remember what exactly he'd told me, my hand straying to the necklace still hidden under my blouse. I knew it, I whispered, but the entire class had grown so quiet they all heard me. I immediately blushed because I had drawn attention to myself and tried to hunker back down over my notes, but too late. Professor Fredwin smiled at me. Are you familiar with this history, Everest? Doubt it, I could hear Alana say from the back and then announce for the entire class to hear, she's mortal raised. She doesn't know anything about us, how could she? A murmur went through the class. I glanced back, and I could see a few glares coming my way. I thought they didn't let mortal-raised students here. A few people whispered. Professor Fredwin cleared his throat and I looked back at him. He was smiling at me with this reassuring look. Are you familiar with the Shadowguard War? He asked. A little, I said. My uncle told me about it once. So, Professor Fredwin said, pulling me into the discussion now. Can you tell me anything about the First Communion? Not much, I said, shifting in my chair, hating how everyone stared at me. At least, I had a good memory. I know they were a group of 6 witches who used spells to protect the Hollow Well dragons during battle. I paused, remembering the dream I had the first night at Edgar's home. I'd been on the back of a dragon, using magic to use a shield around it. Without thinking, I added, they created shields and rode the dragons into battle. Professor Fredwin's brow rose at that, and I quickly cleared my throat. And I think that's why the hollow well was able to win, right? I finished quickly. Exactly, very good. He eyed me a few seconds longer before moving on, and I sighed in relief. Now the First Communion was not just any group of witches, mind you. They were the first group of witches. Before then, despite what your mortal history might tell you, magic had been reserved entirely for men, for warlocks. The warlocks at the time had refused an alliance with the Hollow Well, saying they did not wish to get involved with their war. A group of women, the First Communion, had been secretly practicing magic, and went to the Hollow Well offering aid. He turned back to Amelie. And Miss Amelie, what did the magic world learn about sorcery from these battles? I noted a few of the guys, obviously warlocks, slumped down in their desks. Amelie beamed. Women are nearly 10 times more capable at controlling magic than men. Professor Fredwin nodded. Yes, sorry fellas, but it's a right of biology. Witches were able to cast larger, greater, more powerful spells that the Shadowguard dragons simply did not see coming. Why? I asked without thinking, but Professor Fredwin smiled encouragingly. It is believed, women have a better understanding of their emotions, subconsciously, and power comes from emotions. You'll learn more about it in your spellcasting class, but that's the easy version. I jotted a brief note down about it, and he moved on. Once the Shadow Guards were defeated, what group was formed? Jared? The Council, Jared said proudly. Which is still in existence. I raised my hand this time as I asked, what is the Council? Alana piped up. Wow, you don't even know what the Council is? Miss Shannon, Professor Fredwin scolded, and she clamped her mouth shut. You know the deal, all questions are welcome here. Now how about you be polite, and answer Everest's question? She turned to me and smiled, but her eyes promised she'd get me back later somehow. It's our government. It's made up of both witches and dragons, and they rule over the mystical world. After the war, they decided the best way to keep peace and to keep mortals safe was to keep them in the dark about the mystical world. Performing magic in front of mortals became illegal, as did shapeshifting. And they started the Hunters of Shadow Guards. Hunters of Shadow Guards? I questioned. Think of it as a police force, Jared said. They still exist today as well. In fact, that's what I want to do when I graduate. They enforce the laws of the Council, and most importantly, they work to exterminate the remaining Shadowguard dragons who have been in hiding since the war. Professor Fredwin looked at me, and I could tell he knew I had a question. Yes, Everest? I remembered Jared's warning about being careful what I said, but exterminating an entire clan after all these years sounded harsh and hypocritical. The Shadowguard tried to wipe out the other clan and slaughtered innocents to do it, and now the Hollow Well and others were doing the exact same to them. What happened to being better than your enemy? Why are you still hunting Shadowguard dragons? I asked. Have you not been paying attention? Alana asked, and Professor Fredwin shot another warning look her way. War crimes, one of the warlocks said. The Shadowguard dragons slaughtered people at rapid rates during the war. They tortured prisoners. They used mortals as shields. That's why they're hunted. But what does that have to do with Shadowguard dragons now? They weren't there for the war, right? I interrupted. Well, no, Alana said from the back of the room. But they are still from the enemy clan. But have they done anything to deserve extermination since the war that was over 700 years ago? I know their ancestors did, but what does that have to do with them? For thinking they were so much different than mortals, they sure acted the same, and let history repeat itself without realizing it. The classroom fell silent. Professor Fredwin smiled in my direction. That is an excellent question, Everest. I suppose you can write it off as politics, he explained, but he seemed almost sad at his own words. That's awful, I said, and saw Jared slumping down in his seat from the corner of my eye. I had probably insulted him, but I could not get past this one. What do you people do when you catch a shadow guard dragon? None of the students spoke, but Professor Fredwin did. The council has them executed. For what? I asked, horrified. For existing? For looking different? The shadow guards still commit crimes today, Everest, Jared said softly, looking down. Professor Fredwin held up his hand to stop me from saying anything else, and I shut my mouth reluctantly. Okay, I think we need to move past politics. Let's discuss the First Communion a bit more. That is a very interesting topic. I glanced at Jared again, wanting to apologize. There was no way I was going to let this go forever. For the moment I would, but later I'd get more answers. Since we were back to discussing the First Communion, I wondered at the necklace Edgar had given me, knowing it had to be important, and was suddenly worried about what priceless artifact I wore around my neck. I raised my hand, and I heard someone in the back of the room moan. Whatever, I didn't care at this point. Yes, Everest? Professor Fredwin asked, and I had to admit, he looked as if he enjoyed having me in class, stirring up things. What was the importance of jewelry to the First Communion? I asked. Professor Fredwin looked at me like it was a rather peculiar question. How do you mean? I hesitated, but pulled out my necklace that had been tucked into my shirt all morning. Some of the kids shifted around trying to see what I held, and I decided I might as well take it off, so they could see it better and all get a good laugh when it turned out to be nothing. Well, when my uncle told me about the First Communion, he gave me this. I held the necklace in question up for Professor Fredwin to see. His red eyes widened, and I heard a few gasps from the back of the room. What? I questioned. Everest, where did you get that? He asked me, slowly walking closer as the others in the room leaned in closer, a few getting out of their seats to see it. My uncle, I replied, uncertain. Why? Who is your uncle? Amelie asked, staring at me like this was the first time she was seeing me. Edgar Somerset. What's going on? I thought it was just an antique. Wait, are you Malia Somerset's daughter? Alana piped up from the back room, and a look of annoyance and awe passed over her face. I glanced back to tell her to mind her own damn business, but I saw that half the class had gotten out of their seats now and were staring at me more than the necklace, and it jolted me a bit. What's it to you? I pulled my necklace in closer. How do you know my mom's name? And why does it matter who she was? What does this necklace even mean? Everest, Amelie said, your mom is a direct descendant of the First Communion. That's her necklace you're wearing. You're a First Communion descendant. I swallowed a few times as I stared at the necklace, flashes of my dreams coming back to me now and starting to make sense. Oh, I managed to whisper, is that all? I went from being the mortal-raised freak to a descendant. This day was just getting better and better. And it wasn't even lunch yet. Chapter 16. Everest. Jared snagged me away from a bothersome crowd during lunch, and I made sure to thank him profusely, leaving behind a curious crowd of onlookers. Suddenly, I wasn't just the weird mortal-raised girl in the school. I was this descendant, whatever the hell that was even supposed to mean. Everyone in the school was talking about me, and wanting to be my best buddy. It was annoying, especially with the way Alana was attempting to make nice, like she hadn't looked down her nose at me only a few moments before. I certainly didn't care for it. We walked down a hallway together, but I could tell by the intent look on his face, he was taking me somewhere special, not just an escape. Where are we going? I finally asked, when we circled back through the main lobby, and turned down another corridor I couldn't remember what it held. Look, he said, pointing, and finally pulled me to a gentle stop. I'm surprised you didn't catch it when I gave you a tour. I wasn't sure what he was talking about, until I finally turned my gaze to see several portraits behind the glass, and one of them was of my mom. She was younger, and she looked happy with that sly smile on her face. I stepped closer, basically pressing my nose to the glass as I studied that carefree face I'd forgotten what it looked like. There were several other portraits next to hers, all women. "What is this?" I asked quietly, holding my palm to the glass as if somehow that would get me closer to the mom I never got to know. "It's a big deal when a descendant attends the school," Jared said. "Your mom was the last one, so she's kind of famous around here." He lowered his head a bit. "I'm sorry." "Sorry?" I questioned, not sure if he meant about everyone knowing who I am now, or not realizing this was my mom. "About your mom," he said. "There's been rumors, and after what happened, parents talk is all, and I'm sure it wasn't easy dealing with all of that while you were growing up." I nodded slowly but then stopped. "What rumors?" Something about the weird look in his eyes told me this was not sympathy about my mom being a raging alcoholic. He shifted on his feet and seemed extremely uncomfortable all of a sudden. I'd been trying to figure out a way to apologize for upsetting him during our last class, stepping right into a situation I knew nothing about. But now, as he continued to look anywhere but me, I didn't care about him being upset. I wanted to know what he thought he knew about my life. "Jared, just tell me, please. I think I've dealt with enough blindsided hits today." "About her going off the deep end after what she went through," he murmured. I ground my teeth as my frustration grew. What had Mom gone through? Nothing he was saying made sense, but I was suddenly embarrassed to admit I didn't know anything about her. Nothing. I didn't ask anything else, just continued to look at her portrait. "Look, I know it might be a bit rougher now for you since everyone knows about your mom," Jared pushed on, sounding worried, "but I hope you know you've at least got friends here who liked you before we knew who you really were." I smiled as I backed away from the glass case. "Thanks, that means a lot actually. And if you ever want to talk about her, I wouldn't mind listening." I tried to smile and failed. That's all right," I snapped and sucked in a breath. "Sorry, it's a touchy subject." "No, I get it," he assured me with a smile. We stood there in the corridor for another few minutes, and despite the annoyance growing at Edgar for being a terrible uncle and not preparing me for this crap, and learning that Mom was some hotshot descendant, I was comfortable around Jared. He was easy to get along with and talk to. Not that I was in any way looking for a relationship, but it was nice to know I had at least one friend. Well, hopefully two. Amelie had been helpful so far and fun. As long as she didn't start pestering me about Mom, we'd be great. After another few moments, I turned to him and puffed out my cheeks. He smiled as his brow furrowed, making him even more handsome than he already was. Friend or no friend, I sensed Jared was going to be trouble at some point. "What?" he asked with a light laugh. "I guess I owe you an apology too." His frown deepened. "For what?" he asked slowly. "You didn't do anything wrong." I cringed as I asked, "Did I embarrass you talking about the hunters of shadow guards?" It was his turn to puff out his cheeks, and he shrugged as he paced away a few steps, then back again. "They're good people. It's considered to be an honorable career, but for someone who doesn't understand the history and what's been happening for the past few hundred years, I can see how it might seem a bit archaic." I tilted my head back and forth. Archaic or brutal, but yeah, this is all just odd to me still, I guess. There's a whole history to this world that I didn't even know existed. That's crazy? "Really, Everest, it's not a big deal," he sighed. "I'll admit, I might have been a bit more defensive than was necessary. Still, I should be more cautious about what I say," I told him. "I don't know what this world is about, you know? I don't know what Shadowguard dragons are like. It's not like I ever met one, so I shouldn't judge them or how they're dealt with. Though if I wanted to be really honest, I didn't think there was anything they could do that would make me think their descendants should still be hunted down like rabid animals to this day, simply for the crimes of their ancestors. Pray that you don't, they're not good dragons. They have never been," he muttered, and his tone turned bitter. It didn't take much to know he had a strong connection to these dragons, a more recent one. "They're murderers and thieves. I hope you don't think less of me because I want to be a hunter, but they're like the underbelly of the dragon world. Nothing they do is good. I promised him. I just need to brush up on my history, I guess. You'll get there, don't worry. We started to walk away, and I glanced once more at my mom's face. I suppose I should warn you that there's another picture of your mom in the library. But you'll see that later when you take your lessons for Mortal Raised, since it meets there. I fumbled in my bag for my schedule to see who taught that, and grinned. I see I have Professor Fredwin for that again. He's a good teacher, so I guess having him twice a day is not the worst thing. Yeah, he's probably one of the best professors here, Jared agreed. There's a few others that aren't terrible. We chatted for a bit more, as he walked me to my next lesson. By the end of the day, everyone knew I was Malia Somerset's daughter, and for once people were acting like this was not a bad thing, though I wasn't sure what I liked less, looks of annoyance at a mortal raised being here, or the looks of sympathy for whatever it was Mom had gone through. My last class of the day, Lessons for Mortal Raised, met in a beautiful library that I only ever dreamed of seeing. The ceiling was domed in the center with skylights filling the space with bright natural light. Tall shelves upon shelves stretched back as far as I could see in every direction. Wooden beams along the walls and the ceiling gave it an older feel, as well as the tapestries hanging between more arched windows. A second-floor balcony, with even more books, ran the entire perimeter of the room. That in itself would have been enough to make me take pause. Add to that, the little emerald petite dragons fluttering around, pulling books off high shelves for people, and I was reminded quite quickly of where I actually was, and how magical this part of my life had become. I wasn't sure where to go, so I took a moment to explore. As Jared had warned me, I saw a painting of my mother, but this one was much larger and displayed on a wall with several other students honored in this way, all First Communion descendants as designated by the gold lettering on the wall above them all. I wondered if I would get a painting strung up in the library one day, and wasn't sure I liked having my face immortalized like that. I was still working on figuring out what this all meant for me, for being me. A little nagging voice started in the back of my mind that this new part of me was going to overshadow who I already was, and the old Everest Somerset would disappear. Poof, just like magic. Ah, Miss Somerset, Professor Fredwin's voice came from behind and I spun around to greet him. He joined me at the wall, staring up at the portraits. I see you've found your mother. Yes, here and in the other corridor. Jared showed me. She is a very important person. I shrugged. I think you mean was. Apparently everyone knows that she's not exactly herself these days, I said, unsure what else to call it. I wanted to outright ask what he knew about her too, but then he turned and motioned to another part of the library. Shall we get the lesson started then? I nodded, and with one final glance at my mother's more stoic smiling face here, I followed him through some more rows of shelves and found a few small tables set along a windowed wall, the stained glass beautiful and intricate, showing what I assumed to be scenes from their history. My history. There were a few other students scattered around, talking quietly while they looked over books and notes. It didn't take long before I realized I was the one and only student in this class, since no other students came over to join us, and Professor Fredwin was already sitting down, motioning for me to do the same. No wonder it met in the library. So, I guess you guys really don't get a lot of Mortal Raised students, huh? How did you wind up getting the short end of the stick, having to teach this class? Professor Fredwin laughed as he leaned forward and said in a hushed tone, I volunteered. I could not help but whisper back. Why? Because I too was Mortal Raised. His voice was in the lowest of whispers. I sat back, no longer whispering quite as intently, but being quiet since we were in a library. The plot thickens. He shrugged as he glanced over the papers in front of him. Not a lot of us at an uppity school like this. I like to help get the newbies adjusted to this world. It can be a lot to take in. Pause, I said, holding up my hand. He smirked. With crazy eyes like yours, how did you not know there was something up? My parents told me it was genetic, he said. Both of them had the same look, so I believed that it was normal. I got picked on in school about it, of course, but then all of a sudden, my parents moved us from Washington to Virginia. As Hollowell Dragons, they had a little leeway with the school board and got me enrolled here instead of one of the less prestigious schools. "Oh, the mockery," he said dramatically and placed a hand on his chest as I stifled a laugh. The first half of my teenage years, I was mocked for my eyes, and the second half I was mocked because I fell for Elsa's broomstick question. "Seems like most of your students don't know you were mortal raised," I said. "I keep it to myself." "Truthfully, it's not considered very flattering," he said. "But unlike you, I don't have a piece of jewelry I can whip out to improve my social standing." I blushed. "I didn't know." "I know, but soon you'll know much more than you probably ever wanted." His smile turned sad as he shifted his gaze towards the portraits we couldn't see from here. "I knew your mom," he said with a smile. "One of the first people at this school to treat me like a normal dragon, I suppose. In fact, she told me she liked the idea of being raised mortal. She got a lot of unwanted attention as a descendant. That's probably why she chose to raise you that way." I looked down. I was getting tired of everyone speaking so highly of my mom, and at the same time, seeming to know what she went through when I was still in the dark about almost everything. "Good to know. So, what is this class about exactly?" I asked, to get the topic away from Mom. "Think of it as study hall," he said. "You're being introduced to an entirely new world, Everest. I'm here to be your secret weapon to understanding it all. Not just the book stuff, but the social stuff too. The politics. The way this world works. Okay, so basically you're here to teach me social skills that are appropriate for a world of witches and dragons." He laughed. "Basically." "Great," I said, rubbing my hands together and muttering, "Why didn't I get to take this first before I shoved my foot in my mouth about 5 times?
Chapter 17. Slade. 2 weeks later. "Preston called this morning," Tank announced as I descended the stairs of our warehouse hideaway. "No news yet from the scouts." "And there won't be," I grunted. "He needs to send someone back inside." Tank barked a laugh. "And who the hell is going to volunteer for that?" I stared at him blankly, waiting for him to figure it out, but it was Davis who shook his head, sitting in front of his laptop as always, along with several other monitors. He'd tapped into the city's security cameras and had been watching the feeds for 2 weeks. "Preston is not about to send you back there. He still thinks you're, a little on the unstable side." Tank smirked as I rolled my eyes and sank into one of the raggedy overstuffed chairs we dragged into the open space. "For the last damn time, I didn't start that fight." "No, but you nearly got yourself killed." I rolled my shoulders, hating how they still tended to ache first thing in the morning from my wounds. But since then, they've gone quiet. It's strange, and I do not like strange. Preston shouldn't either. After the fight in the alley, I expected to be seeing dragons all over the city, especially close to the campus grounds, but everything had gone quiet. Too quiet. There wasn't even the stench of them on the air. Davis saw nothing on the cameras, and Tank and I had nothing to report on any of our trips back from the streets. We even risked getting closer to the campus just in case they set up shop there, but nothing. No sign of them anywhere. Even Morg seemed on edge about it though. He was more paranoid than usual, and paced frantically around his little hole of a home almost day and night. Every time I stopped in to check on him, there he was, pacing. Back and forth and back and forth. He'd lost weight too. Not eating, hadn't showered. Something was coming. And we had no idea what. The last thing I wanted us to be was blind. I sulked in my chair, listening to Tank and Davis talk about something or other, nothing I cared about. For 2 weeks I'd done nothing useful, and it was making me anxious. I drew one of my daggers from my boot and casually flipped it in my hand, glaring at the far wall. "Don't stab yourself," Tank teased, and I realized they were staring at me. "What?" "Go on patrol or something," Tank grumbled. "Just get your brooding ass out of this warehouse for a few hours." I stood and sheathed the dagger back at my boot. "Fine." I stormed out of the warehouse, ignoring their mutterings behind me, until the door slid shut again, and I figured I would head towards the campus and see what Everest was doing this weekend. Not that I cared as long as she stayed on campus and out of trouble. So far, she hadn't left the grounds, making my job quite easy. I couldn't watch her 24/7, but we had our ways of tracking potential targets. Davis was probably our best asset for that, not that I would ever admit it to his face. Halfway to the campus, I paused, ducking into the shop to my right to get off the sidewalk. A bell dinged overhead, and a quiet chatter of voices sounded behind me. I turned around and saw a confused woman behind the counter of the coffee shop I'd chosen to slip into. "Can I help you?" she asked. "Yeah, sorry," I said, and threw a smile on my face that seemed to calm her down. "Just a coffee, please." She returned the smile and rang up my order. I paid and accepted the cup with another nod of thanks before I found a small table near the front windows. Keeping one eye on the street, I found my cell in my pocket and texted Tank and Davis. I hadn't seen them, but just like the other day, I could smell them, like a rancid odor that seeped up from the sewers. They were out there, and I needed eyes on them if possible. Tank texted back a few seconds later and said they were pulling up the street views. I sipped my coffee and grimaced. I really hated coffee, but kept drinking it just in case I wasn't the only one doing the watching. My cell dinged, and I held it up to read the message. 2 south of your position. Entered an herb shop. Keep out of sight until I get there. I smirked, drained the rest of the coffee and burned my mouth. Tank should know better. Tossing the empty cup, I left the shop and stepped into the others walking down the sidewalk. The sign of the herb shop was visible from here, and I quickened my pace to see what our friends were up to this time. From the sidewalk, the shop looked pretty normal. Herbs and bottles of homemade remedies were displayed in the front windows. There were several books stacked near the bottom, ways to brew your own healing aids, and what stones were good to promote positive vibes. For a few seconds, I debated on even going in, thinking Davis had been wrong, but then I saw it, and my blood ran fiery hot with rage. There, etched into the glass in the bottom right corner, was a sigil I knew better than anything else in this damned world. Absently, I rubbed my side through my coat as I glared at the symbol before I was walking into the shop. There was no plan, but I didn't care. They'd been here all along, right out in the open. Now the question was, how long had they been a part of this city, right under everyone's noses, and they didn't even know it? Jenny and Preston never mentioned anything about them even having an old residence here. I wandered aimlessly through the small, dusty shop. The lighting was dim and reeked of incense, but there was no one behind the main counter. No one in there at all. I sniffed harder, and beneath the incense I caught the sharp scent of their presence. If I had any doubts about Davis's intel, it disappeared as I quietly moved deeper through the rickety wooden shelves of crystals and candles. A curtain hung over a doorway, and grabbing a dagger from my boot, I held it in my hand as I carefully peeled the dingy fabric back to reveal a set of stairs going down. I held my breath and tilted my head, listening. At first there was just subtle growling, but then there was cackling, and I flinched as memories rushed through my head, taking me back to much darker days. The spot on my side flared in pain, and I bit the inside of my cheek hard enough to bleed to stop myself from cursing. "Soon we will have the numbers we need," a deep baritone grunted, and the others fell silent. "It will not be long now." "The others, they are starting to talk," a second voice said, female. "Then do what you must to silence them. They should know by now what happens when they do not follow through with their orders," the first voice boomed fiercely. Something thudded against a hard surface, possibly a fist, as he ranted on. "Soon enough there will be no hope for them anymore. We will find the others and crush them beneath our heels. Soon we will no longer need their support." I leaned closer, wanting to hear more. I needed to see their faces, but without knowing the layout of the basement, stepping down there would be a suicide mission. Despite what the others feared, I wasn't about to throw my life away. Not yet, at least. "He is nearly ready," the voice went on. "It has taken these past few hundred years to bring us back from the point of death, and now they will regret the day they ever thought they could exterminate us." Glasses clinked together, and the boisterous laughter started up again. They were talking, but it was too quiet for me to hear, so I backed away slowly, letting the curtain fall over the doorway. I just sheathed my dagger and was turning to go when the air suddenly grew heavy around me. I struggled to get air into my lungs, and then the deafening silence was shattered by a furious roar from beneath me. As if pushing through water, I cursed, realizing who else must be down there. They'd noticed me after all. I kept moving, gritting my teeth as their steps pounded behind me, and finally the door was in reach. The air grew heavier still and shoved me to my knees, just shy of the doorknob. "Damn it," I snarled, unable to even reach for my daggers. I wasn't ready to get dragged back into that world, not now, but then the front door was yanked open and two rough hands dragged me out onto the sidewalk. I was thrown bodily into the backseat of a car before it sped away. "Why the hell didn't you wait, you fool?" Tank yelled as I tried to sit up in the backseat. Davis was driving, swerving in and out of traffic, until we were a few blocks away, and he finally slowed down, glancing at me with a dark look in the rearview mirror. "What?" I snapped when he didn't stop. "Watch the damned road." "Don't you worry about the road." "What was that in there?" Davis growled. "I felt it as soon as we pulled up." "You just couldn't find something normal, could you? First the half shifting and now we find out they're working with priests." I didn't like it either, and shook out my shoulders, trying to get rid of the heavy sensation that had consumed my body just minutes ago. Blood moon priests, an old order we thought dead and buried long ago after the war. Guess that was one secret our conquerors wanted to keep us from, and for good reason. "This changes everything," I whispered more to myself than them. "No, really?" Tank muttered sarcastically. We needed to get back to the warehouse and warn the others of what was coming. "The dragons are working for them," I said quietly, as Tank turned to face me with a dark look in his eyes. "They're still trying to fight back. But I heard them say soon they wouldn't need any of our kind anymore." Tank rattled off a very colorful stream of curses as Davis maneuvered us through the city and eventually back to the warehouse. "You get them on the computer, and you tell them everything you heard. Got it?" "Fine, then I have to go check on Everest." It was Saturday, so there was a chance she wouldn't be on campus, but I prayed that she wouldn't leave those grounds. If there were priests here, then this entire situation was about to get 10 times worse. Preston might not want to tell me who Everest really was, but I was pretty sure what I was about to tell him was going to make him change his mind really quick.
Chapter 18. Everest. It was almost noon on Saturday, and I was hiding out in my room, trying to catch up as much as possible on my crazy first 2 weeks at this new school. It didn't help that my weird dreams kept getting worse. Every night now I saw either something that was clearly from the past, or memories about Mom trying to resurface. And that man, I knew he had to be our dad. Last night had been particularly rough. He'd been packing a bag while I cried, and Mom, she begged him to leave even as he told her he would stay, no matter what the cost. Just when they were starting to talk more, I'd woken up and punched my pillow in aggravation. I was so close to figuring out who he was, aside from the fact that I was pretty sure he was my dad. But who he really was, that was the mystery. I was nose deep in a history of the Shadow Guard dragons when my door flew open, and Amelie bounded in, scaring the crap out of me as she bellowed my name. She giggled in my doorway as I broke down and laughed with her, my heart thudding in my chest, and reached down to pick my dropped book off the floor. "You are quite jumpy today," she mused. "Think those combat classes are getting to you. Doesn't help when the teacher thinks it's good to learn by scaring the crap out of the students," I muttered. "What's up?" "You have visitors," she informed me. I set my book on my nightstand, feeling my cheeks warmed, thinking it might be Jared. "Who?" She waggled her eyebrows at me, but shook her head with an overdramatic sigh. "Not him, sorry, but I think you'll still be happy. It's your brother." "Mason," I exclaimed happily and rushed downstairs to see him. I couldn't believe it had been over 2 weeks. We texted a lot, But that wasn't the same as actually seeing him and knowing he was really doing okay with all of this. Mason and Edgar sat in our little living area waiting on me, and stood when I bounded over to them. Mason jumped up and gave me a huge hug as I squeezed him back. He was definitely enjoying our new lives. I could see it in his eyes when I set him back on his feet and smiled at Edgar, though I did have a long list of questions I wanted to pester him with now that he was here. His smile faltered when he met my eye, as if he could easily read my mind. Good, he should be uncomfortable. First, he shows up and barely tells us anything really useful, then he neglects to even tell me what I am or that dragons and witches are real. He was going to get it today. Everest. Have you learned any spells yet? This is so crazy. I can't believe all of this is real, dragons and witches. You're a witch? He babbled on excited, and I just nodded along with him. I knew there was something else out there for us. Just knew it. Glad one of us did, I said, and ruffled his hair until he shoved my hand away. Though I'm not sure how I feel yet about this whole witch thing. Still getting the hang of all of it. Although, I have been excelling in combat training for the most part. At first, I'd been a mess, but after a few go-rounds with the other girls in the class, and then a few of the guys, I got so fed up that I just stopped thinking and just reacted. I was far from being best in the class, but I only got knocked on my butt twice in the last class, instead of every time. I glanced warily at my little brother. Wait, are you taking combat training too? I asked, and shot a look at Edgar. Mason grinned even wider, and I narrowed my gaze at Edgar. He waved me off, as if it was no big deal for him learning how to fight. What? It'll come in handy for him one day. To do what exactly? Stop worrying, Everest, Mason assured me with a pat on the arm that did nothing to ease my worrying at all. Wish I could do magic like you, though. Heard it's pretty sweet. Can you do something now? I was about to say I could try a simple spell to make the nearby table hover, but Amelie was suddenly at my side shaking her head profusely. What? Oh come on, you're still holding that against me? I complained, and Edgar's brow rose to his hairline as Mason frowned. One time it was one time. One time is all it takes, Amelie said, coming up behind me. Your sister blew up a cauldron her first day in advanced spellcasting, and we had to evacuate the entire hallway. Baby steps, all right? I blushed. Yeah, that had been embarrassing. But I had learned fast. I was already casting a few basic spells, mastered a couple of potions that would come in handy, and my teachers were pretty impressed with me. I was whizzing through my Introduction to Spells course that I took with a bunch of other beginner students, but I still had to play a lot of catch-up to get on Amelie's level in our Advanced Spellcasting class. All spells were done in Latin, so I took my Latin class very seriously. I was pretty much learning a dead language, but it came to me pretty naturally as well. Guessed it had something to do with my heritage and all. Sorry, kiddo, maybe in a few more weeks or months, I amended when Amelie was still shaking her head at me from across the room. I took in my little brother, and for the first time in years he looked really happy. His eyes were bright, there were no worry lines on his young face. And I could have sworn he'd grown a few inches at least. Part of me was sad I'd missed his transformation, but then again we both had gone through some pretty crazy things these past few weeks. What are you two doing here? I asked. Uncle Edgar wants to take us out for lunch, Mason said, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Finally, we can get off campus for a bit. Getting away from campus, and the students who still found it necessary to stare at me like I was some rare animal, sounded really nice. I bid Amelie farewell, grabbed my shoes and purse, and followed him and Edgar off campus. We rode in Edgar's car to a pancake house in a small town not far from the school. I gave it a confused look, but my uncle shrugged and said Mason begged for pancakes for lunch. Mason always had loved breakfast food any time of the day. Once we had placed our order and were waiting for food, I decided I didn't want to wait until later to talk to him about Mom or the other crap he put me through. I glanced around to see a lot of people around us, but I wasn't going to let him slip away before asking what I needed to ask. You You could have explained a lot of this to me before dumping me off at the school, I said quietly, leaning in. Told us both a lot more, actually. Edgar's lips thinned, and he tapped his fingers on the table. Each time, I noticed the ice cubes in his glass vibrating. I will admit, I have never been very good with children, and trying to find a way to explain your predicament was a bit out of reach for me. That's a terrible excuse, I muttered. Yes, well, wasn't the surprise so much more fun? He grinned as he said it, and I rolled my eyes. Oh, come now, Everest, what's life without a little excitement now and again? Keeps you on your toes. Or makes you pass out from the punch of it, I said. People hated me at first for being mortal raised, by the way. I'm sure some of them still do, even though I'm the descendant thing. Yes, well, not everyone can be as open-minded as we would like. He tapped his fingers more, and the entire glass started to shake before he managed to get a hold of himself. What else have you learned since being there? Mason started rambling off all about his lessons and what he was doing, but I sensed that wasn't what Edgar meant by his question. I watched him closely from across the table, and a bit of yellow mist, as the teachers called it, flitted out from under his tapping fingers. I'd learned that each person's magic had a color to it, identifying and showing what type of person the user was. When I used magic, it was purple, and I knew Amelie's was orange. When Mason finally came to a stop, I nodded at Edgar's hand. Yellow? He glanced down, and his fingers immediately stopped. Yes, well, you have not yet told me what color your magic takes on. Purple, a very bold purple. It actually looks like one of the strongest in the class, though I'm not even close to being that, I told him, and his face broke into a sad smile. What? Just like your mom, he said with a proud look. Yes, each of the descendants of the First Communion, their magic is a bit more pronounced than your average witch or warlock, so no matter your skill level, yours will always appear more vibrant. Ah, Mason exclaimed. It's not fair that Everest inherited magic. I feel so lame. Yes, that is a bit unusual, Edgar said slowly. I will admit I was surprised. Was our father mortal? Maybe that's why. I asked, thinking about the dreams I'd been having. Edgar shrugged my question off. I rolled my eyes. You really don't have much to say whenever I ask you something. What happened to her? And him? Why does everyone give me these sympathetic looks when I'm walking down the hall? His eyes darted around the restaurant as Mason eyed him closely too. We will finish our lunch and then we will discuss this further, but not here, he said firmly. Please, Everest, not in here. I wasn't about to let him get away with not answering, but gave in. We ate our lunch, Mason doing most of the talking. I wasn't really hungry anymore, and just picked at my plate until Edgar finally said we could leave. Outside, we followed him to a small park, walked down a winding path, and came to a bench beneath a weeping willow. He motioned for us to sit, and I watched as he waved his hand around us, a yellow mist that shimmered in the sunlight flowing around us. You just cast a blocking spell, didn't you? I asked, excited despite my annoyance at him. That I did. Safer that no one overhears us. Edgar, what happened? I asked when he paced in front of us. And who is our dad? He paused at that and whipped his head around. Who told you about your father? I glanced at Mason, also giving me a confused look, and shrugged. No one, but I've been having these dreams, and I'm pretty sure they're memories from when I was little. What have you seen? Edgar asked, gentler this time. Mom's there, I explained quietly. She's crying, and this last time she was begging for him to leave, that it was too dangerous if he stayed, but he needed to stay for her and us, and then I woke up. Tears burned in my eyes, and I wiped them away quickly as Mason nudged my arm in for comfort. Was that them? He asked for me. Edgar sighed and bowed his head. I'm afraid there is a reason for your mother's condition these past years. And your father, let's just say I need you both to swear to me you will not say anything of your father to anyone. Who is he? I asked again, but he was shaking his head. It's too dangerous to tell you that, but he said, holding up his hand when we both started to protest, I will tell you what happened to Malia. I guessed it was an even trade, but one way or another I'd figure out who our dad was. So what I saw, it actually happened then? I asked. She made him leave us? Why? What could have been that bad? Edgar gripped the head of his cane hard in a white-knuckled grip, as he turned his back on us and stared out over the small pond nearby. Your mother was the most powerful witch I'd ever seen, he whispered. Such promise and grace. She was beyond incredible, even for a descendant. Mason moved closer to me, and I put my arm around his shoulders as Edgar went on. She had not been a drunk before, but it was the only way she could cope with her world crashing down around her. For so long she tried to keep it together, but the pain was too much. Edgar, please, I said, and he turned back around to face us. There was so much sorrow in his eyes it made my own chest ache. Your mother was a bright, intelligent, skilled witch, on her way to great things. She would have been a great force to be reckoned with against our enemies. Sadly, they thought the same, and decided they would not risk her getting to a point of power within our society. Edgar's eyes started to water. Shadowguard dragons kidnapped her. It was when you kids were really young. The council sent hunters after her trying to find her, but the time they reached her, by the time they found her, it was too late. What do you mean? Mason asked, his voice watery. We honestly figured we'd find her dead. She's a descendant, and the Shadowguards are particularly vengeful toward us. But when the hunters found her, she was out of their grasp, but something much worse happened to her. He licked his lips nervously, and his hands shook as he held himself up by his cane. They had summoned a demon using black magic, blood magic we thought long gone. Her magic, everything that made her who she was, it was stolen away from her. She was mortal. I shook my head, horrified to hear that. I might have only known I was a witch for a few weeks, but now it was such a huge part of what I was, of who I was. To have that stolen away, it'd be hard for me, but for Mom it must have been tragic, like ripping out part of her soul. For a witch, particularly one as powerful as your mother, to lose her magic, it's haunting, Edgar went on, wiping at his eyes. I've heard it described as an emptiness. Like a part of you is just missing. Broken. Your mother dealt with her depression poorly, I know. The alcohol, it filled a void. She tried. She has tried so hard to deal with it. But eventually, she just gave up. Recently, I thought she finally had started to manage the problem. Well, you heard me tell the people at the police station what happened. One little thing sent her right over the edge again. Right now, I don't even know where she is. I just have to wait until she decides to contact me again. Now I felt like crap. Mom's alcoholism was a lot more complicated than I had originally thought. I didn't know. It doesn't excuse the way she's treated you kids, Edgar said. But she's not a bad person. She loves you two more than anything. But what those Shadowguard monsters did to her, it's not something a person gets over easily. And our dad? Mason asked. Can't you tell us anything about him? Or how Mom escaped? Edgar walked over to us and sighed. Know that he too was a great man who risked everything he was for your mother and for you both, but things happened, and he had to flee or he would have been killed. I flinched at those words. Why? What did he do? I'm afraid I cannot tell you any more than that. I've probably said too much already. He sat down beside us on the bench, nodding slowly. He would have been good for Malia, helped her get through the madness that became her life, but she loved him too much to risk it. She sent him away. And do you know where he is? It was a long shot, but if there was a chance he was still out there somewhere, maybe I could find him. No, and I hate to admit I'm not even certain he's still alive. The three of us sat in silence for a long while, letting the afternoon breeze fill the empty space with the soft rustling of leaves around us. I miss her, I finally said after a long while. I wish she'd told us the truth about everything. My mind went back to Jared. When he had apologized about my mom out in the hall, he had not been talking about her drinking. He had probably been talking about her losing her magic. That's probably what everyone knew, the rumors that went around about how she went off the deep end. They pitied me for the life I had. If only I knew more about my dad, then maybe I could find a way to help Mom. If she ever came back to us. When she is ready, you'll see her again, Edgar assured us. I have faith in her, even when she lacks it in herself. All I want you two to focus on is your schooling, nothing more. Right? Because it's been oh so easy thus far, I teased, happy to change the subject for now at least. One of these days, I'd sit down with Edgar alone and see what else I could get out of him. So, Elsa tells me you have a job on campus? Edgar asked. Many students find a way to help out. Yeah, actually, I said. I work in the library now. Very good. I hope that's not interfering with your schoolwork? No, if anything, being in the library after class makes me study more. Actually, I read something interesting last time I was working I wanted to ask you about. Oh. Yeah, it was a book called Spells for Descendants. It said there were certain classifications of spells that only descendants could do. There was this thing called hidden genetics, and it was way too science-y for me to understand. Science isn't really my best subject. He grinned. Well, hidden genetics is basically talking about recessive genes that all organisms carry. The hidden genetics spell is a powerful spell that only descendants can do. Let's say you have a hollow well dragon. A rare genetic trait for them is fire breathing, though all of them carry the genetic marker for it. A hidden genetics spell would take that recessive gene and make it dominant, giving the hollow well the ability to breathe fire. Wow, I can do that? Maybe that book would be more useful than I thought. Sweetheart, I can't even do that, he said with a wink. I'm a descendant much like you. Those spells are very complicated. His gaze took on a faraway look again, and he sighed. Your mother, she could. She was one of the most powerful witches I have ever seen. One of the few who could have cast nearly every spell in that book without breaking a sweat. And she just had to up and leave right when things were getting interesting. I closed my eyes and imagined Mom being here, teaching me how to use spells, showing me her magic. Talking to me about what she went through. Though she couldn't use magic anymore, there was so much she still could have done for me and for Mason. We wound up sitting around talking a lot longer than I expected on that bench, after Edgar finally lowered the spell, so others could hear us again if they passed by. Much to my surprise, I was actually enjoying spending time with Edgar. He had stories about Mom that were pleasant, not crazy binge-drinking stories the neighbors back in Jersey would like to tell me. No, honest stories about her before she hit rock bottom. It was nice being reminded that Mom had been descendant once. But not only that, he had fun stories of Mom being this amazing sorceress as a prestigious descendant of the First Communion. It was all really exciting to hear about, now that it was all out in the open. Once the sun started to sink lower into the sky, and Edgar was running low on steam from looking back on the good old times, we headed out. His intentions were to drive us both back to our prospective schools, but that's when I saw him. We were at the edge of the park, and it was only for a moment, but those blue eyes I'd know anywhere. He'd been watching me, again. I wanted to chase after him, but wasn't about to explain to Edgar or Mason why I suddenly took off after some guy who saved my butt back in Jersey. I searched for him until we were finally back at the car, but never spotted him again. Slade. One of these days, I was going to figure who the hell he was. And why he seemed intent on following me around. I figured I should have been more upset than I was, having some stranger following me around. But in reality, ever since that night he stopped me from being run over by a car, I'd started picturing him as some weird guardian angel. A very sad guardian angel. I barely said anything the entire drive back to campus, too occupied by those blue eyes that held so much pain and anger. Chapter 19. Everest. Several days later. I was watching Mom and Dad again, watching while they talked in hushed voices by a door as I ran towards him. He scooped me up into his arms and hugged me close, begging me to stay. I wanted to stay there, at that moment with the man I knew now was Dad, but then someone was yelling and there was fighting. "Dad?" I yelled as I sat up in bed, staring around confused for a few minutes before it all came back to me. Rubbing my hands over my face, I tried to clear the images from my head and go back to sleep, but sleep didn't come. After another hour of failing to relax, I got up, slipped into some jeans and a heavy flannel shirt, and decided an early walk around the gardens might clear my head. It was barely 4 in the morning, and technically, I didn't think I was supposed to be out of bed, but figured worst-case scenario, I'd get caught and sent back to bed. I made it outside the dorm building without seeing anyone, and wandered through the gardens, the last bit of moonlight streaming over the lawns. I ran my fingers over the blooming flowers along the path, trying to hold on to every little detail I could remember about Dad's face. How strong he was as he held me in his arms. Why did Mom send him away? Who was he, that it wasn't safe enough for him to be with her when she needed him the most? I found my way to the greenhouse and moved around it, headed for the weeping willows I liked so much back by the wall. I was just about to sit down on a stone bench and watch the sun come up over the wall before I had to hurry back to my room and get ready, when bells rang loud and clear across the grounds. I stared wide-eyed, not sure what was happening, when a voice came over a loudspeaker, sounding like Elsa. "All students, we are on lockdown. I repeat, we are on lockdown. This is not a drill. Remain in your dorms. The doors will be locked. All staff, report to your stations immediately. I repeat, this is not a drill." Seriously? I muttered and cursed under my breath as I took off for the dorm building. Now I was going to be in serious trouble, but I had no idea what could even be wrong enough to cause a lockdown. When dark shapes started moving across the roof of the greenhouse nearby, I froze until one of them turned, and I caught the stone face of a gargoyle. It spread its wings and took to the sky, 2 more joining it. For a moment, I was frozen in awe as other gargoyles all across the campus became flesh and blood and went wherever the threat was, I guessed. No one ever went over emergency procedures with me. "What are you doing out here all alone?" a growling voice said behind me, and I jumped, hand flying to my chest as I turned around. "Sorry," I started to say, expecting it to be a professor, but the evil glint in his eyes told me he was not staff. I'm just heading back inside." "Right now," I said, voice shaking as I backpedaled, wondering if I could outrun this intruder. "No point in doing that, love," he leered. I was about to take off anyway, but then I heard steps behind me on the stone path, and turned to find 2 more men closing off my chance of escape. I gulped and curled my hands into fists, trying to remember everything I learned in my combat training so far. I considered a spell, but my mind went blank in the face of 3 men, twice my size. As I turned back to face the first one, I held up my fists and planted my feet. He cackled, mocking me in some rough language I didn't understand. The guys behind me laughed with him, and when he tilted his head, I caught sight of his eyes and the strange coloring of them, red near the pupil, but black again at the outset. There was also a tattoo on his neck, diamonds interwoven together with red vines. "Come with us now, love, and there won't be any need to harm you." "I'm not leaving with you," I snapped. "Right then, if this how you want to do it." I lunged forward and clocked him in the jaw before he could finish his sentence. The laughter cut off behind me as I winced, shaking out my hand. The man had barely moved, and I realized my mistake far too late. He backhanded me, and I staggered to the side, trying to keep my balance, but then his fist came out of nowhere, and I flew backward onto the grass. A solid kick hit my stomach. I gasped for air. This was nothing like training. "Nice going, Everest," I muttered to myself and tried to get back up when he grabbed a fistful of my hair. I yelled, trying to get myself free, but then he was dragging me along, and it was all I could do to keep on my feet. "I'll knock your teeth out if I have to, girl," he warned. "Let her go," another voice growled, and my heart leapt with excitement to know I was going to be saved. When I managed to shift around to see who it was, a set of blue eyes glared intently at my 3 abductors. "Slade," I whispered, but if he heard me, he didn't say anything. And he was alone. "Get out of here," I yelled, not wanting him to get hurt, but he ignored me. "You alone?" the man still clutching my hair snapped, glancing around. "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you all," Slade said with a wicked grin. I hadn't noticed them before, but there were blades against his forearms. He held them easily in his hands, and his whole body was relaxed. I didn't want to watch him die, not trying to save me again, but before I could open my mouth again to yell at him, the man who had hold of me threw me to the others and charged Slade. I scrambled to keep watching as rough hands dragged me further away, before all three of us paused to watch the fight. I heard one of them growl behind me, as Slade punched their main man in the nose and blood spurted everywhere. The man staggered backward and a second one rushed in. "Slade!" I yelled in warning, earning a slap to the face for it. I winced but glared at the man. He was the smallest of the three. I might not be able to take him out, but I could keep him from aiding his friends. As Slade threw the second man to the ground while the main one managed to get back into the fray, I threw my elbow back into the last one's ribs. He gasped for air, and I stomped on his foot before I swung around with both fists clasped together and nailed him in the face. I had about a second to celebrate my quick moves before he came at me, fists flying so fast I barely managed to avoid getting hit. I ducked under a fourth attack, but a grunt of pain made me turn to see Slade on the ground, one of the men looking unconscious, but the other had him pinned. The daggers were gone, and as I watched, the man's arms shimmered before they shifted, and suddenly he bore claws he swiped across Slade's face. "No!" I yelled, but the other guy was back on me and tried to throw me to the side. I have no idea what came over me, but I brought the heel of my palm up under his nose, heard it crack, and threw myself at Slade's attacker. I latched my arms around his neck, pulling back as hard as I could. He choked, then released Slade, stumbling backward as he tried to grab me, but I held on. His claws dug into my side, and I screamed at the sharp pain, struggling to keep my arms tight around his neck, but the warmth rushing down my side distracted me and my grip slipped. He whirled around, and I fell off, hitting the walkway hard on my hip. Slade leapt over me, and with dagger in hand attacked the man again. I tried to stay focused, but the agony in my side was growing. Slade snarled as those sharp claws slashed across his chest, but then he stabbed the man in the shoulder and twisted the blade. Somewhere, more voices were calling out to us, but my vision was going blurry. I glanced down at my side to see it soaked with blood. "Ha, that's nice," I mumbled, wondering how bad this wound really was. Slade and the other man were glaring at each other, before the latter growled and yelled for his men to retreat. The other one was finally getting back to his feet, and they hightailed it away. Slade shook his head as he rushed towards my side. "What the hell were you thinking?" he snapped, glaring at my wounded side. "Are you insane?" "I was trying to save you since you've already saved my ass," I grumbled. "Damn, why does this hurt so much?" I reached down to my side even as Slade tried to stop me, and my eyes widened at the sight of the deep puncture wounds. My vision spun, and I thought I was going to be sick. "That's wonderful." Despite his bleeding and his clearly being in pain, he laughed, a deep sound that warmed me. "Help is on the way, Everest, don't worry." "Wait, where are you? Where are you going?" I was going to pass out, I could feel it. "Everest, look at me," he said sternly, and I just realized I had no idea how he could know my name. "Do not come looking for me, understand? And tell no one you saw me." "What? Why would I?" My vision was growing spotty, and I couldn't get the words to come out right. I felt his hand squeeze mine and then I blinked and he was gone. Damn. I sat up, staring around where the fight had taken and spotted a bit of torn shirt with blood on it. Not sure why I did it, I snatched it up and shoved it in my pocket just as everything went dark. Chapter 20. Everest. Everest? Everest, can you hear me? I was comfortable, floating in nothingness. Why were they trying to wake me up? I tried to shove away their hands and go back to sleep, until a burning hot pain shot up my side. I yelped and sat up too fast. "Everest, calm down," a familiar voice said, gently shoving my shoulders back down. Elsa. That was the headmistress. What was she doing in my room? I opened one eye, then another, and frowned. Outside? Why was I outside? What's going on? I asked, voice croaky. There was an attack, and you've been wounded. Huh? I glanced down to where her hands were tugging away my ripped shirt, and saw the deep punctures. It all rushed back, and I looked around frantically. They were here. They were trying to kidnap me. There were others around us. Professor Fredwin and more. All of them stopped their quiet murmurings to glance at me. We know, it's why the alarms went off, Elsa explained calmly. We've called the hunters. They're out looking for them now, don't worry. You're safe, Everest, but we need to get you back to the school and tend to this wound. I winced as she poked it again. Hunters? Wait, they weren't. Damn. My mind was all muddied, and I scrunched my eyes shut so hard it hurt. Tattoos? They had tattoos. Do you remember what they looked like? Elsa asked, as Professor Fredwin knelt down on my other side. Take your time, Everest. Why don't you tell us why you were out here? I tried to remember exactly what happened. I couldn't sleep, thought I'd take a walk, I started to explain as I ran through the fight. I was about to go back inside when the bells rang out, and then there were 3 of them. They were just here. They were going to take me somewhere, but I don't know why. I remembered what happened next, them dragging me away and Slade. My eyes shot open again, and Elsa watched me curiously. He said not to say he was there, but why? He saved my life again. Everest? Professor Fredwin asked. What is it? Nothing, sorry, just a first fight, you know? I lied, well, half lied. It was my first fight. Their eyes, they were weird. What do you mean by weird? Elsa pushed. Their irises, they were red with a black ring around them, and the tattoos black diamonds with vines around them, red vines. I heard a few gasps of surprise and saw Elsa's eyes narrow. What? Is that bad? It's not possible, she said sharply. I'm afraid you were seeing things. What? No, I wasn't. I got a pretty clear image of them, I swear it. I tried to jump up, but my side throbbed in pain, and I sank back down, struggling to remain conscious. I know what I saw, headmistress. I'm not a liar. Everest, what you describe, they don't exist, Professor Fredwin said gently. Yes, they do, I saw them. I fought them. They both exchanged a curious glance at those words before he asked, How did you manage to fight off 3 of them, you say? I don't know, but one of them, his hands shifted into his dragon form. I didn't think that was possible. I winced as another throb of pain shot through my middle. I closed my eyes and rested my head back. I know what I saw. That marking belongs to a black diamond dragon, Elsa informed me. They are extinct, Everest, it was just your mind playing tricks. They were shadow guards, and the hunters will find them and kill them. We've had reports of some in the area. But I was shaking my head. No, I've read what they look like, and these were different. You're going to hurt some innocent dragon. There were more gasps at those words before Elsa rested her hand on my forehead. Sleep, Everest, we'll talk about this more when you wake. I tried to keep arguing, but then my eyes closed and there was nothing. Chapter 21. Everest. I spent that whole day in the infirmary, as they patched up the wound at my side. I told Professor Fredwin again what I saw, swearing to him up and down they were black diamonds. By the end of our conversation, he promised he would tell the hunters, but I saw the doubt of belief in his eyes. No one believed me, or no one wanted to. Jared and Amelie checked on me first thing that morning, but I swore I was fine and told no one about Slade, just like he asked. The torn fabric was burning a hole in my pocket, but I couldn't use it yet. I'd seen a tracking spell in one of my books, and planned on using it as soon as I had some alone time. Slade might not want to be found, but I remembered how bad his wounds were too. And if there were hunters out there looking for dragons, what were the chances they'd find him? I knew he was one now after watching him fight, and those eyes. I wasn't sure which one he was, but he was definitely a dragon. After dinner, I was finally released, and hurried back to the dorm to find Amelie and Jared talking in the living room. Hey. Amelie asked as she bounced towards me and gave me a gentle hug, watching the wound at my side. You feeling okay? Want anything to eat? I'm sure the food there was crap. No, I'm not really hungry, I said. Thanks though. Jared was right behind her and giving me a hug, and I hugged him back, suddenly realizing how close I'd come to getting myself kidnapped or killed. But it wasn't Jared I wanted to hug right then, but Slade. Both of us nearly died, all because of me. Everest? You're shaking, he said softly and guided me to the couch. He kept his arm around my shoulders, and I leaned against his side, not wanting to move out from underneath the safety I felt beside him. He was a big guy after all. Amelie brought over a blanket to put on my lap, and I tried to smile at them both. Really, I'm all right, I insisted. Just everything's catching up to me. Yeah, well, maybe next time you go for a walk at night you bring one of us with you, he suggested with a growl to his words. I can't believe they attacked you. Bastard shadow guards. I shook my head and leaned away so I could see his furrowing brow. No, they weren't shadow guards. I told Elsa that. Amelie and Jared exchanged a worried glance. Everest, she said slowly, who else would have attacked a school? They're always doing stuff like this, and we've heard rumors of some being in the city. No, the tattoos, they were Black Diamond. They laughed nervously, and I stood up, not wanting to be around them suddenly. No, Everest, we're sorry, Amelie said as she caught my hand, but you have to admit Black Diamonds? They've been extinct for centuries. Why would they be here now? I don't know, maybe because I'm this descendant, whatever which thing, I ranted, annoyed at no one believing me. My mom might have gone a little nuts since she lost her magic, but that had nothing to do with my mental state. I know what I saw, and I'm sick of everyone blaming every little infraction against innocent dragons. Amelie sucked in a breath, and Jared's eyes narrowed to furious slits. If there are shadow guards in the area, they are the ones responsible for this attack, he said stiffly, each word bearing a bite. This is exactly the type of thing they would plan, kidnapping a descendant. Do you not understand how serious this is? I glared at him as I pointed at my side. Think I do, since I'm the one they tried to kidnap. How did you fight them off anyway? He asked. I kept my face perfectly blank. They heard the others coming and took off. He smirked, but it wasn't in amusement. I didn't like that look on his face, it made him look mean almost. Typical. Shadow guards are cowards by nature. You didn't see Black Diamond's Everest, so let it go. I opened my mouth to keep arguing with him, when a shadow outside our balcony doors caught my eye. What are they doing? I asked, nodding to the dragon shifting back to a man outside the windows. The campus is on partial lockdown still, Jared explained. Until the shadow guards are caught. I ground my teeth, my irritation hitting an all-time high, but stalked into the kitchen to get a glass of water and try to calm down. Those hunters were out there probably going after some innocent shadow guards, who did nothing wrong except step out of the shadows. Ironic. I didn't want to think of them being killed, or Slade. What if they found Slade? I swallowed down my fear the best I could, and told myself he could take care of himself. Jared got up from the couch and paced around, peering out the windows as he growled quietly the whole time. He was on edge. There was an anger within him that seemed almost uncontrollable, but he was somehow managing to hide it. Something told me it wasn't all about what happened to me, though. Are you all right? I asked. Despite how we disagreed, I didn't want him to be mad at me. In truth, I thought I was the only one allowed to be mad since no one believed me. I'd rather be out there with the hunters, he said. I would have enlisted the moment I was old enough if my father had not insisted I finish school. I want to be a hunter for times just like this. Those shadow guards are vile. How dare they attack the school like that? There are kids here as young as 6 on the other side of campus, in the elementary dorms. One day, I'm going to be a hunter, and I'll be able to do more than just twiddle my fingers and hope for the best. When will this lockdown be over? I asked, thinking about using that tracking spell to find Slade. I couldn't very well do it with a guard on the balcony. And I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to wander the campus grounds alone until it ended either. They'll sound an alarm when they've caught them, and the threat has been neutralized. Until then, we go about our days, with minor restrictions, of course. Curfews and the like. I set my glass down hard on the counter. Neutralized? Just like that? They're not even going to ask them first if they did it? Why would they? Jared snapped. It's obvious they're responsible. No, I told you, like I told everyone else. They weren't shadow guards. Why does everyone have it out for them, huh? Why? I stalked around the counter and stood toe-to-toe with Jared as he seethed. Just because their clan did some bad stuff in the past does not mean we should condemn them all. Jared looked like he wanted to shapeshift and then bite me in half, but I didn't back down. You're right about one thing, he said, a serpent-like hiss erupted from his throat. You haven't been a part of this world long. You're an ignorant girl who thinks she's better than everyone else, and has some right to judge us for the way we handle things. But really, you don't know a thing. With that, he spun around and left the dorm, slamming the door behind him. My blood was boiling. They weren't shadow guards. I shouted at the door and turned to Amelie, wishing she at least would believe me, but she seemed just as annoyed as Jared was. What? Look, I'm sorry, but I can't go along with just blindly killing someone because of what they are. It's not that, Amelie said and sighed. Truth is, a lot of what you're saying makes sense. There are plenty of witches and dragons who believe the council is excessive in the way it treats shadow guard dragons. Even some members of the council have brought it up from time to time, but they always fall back on the traditional ways of doing things. Well then, what is it? What did I say that was so awful? It's not what you said, she mumbled. It's who you said it to. What? I snapped. Jared's little sister was killed by shadow guard dragons. Amelie looked down. He takes it pretty hard, her death. I threw my head back and cursed. Damn it, I whispered. I wished I could take everything back now, but at the same time, shadow guards weren't the ones who attacked me. I understood his rage over his sister, but these were two different events. Still, I wasn't going to leave it like this. What happened? She was just a kid, Amelie explained. Just a little girl, and they tore her up and left her out in front of his parents' lawn on display. The Shadow Guard dragons fought a war with us because they disagreed with the way the AWOL dragons associated with humans. They thought of humans as inferior. The Shadow Guard clan was brutal during the war, and they never stopped being brutal. The war was over, but they kept fighting long after they had lost. Eventually, the council had to act. Creating the hunters was their solution, and it wasn't a solution they came to lightly. So much history that I still felt so disconnected to. I didn't like it, but that's how it always was when a stranger stepped into a new world. I wanted them to believe me about last night, but I would save my convincing them for a later day. Right now, I needed to apologize to one of the only friends I had. It didn't take me long to find Jared. He was sitting on a bench in the lobby of the dorm building, just a few other students walking around the halls. I sat by him and heard a slight growl erupt from his throat. I wasn't going to be scared off by dragon noises, not after my own fight against dragons. I placed my hand on top of his, and he looked at me with a frustrated gaze. I'm sorry, Jared, I didn't know. He snatched his hand away. Let me guess, Amelie told you. I nodded, and he shut his eyes, some of his anger slipping away as his shoulders sagged. No, you didn't. I guess I should apologize to you too. I get what you're saying. I really do. But there is a reason the council does things this way. They've tried giving Shadow Guard dragons chances, but that just results in betrayal and more heartache. I bit my tongue about arguing with him again regarding who really attacked me, and asked instead, what was your sister like? What was her name? Her name was Ariel, he said with a soft smile. She looked a lot more like my dad, like a AWOL dragon. I look more like my mom, the witch. So she had red hair? I asked. Yeah, She was the spitting image of a hollow well. He wiped at his eyes hastily, and I tried to put my hand on his again. This time he let me. She was just 6 years old when it happened. Tell me something funny about her. He turned his head in my direction as he thought for a moment. She inherited both of my parents' abilities, unlike me. She was a shapeshifter and she could cast spells. That's rare, especially for hollow well hybrids. You see it a bit more often with other breeds, but even then, it's not common. Most hybrids only inherit one ability. She would have had a bright future in our world, he said, but his face darkened. But that also made her a target for the Shadowguard dragons. They keep track of us. It's sick. I wondered if that was how they managed to know about me, when I didn't even have an idea of who or what I was. It'd explain how they found me in Jersey, and yet I still had no idea how Slade kept turning up at just the right times. I shoved that question away for later, when I finally managed to find him. Anyways, Ariel was a little trickster. She would cast spells on Mom's chocolate chip cookies while they were in the oven, and all the chocolate chips would jump to one cookie. She would snag it and eat this cookie just stuffed of chocolate chips, and then we'd have chipless chocolate chip cookies. We laughed quietly together. Sounds like my kind of girl. Life with her was certainly never boring. Listen, Jared, I really am sorry about what I said. I'm not going to lie and say I am not bothered by the way the council handles things with the hunters, but I get it a little better now. I'm sorry for not being more sensitive. If you ever want to talk about Ariel, I'd love to know more about her. And I really mean that. Thank you. That actually means a lot. He swiped at his eyes again and cleared his throat. I just really haven't talked about her in a long time, you know? I reached around and placed my palm on his back. It's all right. You're welcome to unwind in front of me. You don't always have to be the Jared Winchester III, the well-put-together overachiever. You can just be Jared. We both know, I'm nowhere near to acting as how a descendant should. He chuckled. I like that. I like you too, he added, and I felt my cheeks grow warm. You're different. In a good way. He leaned in, and my heart started pounding. I had told myself that I was going to focus on school, but honestly, I had never allowed myself to just be a teenager. To kiss a guy. To be irresponsible. To relax and not worry. I had always had to worry about mine and Mason's futures. I was ready to be just Everest. Jared might not have saved my life, but I did find him attractive, and not just for his handsome face. He was sweet and funny, and seeing the tough and vulnerable sides of him warring with each other drew me in even closer. He let me see this part of him, and that meant something. I leaned toward him, and I felt our lips just barely brush together. I scooted closer on instinct, and his arm wrapped around my waist. He kissed me again, and my heart fluttered nervously and a giggle escaped my lips. He pulled back with a smile, and picked up my hand to kiss the back of that too. We should get you back to your dorm. I didn't even think, but you probably want to change and get washed up, he suggested. I glanced down and giggled again, before I got a hold of myself. I didn't giggle, not normally. Right, yeah. I know we've got class in the morning, but would you want to stay and hang out? With me and Amelie, I added quickly when his brow rose. Watch a movie or something? Yeah, sure. I could use a break from studying for one night. Jared walked me back to my dorm, and as he settled in on the couch, I hurried to shower and change, careful of the wound at my side. I tucked the scrap of fabric from Slade safely in a drawer, and for one night decided I was going to be a teenage girl. He sat next to me during the movie, putting his arm around me about halfway through. I grinned up at him, and he embarrassingly tried not to make eye contact with me, staring at the screen like it was the most interesting thing he'd ever seen. Chapter 22. Everest. I had to wait a few more days before the lockdown was finally called off, and I thought I'd be able to sneak out of the dorm again. And off campus. I'd practiced the tracking spell a few times, quietly, on some of Amelie's things, and managed to follow the purple trail that would always lead me right back to her. I just hoped when I cast it on Slade's shirt, he was still within city limits. It had also taken time to figure out how I was going to get over the wall without being spotted, but there was a section covered with vines and from what I could see, no cameras. I'd be over the wall in a few minutes, and no one would have to know. Night fell, and I waited anxiously in my room for Amelie to go into hers. It was nearly 11 at night when I finally crept from my room, fully dressed for a night of wandering the city, and checked on Amelie. She was snoring quietly, and after calling her name a few times and getting no response, I tiptoed out of our dorm, held my breath as I exited the building and didn't stop until I was at the wall. It seemed taller than I remembered, and I gently held a hand to my wounded side, hoping I wouldn't open it anymore, but I wasn't going to wait another night. I wanted to figure out what was going on, and who Slade really was. "All right, magic," I muttered to myself as I pulled out the spell I scribbled down and the scrap of Slade's shirt. "Let's go find our lifesaver a few times over." I read over the words twice, before I tucked the paper away again, and rested both hands on the fabric. Closing my eyes, I focused on the power within me, and whispered the words, slowly and precisely. At first nothing happened, and I thought maybe I said something wrong, but then a purple mist seeped out from between my hands. I took my right hand off it, and watched the scrap of cloth hover in the air surrounded by more mist. As it started to rise in the air and then wafted over the wall, I grinned and started the climb. My wound tugged a bit, making it uncomfortable, but bearable enough. I managed to get up to the top, then carefully climbed down the other side. The scrap of cloth waited patiently for me, until my feet hit solid ground again. The purple mist swirled around me once and then shot off down the sidewalk. "Oh, come on," I muttered and took off after it. Campus was a few streets away from pretty much anything, and I started to second-guess my genius plan when I wound up following it between old rundown buildings and dark alleys, completely alone. Those hunters had gone after shadow guards, but those weren't the ones they should have been after. The three that attacked me, they were still out here. For all I knew, I could be walking right into them. Or worse, the scrap of cloth I had wasn't from Slade at all. My feet slid to a stop in a wet puddle, soaking my jeans, but I wasn't so sure I should be following my magic so blindly all of a sudden. What if I ran right into those black diamonds and they finished the job? Kidnapped me and dragged me off to someone even worse than them? I swallowed hard, but the scrap of cloth and purple mist spun around me and a strange sense of being at ease flowed over me. Slade. That's who I was going to. I trusted myself. "Lead the way," I whispered to the mist, and it took off again. I ran behind it, smiling at the notion that I was finally going to surprise him for once and get to ask him questions about what was going on, or why he was always there to save me just in time. The cloth darted to the right, and came to a stop outside an old rundown warehouse. I was only a few streets away from campus, but there was hardly any light, and no people wandering around. A sleek black motorcycle was parked out front, and I could just barely see the outline of a metal door. The purple mist smashed the cloth against it over and over, until I reached out for the door to open it. I meant to sneak in quietly, but the cloth took off into the wide open space. I heard voices, all guys too, no three? They were talking loudly about something, sounded pretty angry, but I was pretty sure one of them was Slade. Holding my breath and crossing my fingers that I wasn't going to regret this, I walked all the way inside and peered out from the shadows to the center of the warehouse floor, lit up by lamps and candles. The entire scene was surreal, but there wasn't any more time to sit back and watch. "What the hell is that?" one of the guys asked, jumping up as the cloth zoomed towards them and then landed on Slade's leg. He picked it up with a frown. "This is my shirt," I heard him mutter. I cleared my throat, and 3 sets of eyes whipped around to stare at me. "Hi," I said, nervously waving my hand. I hope you don't mind me stopping by." Then they all stood and my hand fell. Great, just great. What trouble had I just walked into this time?
Chapter 23. Slade. I clenched my hand around the scrap of cloth and stared at Everest, just standing there in our hideout like it was no big deal she happened to find us. What are you doing here? I finally managed to growl as I moved around Tank and Davis. Are you crazy? What? She asked, her smile faltering. I would have called to make sure you were alive, but you never exactly gave me a way to contact you. Because you're not supposed to. Slade, what's she doing here? Tank demanded, even as he attempted a smile that only made him look meaner. I don't know, that's what I'm trying to find out. Everest crossed her arms as I approached. I'm not going anywhere until I get some answers, so don't even think about just throwing me out of here. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is for you off that damned campus? I snapped. She just up and left the campus. She was crazy. I was really starting to believe it. No sane person would wander away from their sanctuary when they'd recently been attacked by 3 black diamonds who clearly wanted to abduct her, or worse, kill her. I remembered how she'd thrown herself on that one's back to get him off me, and scowled at her. Why was it I had to be in charge of protecting the one person who seemed to be more like me than I realized? Your face looks like it healed all right, she said, and before I could back away she was cupping my cheek, her eyes narrowed as she studied the wounds. I froze. Her hand was so warm, and for just a second I let it linger there before I gently removed it. I wasn't as bad as it looked. And I'm assuming since you're out running around risking your life again, that you're doing just fine too. Yeah, I'm doing just fine. She shoved her hands into her back pockets and coughed, her cheeks flushing. And I wasn't risking my life. Ha! Tank barked loudly behind me. What's he laughing about? She snapped. You were attacked on campus, Everest. Why would you think leaving would be any safer? I grunted. She shrugged. I figured if I got into any trouble that bad, you'd show up like you always seem to do anyway. I blinked at how careless she was and stalked away from the other two. Can we talk over here, please? What? I don't get to meet your friends. No. I grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the door. Where are we going? Back to your campus, that's where. She yanked her arm free, turned around, and headed right back to Tank and Davis. I was too stunned for a second to move, then caught up with her and blocked her path. Move, Slade. No, because you cannot be here, got it. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is? As I said, I trust you to save me. You shouldn't, I snarled, harsher than I meant to, and the playful grin on her face disappeared as it fell dangerously quiet behind me. I ran my hands through my hair and paced away from her, wishing she would have just stayed where I knew she would be safe, or at least safer. Look, I have no idea what's going on here, she said quietly. I have no idea why dragons are trying to kill me, but I think I deserve some answers. Tank and Davis approached slowly, not saying anything as they glanced from me to her. I only found out I was a witch a few weeks ago, she went on. Found out my dad was forced out of our lives because it was too dangerous for him to be around us, and that Mom was attacked, and her powers stolen. So just please, give me something to go off here to help me understand. Why are you watching me? Why? What am I to you? I pivoted on my heel, ready to tell her to just go, when I caught sight of the necklace around her neck. Shit, seriously? I snapped, whirling around on Tank. Seriously? His eyes barely widened, but it was enough to tell me that he knew she was a descendant all along, and apparently so did Davis from the way he was shuffling his feet, very interested with something on the floor. I hate you both, I hope you know that. Preston told us not to add to your worry, Tank informed me. He said he'd tell you eventually. Eventually? When? Before or after they sent black diamonds after her? I yelled. Before or after we learned the Blood Moon priests are back? Does he have any idea what could have happened if they'd gotten a hold of her? If I'd been a few seconds too late? Damn it. All I could see was Everest, dead on the ground or worse, trapped in a prison much like the one I'd been in for nearly all my life. A few seconds later and she would have been gone. A descendant, possibly one of the last remaining. You've been a bit on edge, Davis added. He figured you would be just fine thinking she was like all the others. Well, he was wrong. A descendant. No wonder they'd wanted her alive. But why me? That part made no sense whatsoever. Sorry, can someone catch a girl up here? Everest said. So those were black diamonds who attacked us? I offered a nod in answer. She frowned. Why doesn't anyone else believe me then? They keep trying to blame it on shadow guard dragons in the area. When she didn't say anything else, I turned, brow arched, and saw the gears turning in her head as she put the pieces together. Her eyes zeroed in on mine, then Tank's and Davis's. I expected her to recoil, realizing who we were, but instead, she moved in closer and smiled. Shadow guards, you're the three they said were in the area, she whispered. Thank God. I thought the hunters were going to find you and kill you. We know well enough how to hide from them, Tank assured her. Sent them on a merry chase for a few days before they finally gave up and assumed we left. And the other ones, she asked, not so confident this time. That is why you should not have left the school, I insisted. And why you need to go back right now. I went to grab her arm again, but she plopped down on the ground and refused to get up. No, I said, I tracked you down to see if you were all right and to get some answers. All I have right now are more questions, so spill. Who are you three, and why are you trying to keep me alive? Everything I've heard about shadow guards is, well, not good. I rubbed my forehead and the headache erupting there. You're not leaving, are you? She beamed up at me. What do you think, Blue Eyes? Tank stifled a laugh, and Davis winked at me before they returned to their seats. I groaned, annoyed, but gave in. Not because I liked Everest, not at all, but because the sooner I told her, the sooner I could get her out of my hair. Come on then, I said, and she hopped up immediately, following me over, and I motioned to an empty lawn chair. Why aren't you more scared of us? Why would I be? You keep saving my ass. I pursed my lips but let it go. Fine, what do you want to know first? Are you watching over me? She had to start with a difficult question. That's a very long and complicated answer, and frankly, I don't think I could tell you all of that in one sitting. She crossed her arms and purple mist swirled at her fingertips. Short answer, yes. Why? I sank deeper into my chair with a sharp laugh. Can't pick anything easy, huh? Fine. Why does no one believe me about black diamonds attacking? You can thank your bloody Hollowell clan for that, Tank snapped, before he offered a hand. Tank, by the way, and that over there is Davis, since Slade is too rude to introduce us. Everest took his hand and shook it. Nice to meet you both. So, all three of you are watching out for me? In a manner of speaking, Davis answered. There's a bit more to it than that. I shook my head and he clamped his lips shut. Everest caught the motion and shot me a look, which I ignored. Look, all you need to know is that the dragons who are after you are not going to stop because of one failed attempt. Or two, I corrected. You are much safer on that campus surrounded by gargoyles and witches and other dragons. Clearly not, since they almost managed to nab me. Because you were out wandering the grounds at 4 a.m. I pushed out of my chair and turned my back on them all. I couldn't do this, not face to face. Keeping an eye on her from a distance was one thing, but having to talk to her, explain who we were. I couldn't do it. Didn't want to. I couldn't sleep. Having nightmares, she whispered behind me. I slowly turned back around. I'm not having the easiest time adjusting to all of this. She waved her hands around, but if she looked for sympathy, she wasn't going to get any from me. That gives you no right to come looking for me, and to be so careless. I wasn't, she argued. No? Did you tell anyone you were leaving? Well, no, but... Did you bring any weapons of any kind with you? Not like you can rightly defend yourself yet, I muttered. Her cheeks turned bright red. That's a bit harsh. So is life, I growled. Get used to it. Slade, Davis whispered, but shut up when I glared at him. I risked my life to save hers, to keep her safe, lost a girl I loved in the process, and having Everest just blatantly put herself in danger tore at me viciously. I couldn't even look at her, I was so pissed. Tank, get her back campus, I stormed away, meaning to head up to the roof. No. I'm not leaving until you tell me more, she argued, but I kept walking. Slade. I ignored her and aimed for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time to get up to the roof. My hands curled at my sides as fresh air hit my face and I sucked it in, expanding my lungs. It did nothing to calm me down, and I walked to the edge, staring off into the distance. The past few days had passed in a blur. After finding out there were priests here, we were on high alert, but instead of going to help the others, I was stuck babysitting Everest. I'd almost turned in for the night, almost left my post, thinking she would be fine for a few hours till dawn. If I'd turned away, if I'd left her alone. Whatever we thought the black diamonds were up to, we were wrong, horribly wrong, and I sensed we were quickly running out of time. We needed a plan, a way to capture one of the priests, or a black diamond. Either would hopefully lead us to some much-needed answers. A door opened behind me and I growled. Go away, Davis. He didn't respond, but I heard his steps moving closer, and I whirled around to yell at him, but the words died in my throat. I think I owe you an apology, Everest said, still walking towards me. For what? I managed to force out, my eyes not leaving hers. For not understanding how serious all of this is. She leaned against the ledge of the roof beside me and sighed. I think part of me still thinks this was all just some dream, you know. You wake up one day and find out you're a witch. And there's a whole magical society you never knew about. The breeze blew her hair around her face, and I caught a hint of oranges and vanilla that had my hands curling around the ledge. I didn't let anything sink in until after I was attacked. Watching you almost die. She shook her head as she turned to me, her eyes sad. I'm sorry for putting you in this situation. I screwed my mouth to the side, some of my anger ebbing away. You didn't. But I'm the descendant walking around blindly. Yeah, but this mess started before you, and I'm afraid it's much worse than we first thought. So, who are you then, the 3 of you? Some secret group that runs around protecting the innocent. She said it half teasing, until I nodded. Really? We're the Light Guard, I replied softly. And for decades, centuries actually, we've been around protecting those the black diamonds deem as desirable targets. Especially since the other clans refuse to admit they're back. Why don't you guys just tell them? You don't think that's been tried? I growled. The last leader who came out in the open was killed on sight for what he was. Now we operate in the shadows, trying to fight a war that never ended, not really. A war that claimed far too many lives that they didn't think mattered, the other clans. So many dead, and so many more to come if we couldn't put an end to this chaos they let spread. I'm not going to pretend that I understand any of this, Everest told me, and her hand covered mine warmly. But I'm sorry for who you've lost. I flinched at her words but didn't pull my hand back. How did you know? I was going to kill Tank and Davis if they told her about Zara. Intuition. Your eyes, they're so sad all the time when you're not pissed off, that is, she said with a chuckle. I have a feeling you loved one of them, more than just family. I bit my tongue hard to stop the swell of sadness in my chest from flowing outward and making me cry. It's war, and there are casualties. It happens, and we have to accept it and move on, but I do not want to add your name to the list, Everest. Coming out on your own like this. I know, and I'm sorry again. She pulled her hand back, but I wished she hadn't. But I'm tired of playing catch-up with my own life. Can't say I blame you, but answering your questions, it's not my call. Your boss or whatever. Thinking of calling Preston my boss made me smirk. Yeah, something like that. Can you tell me at least some things? Or run it by him? What if I talk to him? Slow down, psycho, you're still healing from a fight, remember? Let's take it slow before I throw you headfirst into this mess more than you already are. Her eyes lightened, and she bounced on the balls of her feet with excitement. So that's a yes, you're going to fill me in. I cursed and she laughed. On one condition. Anything. You are not to leave that campus alone again, got it? Not for anything. She frowned. Then how are we going to meet up again? Don't exactly have your number, you know. I held out my hand. Your phone? Without question, she pulled it from her pocket and set it in my palm. I set up a new contact, not my name, just the initial S, and handed it back. I'll be watching over you a lot closer than I was before, and if not me, then Tank or Davis. But isn't that dangerous? We can take care of ourselves. But she was shaking her head. Not against the Black Diamonds, against anyone at the school. Or the hunters. I don't want you guys getting caught because you have to keep an eye on me. We'll be fine, don't worry. But, I said as I motioned for her to walk with me back to the stairs, I would suggest in your combat classes to not forget to block the right hook. She gave me a playful shove as I laughed. Maybe you should just train me instead if you're so good at it. Maybe I will. I stopped her right before we disappeared back inside. Promise me you'll be more careful from now on. This isn't a game, and it's real. Deadly real. You're a descendant. They must not get their hands on you. She took a deep breath and blew it out, tugging on a strand of hair. Got it. Scout's honor. I wasn't sure I believed her since she didn't meet my gaze, but we headed back inside, and I walked her back to campus, not wanting to ride the bike so close and make so much noise. She showed me to the place she'd climbed over, and I didn't move from my spot until she was safely back over. I told her to text me once she was back in her room, and paced in the shadows nearby until my cell finally vibrated in my hand. The entire way back to the warehouse, I contemplated what door of crazy I'd just opened. On the one hand, letting Everest know everything was going on would give her a heads up as far as looking out for the enemy. And on the other, if she did get captured, she could turn into a liability. I'd seen enough dragons tortured to know the toughest ones gave in eventually. In the morning, after Tank left to go keep an eye on Everest, I'd call up Jenny and Preston and see what they thought on the matter. Maybe after they got done yelling at me, I'd be able to convince them it was a good idea. Doubtful, but it was worth a shot.
Chapter 24. Everest. Friday was torture sitting through my classes. I texted Slade once, the night before, impatiently waiting for him to say he was going to meet up with me again and let me in on what the hell was going on. At least I had that to look forward to and distract me. I was still getting looks from the other students, as rumors continued to spread about me ranting and raving about being attacked by Black Diamond dragons. Honestly, I was too occupied with understanding what I'd just done, hunting down Slade and finding him with his friends. All of them Shadow Guard dragons. What would Jared do if he knew that was who saved me twice now? I might not have gotten all the answers I wanted, but one thing was made perfectly clear to me: all the other clans were dead wrong about the Shadow Guard dragons. Completely and horribly wrong. I hardly spoke to Amelie or Jared, too worried I'd let something slip about what I'd done last night. Alone, after just being attacked. I smiled and waved but was much quieter than normal. And it did not go unnoticed. Maybe you should go back to the infirmary, Jared suggested by Friday afternoon. You don't look yourself yet. How's your side? Sore, but I'll live, promise, I said with a smile. He didn't believe me and shifted closer. Did something else happen? My steps faltered and he reached out to catch my arm. Huh? What do you mean? Ever since you've been acting weird. Wanted to make sure those shadow guards didn't do anything else to you? Poison you or something. I nearly confessed everything right then and there, but bit the words back just in time and shrugged. Jared's frown deepened, and he pulled me to the side of the hall out of the way. He didn't let go of my hand when we'd stopped walking. I liked it, but at the same time a nagging voice in my head was annoyed at him. Everest, what's going on? Really? Well, it'd be nice if everyone would believe me for starters, I muttered, not trying to hide my aggravation. I know what I saw. I know it, and everyone thinks I'm crazy now. Two students walking by eyed me cautiously, and I glared at them. See? Like that. You have to admit, everything you're saying is a little crazy, he said softly. I turned my glare on him and pulled my hand free. You don't believe me either? About any of it? He sucked in a deep breath, but didn't answer. You know what, that's fine. I guess hoped my friends would have believed me, even a little bit, but that's fine. I'm used to being on my own. I was hurt as I turned and walked away from him, but ignored him when he called my name out a few times. Jared was so blinded, just like the rest of them, to what was happening outside of their clear view. Slade hadn't told me everything yet, but he didn't have to. Whatever they were trying to fight against was bad, very bad, and it was going to affect all of us. I just made it back to my dorm when my cell vibrated in my pocket, and I hurried to free it from my pocket. When I saw Slade's initial and him asking if I could meet up with him tomorrow morning, I was ecstatic. I immediately told him I would and asked what time he was going to be there. One more night, I just had to get through one more night, and I'd get to see Slade again and his friends. I'd get to be around people who believed me, because they were apparently fighting a war no one else wanted to see. Amelie came in a few minutes behind me, and I could tell from the sympathetic and worried look on her face she'd bumped into Jared. Before she could ask me how I was doing for the umpteenth time today, I darted upstairs and locked myself in my room. I just had to get through tonight, and then I could see Slade again and figure out more about this craziness I'd fallen into. Chapter 25. Everest. I hopped off the back of the bike and removed the helmet, laughing. I think I want one, I told Slade as he put the stand down. Not so sure I trust you with one of these. He set our helmets on the bike, giving me a curious look. And no one's going to be suspicious of you missing from campus today. Come looking for you. Nope, they think I'm out with my uncle and little brother. He still didn't seem convinced, but dropped it. Come on. My boss should be checking in soon enough, but until then, we're going to work on that right hook. And you're going to tell me more about this underground war, right? His eyes darkened. Baby steps, remember? First, I'd like to make sure you can actually defend yourself in case those dragons show up again and I'm not around, he said as he led the way inside the warehouse. Tank and Davis were there, both waved at me, but their faces looked tense. Something happened since I saw you Thursday? I asked quietly, while we moved to the other end of the warehouse to where some punching bags were set up as well as a large mat. Slade? He shrugged out of his leather jacket and tossed it aside, rolling up the sleeves of his long-sleeve black shirt. We were checking into a possible lead, and it didn't pan out as we hoped, he said, but he wasn't telling me everything. I crossed my arms, waiting, but he stepped up onto the mat. You're not getting any more out of me until I talk to my bosses. Get up here. I thought of arguing more, but the intensity of his blue gaze stopped my protests, and I slipped out of my jacket and tossed it over by his. You going to go easy on me? Still wounded. And I'm not, he asked, but he offered a small smile as he said it. Show me your defensive stance. I stepped onto the mat and braced my feet right a bit in front of my left, lifted my hands into fists and bent my knees slightly. Slade watched with a calculating gaze as he moved around me slowly. This is what they're teaching you? Seriously? What's wrong with it? I asked, glancing over myself. It's not practical, he growled. No wonder you almost got yourself killed. As I recall, I jumped onto that back of that one guy to give you a chance, I pointed out, and he scoffed. What? A move I am thankful for, however. It wasn't very smart on your part. Not all of us grew up training how to fight, you know, I muttered, and his feet paused. Emotions I couldn't catch flickered through his eyes, and he turned his back to me. Slade? He shook his head and turned back to me with a smile, but it was fake. Defend yourself, he said, and the next second he attacked. Within seconds, I landed on my backside, sucking in a breath of air as he hoisted me back up again. That is not defending yourself. Seriously? I grumbled, and fell back into my stance again. He smirked but said nothing and came at me again. I managed to block his first hit, ducked under the second, but his leg swiped out, and I landed on my hip with a grunt of pain. He chuckled, and I fumed as I scrambled back to my feet and went after him this time. We moved around the mat, me attacking blindly and him easily slipping out of my reach and landing a few solid hits, though a voice in my head said they could be a hell of a lot harder. He was holding back a lot. Tank and Davis wandered over at some point to help give me pointers, and then Slade finally gave me a break. I sat beside Davis and watched Tank full out tackled Slade as the two went at each other. Mind if I ask you something? Davis handed over a bottle of water, and I thanked him. He was older than Slade, probably older than Tank too, but had the same hard look in his eyes as they. Sure, what's up? How is it you're not freaking out about all of this? About almost being killed twice, or being around you three, or finding out that I'm a witch, or... I trailed off and we both laughed. I dunno, honestly. I think I'm still working at getting over it all, and taking it in stride. Not the first time my life's been thrown for a loop. I wasn't so sure about you being here and all, but I think it'll be good for him. Slade? What happened to him? Davis sighed as he leaned back in his chair, and I realized that was not an easy question to answer. He didn't have a great childhood, and things just steadily got worse, he told me quietly. He's lost quite a few people along the way, and he wasn't always with us. He was with those other dragons, the Black Diamonds? How did you know that? I shrugged. Not that hard to figure out really, and I'm guessing he wasn't their guest. I watched as Slade leapt onto Tank's back, and then managed to take him hard to the mat. I hated to think of what he suffered through to make him so sad all the time, and angry at the same time. And instead of letting it destroy him, he put his life on the line every day, watching over me and countless others who didn't even know this light dragon guard existed. I wanted so badly to find a way to make the others see, to make Jared and Amelie understand that not all Shadowguard dragons were bad. But their hatred was embedded so deep, I doubted I'd be able to convince them. They would have to see for themselves somehow. No, Davis finally replied. No, he was far from that. He learned to fight to survive. We trained him up a bit after we got him out. Out? Yeah, we've been leading rescue missions against the Black Diamonds for centuries, trying to get our people out, he said quietly, eyes fixed straight ahead. They think the Shadow Guards are doing all this on their own, but we're not. We're slaves to them, have been since the war finally ended for the other clans. Clearly, there was more history than just what they were teaching in class that I needed to catch up on. I felt like I was going to play catch-up forever, and by the time I finally knew everything going on, it would all change again anyway. A ding sounded behind us in Tank, and Slade stopped wrestling. Davis got up and hustled over to the gathering of chairs and the computer set up on a table. Is that your boss? I asked as Tank followed him, and Slade plopped down in the chair beside me. Yeah, probably. We'll get to see what he says about all of this. Wait, you haven't told him yet? He shrugged. Didn't see a point in dropping that bombshell just yet. I smacked his shoulder. What exactly is your plan for telling him that I found the three of you? He opened his mouth to say something, but Davis was talking to someone on the computer, and I craned my neck trying to see. I couldn't hear much, but then the man was yelling and Davis was tapping on the laptop. What's going on? Slade was on his feet and had put himself in front of me, eyes narrowed and growling. Don't move. I swallowed hard but did as he said. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and the air changed drastically around us. I didn't need to hear who Davis was talking to. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Get out, the man yelled, and then there was a scream. Slade grabbed my arm the same time I heard a roar overhead before the ceiling of the warehouse came crashing down around us. I tried to see, but Slade hunched his body over mine, covering my head as debris crashed to the floor. I felt it hit him, but he barely grunted in annoyance at it. The ground trembled beneath us, and when we finally straightened, Tank and Davis were already shifted, but since I'd never seen what a Shadow Guard dragon looked like, I couldn't tell who was who. 4 massive dragons filled the space, knocking into the supports of the warehouse as well as the walls as they swung their heads around and their claws fought to grab hold. But 2 had beautiful scales, and for a split second I was transfixed at the sight of their deadly beauty. Along the edges of their wings was a vibrant blue that matched the coloring around their eyes that ran down their snouts. After a few more seconds of looking, it wasn't hard to realize which ones were the black diamonds. Their scales were shaped vastly different, black and gray scales with red following the curves of their wings as well as the ridges of their backs. Slade had been right about that danger. They were going to keep coming for me, and now I just put all their lives in danger by being here. Everest. Move. I shook my head just in time to see the fighting mass of dragons rolling across the floor right for us. He threw me out of the way, and I hit the floor hard, watching as Slade took a hit to his side. The dragon threw him against the far wall, and he disappeared from my sight. The largest dragon there, who I was assuming was Tank, slammed into the side of the attacking dragon, and then took a second to nod his head at me before he went after him again. Someone was going to hear this fighting and come looking, but none of them seemed worried about keeping a low profile. I considered drawing the black diamonds away. If I could get them near the school somehow, then people there would finally believe me. Slade would be pissed, but I hadn't seen him get up yet, and I wasn't going to watch him and his friends get killed. Just as I opened my mouth to make some noise and drag the other dragons out of there, a hot breath shot against my back. I flinched and spun around to see a third black diamond glaring down at me with those weird red and black eyes. I gulped and slowly backed up as he stalked closer, his jaws yawning open wide. "Descendant?" he growled, and I saw his claws reaching for me, ready to snatch me up, but another roar exploded and a white dragon nearly twice the size of Tank threw himself at the black diamond and they crashed out through the far wall straight into the next warehouse. Tank and Davis were too busy with the other dragons, so I sprinted through the opening to find Slade and the gray-scaled dragon locked together in a vicious fight. They snarled and swatted at each other. Slade bit down hard on the other one's wing, tearing it right down the middle. The great beast bellowed in pain, thrashing around and around, but didn't back down. It seemed to only infuriate him more, and he threw himself hard at Slade. He drove his claws up under Slade's ribs. Slade's mouth dropped in pain as his eyes widened, but he couldn't get out of the grip. The gray dragon bit down on his shoulder, and I ran towards them. "Let him go," I bellowed, summoning my magic to my hands. I rolled it around and around, building it up into the power ball we'd been learning in Advanced Spellcasting. I threw it at the dragon's head, hitting him right in the eye. He released Slade and he sank to the floor, shifting as he fell. The black diamond shook out his head, but didn't back off. He came at me instead, his left eye scrunched shut. I started to form another ball, willing Slade to get back up, but he wasn't moving, barely even breathing, and blood covered his clothes. I couldn't take this dragon on, but for Slade I would try until he took me down. "You," the dragon snarled. "Which, you will not escape me again." If I hadn't been so terrified of possibly dying in a warehouse, I would have been fascinated to see him talk without even moving his lips. I took another step back, and the power in my hands flickered in and out as my breathing grew ragged. All I heard was my pulse pounding in my ears. This was it, the end, right here before I even truly got to know what was going on. And no one else would understand that they weren't safe from the black diamonds. Not even close. A blur of white shot past my right shoulder and Tank, or Davis, slammed into the dragon, bellowing at me to get Slade out of there. They were wrestling and snarling, and there was nothing left to do but do as he asked. I sprinted to Slade, hoisting him up with an arm around my shoulders. "Slade!" I yelled, but he didn't say anything and his head lolled to the side. Cursing under my breath, I hurried as fast as I could to the door, leaving Tank and Davis to fight off the dragons. I didn't know where to go, no idea if they had any backup in the city. So I turned right outside and made for campus. It was a risk, a huge risk, but I had to get us somewhere safe. "Hospital," I whispered. "You're going to bleed out." "No," he growled so fiercely I jumped. "No, hospital, please." Fine, be a pain in the ass," I grunted and pushed on toward campus. I expected him to protest, but he was too out of it to do much, aside from letting me drag him along. There was no way I could get him through the front gates of campus, but I'd found a back gate a few days ago. It was locked, which was the only reason I hadn't used it that first night when I climbed over the wall. Now, I just hoped it wasn't being guarded as I maneuvered us towards it. When we reached it, the rusted iron covered in more vines and flowers, I pressed my hand to the lock and watched purple mist seep from my fingers and into the lock. I had no idea exactly what I was doing, but I let instinct take over, and with a loud clank, the lock broke. I carefully pulled the door open, peering inside, but there was no one there. We barely slipped inside and closed the door again when the alarm bells rang out. Really? Can this get any worse? Slade didn't lift his head or say anything, and there was more blood seeping from his wounds. His skin was much paler, and I hurried as fast as I could to the greenhouse. Gargoyles sat perched atop it, and I froze when one swung its stone head towards us. But instead of attacking, it merely huffed and turned back to its watchful gaze as I heard shouting and more bells ringing out. Funny how the gargoyles were meant to protect the campus from evil, and clearly did not see a shadow guard as evil, but everyone else did. Inside the greenhouse, I tucked Slade out of sight and checked his pulse at his neck. It was weak, really weak, and when I tapped his cheeks he didn't try to open his eyes or swat me away. Nothing. Fear filled me, and all I could think of was leaving him to die alone here. "You are going to be alive when I get back," I whispered sternly to him as tears burned in my eyes suddenly. "You are not going to die. Not yet, you're not allowed?" I squeezed his hand hard, and I felt the strangest connection to him, as if us finding each other was more than just him protecting me. There was much more going on here, but it would have to wait until he wasn't dying. I crept out of the greenhouse, and keeping as out of sight as I could, rushed to the only person I thought would help me without question, or at least too many questions. Professor Fredwin's post during any sort of emergency or lockdown was at the dorms. I was risking letting anyone else see me, but he was the only one I felt wouldn't completely lose his mind when I dragged him back to the greenhouse. I hid behind a tree, watching as he spoke with 2 other professors before he was finally left alone. Holding my breath, I rushed over to him, grabbing his arm. "Everest? Why are you covered in blood?" He grabbed my shoulders, muttering about getting me to the infirmary, but I yanked myself out of his hands. "It's not mine, but I need you to trust me," I begged. "What? What's going on?" "You need to get inside, there are shadow guards here." "They're not the ones you need to worry about," I argued. "Please just trust me." He looked like he wanted to keep arguing, but I was already running back to the greenhouse. "Everest, really you should be inside. This is too dangerous. And whose blood is on you?" I didn't say a word and opened the door, stepped inside, and hurried back to Slade. "Come on, open your eyes already, Slade," I whispered, but still nothing. There were steps behind me that suddenly stopped, and I glanced over my shoulder to see Professor Fredwin glaring down at Slade. That's a shadow guard. What are you doing with him? Are you insane?" "I told you, shadow guards weren't the ones attacking the other night, and they weren't attacking today. They're black diamonds, and this is Slade. He saved my life from them 3 times now." I stood and stared Professor Fredwin down. "I am not going to watch him die. Are you going to help me or not?" "I swear I will tell you everything I know." His eyes darkened, and I waited for him to start calling for help, but then he pushed past me and started checking Slade over. "We need to get him out of sight, back to my rooms." "So you'll help, right? You're not going to call in the hunters?" "No, not yet at least," he said. When I opened my mouth to yell at him, Slade let out a grunt of pain and shivered. "His wounds are extensive, we need to stop this bleeding." "I don't know how to do any healing yet," I said, trying not to panic as I sank down beside him. "Professor Fredwin?" He lifted Slade's shirt, and we both gasped at the wound beneath his ribs. As he shoved aside the shirt at his shoulder, we saw the deep puncture wounds from teeth. Dragon teeth. He looked around and found a stack of clean rags to shove against the wounds. "Amelie. You need to bring her to my quarters." "No one else?" "Anyone else will call the hunters without taking time to hear you out," he growled. "She's one of the best witches when it comes to healing, and she's your friend, right? Find her and bring her to my quarters. I'll get him there without anyone seeing. I worried at my bottom lip, not sure I wanted to leave Slade alone, but Professor Fredwin grabbed my shoulders and turned me to face him. Everest, if we don't do something for him now, he could die. My chest tightened, thinking of not seeing those intense blue eyes again, and I was on my feet and out the door in a shot. Chapter 26. Everest. It wasn't as easy to get back inside the dorm under lockdown, but I managed and sprinted to the top floor, not willing to wait for the elevator. I burst into mine and Amelie's dorm, to find her pacing back and forth in the living room. Everest. She sprinted to me and hugged me tightly before she stepped back, eyes widening in panic. Oh my God. What happened? Were you attacked again? I glanced down at myself, almost sick at the sight of so much of Slade's blood. All his blood. I swallowed back my fear, and told myself firmly he was not going to die. I need your help right now, but you can't tell anyone. Please, not even Jared. You're freaking me out, she said, taking hold of my hands. What happened? I need you to come with me to Professor Fredwin's. There's a dragon at his house that was attacked and he's dying. Then take him to the infirmary. Everest, what's really going on? I glanced over my shoulder, making sure our door was still closed. He's not exactly welcome here, but I need you to trust me. He saved my life, Amelie, and now I need to save his. I pleaded with my eyes, begging her to just listen to me, and not think I was crazy like she had about me being attacked by black diamonds. She screwed her lips to the side in thought, but finally gave in. All right, but you better give me some answers if I do this. I'll tell you everything I can. I owe Professor Fredwin an explanation too. You better. How was he hurt? What are his wounds? She asked as she rushed up to her room. I followed and described the injuries the best I could, choking up a few times remembering how serious they were. I wiped angrily at my eyes and watched anxiously as she got her supplies together in a cloth tote she slung across her body. That everything you need? I asked, wringing my hands. We need to stop by the Mystic Arts building, snag a few more things. Can we get in there during lockdown? She shrugged. We're going to have to. If he's hurt as bad as you say, I don't have all the right supplies. Right, then let's go. Everest? You might want to change really quick, she said gently. You're going to draw a lot of attention covered in blood like that. I picked at my now crusty shirt and nodded. I rushed to change into a fresh pair of jeans and flannel shirt, then joined her in the living room. We rushed out of the dorm, sneaking out a side door, and quietly made our way to the Mystic building. Getting in was easier than I expected, and Amelie gathered what she needed from the supply closet. On our way out, we turned a corner, rushing to get to Professor Fredwin's, and ran smack into Jared. What are you two doing out of your dorm? He asked, helping us both back up. We had to take care of something, I lied. It's not a big deal, really. Yes, it is, especially for you, he said, looking around worriedly. Everest, they're probably after you again. We're getting you back to your dorm right now. I tried to pull my hand from his, but his grip was too strong. No. Just hang on a second. He didn't stop, and Amelie looked at me looking slightly panicked. She had no idea she was about to go help a Shadow Guard dragon, and if Jared found out. I didn't want to think about what he would do, but I had to get to Slade before it was too late. Professor Fredwin's expecting us, we're heading to his quarters. Jared stopped and stared at me confused. During a lockdown? What the hell for? They said the dragons were fully shifted. They're not trying to hide, and they're coming here. Professor Fredwin should know the safest place for you. Is with him, Amelie cut him off, nodding eagerly. Yeah, he said for me to get her and take her to him, so he could keep a closer eye on her. Fine, he said, giving in faster than I thought he would. But I'm taking you there. Inward I groaned, but we had no time. Fine, whatever, we just have to go now. Knowing this was going to be a disaster, we moved forward. Jared followed us across campus to where the professors lived. We walked right on in, since they were more concerned with guarding the students than their rooms, and headed down the right corridor to Professor Fredwin's apartment. At the door, I turned to Jared. "Right, thanks, we're here. You can go now." But Jared crossed his arms and grew even more suspicious. "Not until I talk to Professor Fredwin." Amelie glanced at me worriedly, but we were running out of time. I would just have to think of a way to restrain Jared if he spotted Slade before we could get rid of him. I knocked on the door and heard Professor Fredwin call out to see who it was. When I replied me and Amelie, he yelled for us to come inside, quick. We rushed through the door, and all worry about Jared seeing anything disappeared. "He's out cold," Professor Fredwin said, his face sad, not looking up as he knelt by the couch where Slade rested. "He won't wake up. His wounds are festering already, and he's lost too much blood." "Amelie, please," I whispered worriedly and stared at Slade's pale face. I reached for his hand and found it clammy and cold to the touch. She nodded nervously and threw everything down on Professor Fredwin's coffee table and then bolted into his kitchen. "Everest, can you bring me the ingredients?" she called, and I snatched up everything. Jared was still standing in the doorway looking terribly confused, but didn't say anything when I reached around him and shut the door so no one else would see. I was not very satisfied with what I saw in the kitchen. She had found a crockpot and had it plugged in. "Are you serious?" "He doesn't have a cauldron, all right," she snapped and then poured a bit of water into the crockpot. She began mixing the potions together, words slipping from between her lips filled with magic that weighed heavy in the air. The hair on my arms raised, and little traces of magic escaped from her fingertips, not as vibrant as mine but still fascinating to watch. It took her longer than I would have liked, but eventually, she grabbed a glass from the cabinet to scoop some of the glowing blue goop from the crockpot. "I've never done this before," she confessed. "It's an advanced concoction, Everest. It's difficult enough with a proper cauldron." We hurried back to the living room where Professor Fredwin had pulled Jared to the side, his face pinched, but it was clear he hadn't been told who this bleeding guy on the couch was yet. Amelie held up the concoction. "We need to make him drink this, and then there is an incantation I need to do." "Everest, help me," Professor Fredwin said, and the two of us slowly sat Slade up. He groaned, but at least that meant he was still with us. Amelie forced the thick potion down his throat, and he grimaced, but his eyes remained firmly closed. Amelie laid her hands over the wound at his ribs, and whispered the chant as power pooled around her hands, and then covered the wound. Slade flinched, then thrashed, and we struggled to keep him still. Jared rushed to help, surprising me, but then he didn't know yet what Slade was. The three of us held him steady, me whispering into his ear that he'd be all right. I was going to make sure he lived. Jared shot me a curious look, and I swore I saw a hint of jealousy in there, but he would have to deal with it. The only thing in this room I cared about at this moment was Slade. When she shifted from his ribs to the wounds at his shoulder from the bite, he snarled and thrashed harder. His mouth fell open on a roar, but then Amelie sank back on her heels, breathing heavily, and Slade's body sank to the couch. "There, that should work." The wounds were more extensive than I thought. Professor Fredwin helped her to an armchair as I took her place beside Slade, willing him to open his eyes. I lifted his shirt and watched as her magic continued to swirl around the wounds as they closed, leaving nothing but scratches behind. "Can someone please explain why a wounded dragon is on your couch?" Jared asked sharply. "Everest? What the hell is going on here?" I didn't turn around and refused to say anything except, "I'm returning a favor." "To who?" "Jared, I think it'd be best if you sit down for a moment," Professor Fredwin suggested sternly. "We will get answers soon enough, but for the moment this young man needs time to heal." Silently, I thanked Professor Fredwin, keeping my gaze on Slade. He had to open his eyes. "It's my turn to save your life," I whispered, not caring who heard. "You can't die on me, not yet, all right? You owe me." A tear slipped from my eye, and I wiped it away before it could fall. I sniffed hard and worried about getting him back to Tank and Davis, if they were even still alive. I had no way to contact them, and I wasn't sure if Slade had his cell on him still or not. Everest? I sat up straighter. Slade had spoken. I nodded. Right here, you're safe. Can you hear me? He nodded slowly, wincing as he tried to move. Where? Tank the others? I don't know, I said softly. Tank told us to run, so we ran. I had to get you out of there before they killed you. The others were muttering confused behind me, but the second Slade opened his eyes, a furious growl erupted behind me, and I turned to see Jared stalking towards us, his eyes flaring with anger. Shadow Guard, he snapped, and I stood to stop him before he could get to Slade. Move now. Not going to happen, so back off, I warned, purple mist pooling in the palms of my hands. You won't hurt him, unless you want to hurt me too. He took another step closer, and I glared at him. Back off. His hands curled into fists at his sides as he glowered at me, nothing of the nice Jared on his face. You're harboring a shadow guard? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Do you? I yelled back. You're reacting towards him because of what happened to your sister. This dragon has saved my ass 3 times, Jared, 3 times. Why would he do that if all he wanted was to kill us all? He looked ready to shift when I heard a grunt from behind me, and then Slade was standing at my side, resting a hand on my shoulder. It's all right, Everest, I can handle him. You're wounded, sit back down, I ordered. His lips lifted in a smirk, and those blue eyes told me he was better than he looked. He wasn't about to back down, not now. I dropped my arms but watched Jared closely. He's an enemy of the clans, Jared growled. He needs to be taken to the hunters. You're hunters who kill innocents? Slade barked a laugh, and I could have smacked him for provoking Jared more. We do not kill innocents. So, every shadow guard you catch and execute has committed a crime? You know nothing of this world, Jared Winchester, nothing at all. I flinched. How did Slade know his name? It threw Jared off too, and he stepped back. What did you say to me? I know exactly who you are, Slade pushed on, taking a step towards him. You and your sister. I had a split second to imagine what was going to happen before Jared threw himself across the room.
Chapter 27. Slade. I was tired of hiding in the shadows. The words poured out of my mouth before I could stop them, and I watched almost in slow motion as the hollow well charged across the room. He was too lost in a rage to know what he was doing. I shoved Everest to the side before he heard her trying to get to me, and braced for his hit. We slammed back into the couch, tipping it over, but I managed to get out from his grasp and spin around, landing a kick to his face. I might be wounded, but this dragon had no idea what it meant to be in a real fight, not yet. To fight to survive. He was out of his league, but if this was what he wanted to do, I'd wear him down. Everest yelled at us to stop, but Jared was past listening to her. Why did you mention my sister, you bastard? He bellowed as he came at me again. I ducked under his first punch and landed 2 of my own to his sides, forcing him backward again. Ariel? I knew about her. I know about all the young who have been killed. Course you do, because your kind killed them. He drove his shoulder into my chest, and I grunted before I slipped around him and threw him into the wall. His head thudded hard against it, but he just shook it out and bared his teeth at me. At least this apartment was too small for him to shift. Not sure my body could handle that right now. Because we protect them. I bellowed and clocked him in the face. We try to save those the Black Diamond's target, and your sister, she was under our protection. Some protection, Jared threw back at him viciously. She was killed. So was my sister. Trying to save yours. My words echoed around me, chest heaving, as a heavy silence fell over the room. Jared's eyes narrowed, but he backed away a few more steps. What did you say? Slade? Everest whispered behind me. I hung my head. All the pain from the last few years of my life reared its ugly head, until I could barely see straight, let alone keep breathing. I clutched at my chest and sagged against the nearest wall, my recent wounds throbbing. My sister was part of the Light Guard, and Ariel Winchester was her charge, just like Everest is mine, I told them quietly, hating to relive that night. The night Ariel was killed, my sister. Victoria, she was ambushed by the enemy. By shadow guards? Jared asked, not sounding so sure of himself anymore. No, by black diamonds. They took her and they tortured her for answers about the light guard, about the others in our charge. I fought back against the lump in my throat. She said nothing, and then was executed. You saw it, didn't you? Everest said. I bobbed my head once. Slade, I'm so sorry. Her hand found mine and squeezed. Her touch was warm and gave me strength as I faced down the others in the room. She is not the only one we've lost trying to keep your people safe, and she won't be the last. Jared planted his hands on his hips, shaking his head. You're telling me the black diamonds are what? Back from the dead. They were extinct. We made sure of it. No, you made sure they were gone from sight, I argued. You never fully eradicated them, and because of it, my people are now enslaved. For centuries, we've been fighting a war that never ended, keeping the next generations of magic users safe. Keeping descendants safe, I added, as I glanced to Everest. I should have known that's what you were before those dragons even attacked you on campus. She cringed. Yeah, well, still getting used to that idea myself. Wait, you're not believing all of this, are you? Jared laughed harshly, but I kept a blank face. This is ridiculous. He's just trying to save himself. Then why did he show up 3 times to save my life? Everest told him. I've seen the black diamonds, they're the ones that keep trying to kidnap me. And the shadow guards? They're helping us, protecting us. And, she added, stepping between me and Jared, if he was such a bad guy, why is it the gargoyles did nothing to stop me from bringing him here? The other man, I think they called him Professor Fredwin, perked up at her words. That is quite true, they did not. So? Jared snapped. That means nothing. His kind are the reason so many of ours are dead. And vice versa, I said. We could do this all day, Jared, but our petty fighting isn't what you should be worried about. The black diamonds never went away. In fact, they've grown stronger because the only ones fighting them are the light guard, those of us who have escaped their hold. I gently pushed Everest to the side so I could face him down. And they're not the only ones who are back. The Blood Moon priests, they're here in the city. Professor Fredwin cursed, but no one else seemed to understand how terrible this situation was about to get. You're sure? Yes, I wouldn't say it otherwise. Who are they? Everest asked. I'm assuming bad. Professor Fredwin and I nodded. How bad? I squeezed her hand back as I said, apocalyptic bad if we don't stop them. And can you? Stop them, I mean, Professor Fredwin asked urgently. With our numbers? I doubt it. The black diamonds are attacking our outposts and we've lost many of our soldiers. Zara. Only a few weeks had passed, and it still killed me to think of losing her, but at the same time, part of me felt the same type of connection to Everest. As if her death pushed me to where I needed to be, here to keep Everest safe, a woman who was just as fearless as Zara was. I ground my teeth. You're not the only ones who have lost loved ones. Everest smiled at me softly. I'll fight with you. No. Jared reached out to grab her arm, but I tugged her behind me, growling in warning. Hands off Hollowell, I warned. She is my charge, and I am not about to let her out of my sight, not now. He's poisoned your mind. Everest, please, you have to see how insane this is. Then why don't we prove it, the girl asked. I can do a truth spell. Amelie, no, Everest said. I nodded in agreement. Everest stared at me. Seriously? You shouldn't have to do that. No, but if that's what it takes, then fine. I took her hands and faced her. Listen, our numbers are dwindling and we're losing this war. There's no more time to wait for the others to know the truth of what's happening out there. We need more men or the black diamonds are going to attack, and no one will be able to stop them from wiping out the children. The children. Professor Fredwin muttered angrily, what do you mean? I said nothing, and he cursed more, pacing away from us all. The Black Diamonds were willing to kill as many children as it took to stop the other clans from having the aid of witches and warlocks for the next phase of the war. We had no idea when they were going to do it, but if they were willing to risk exposure, they were getting desperate, and sooner or later the attack would come. Do it, I urged Everest's friend Amelie. She nodded anxiously, reaching into a small pouch at her hip. She poured a handful of orange powder into her palm, and I braced myself for the spell to hit. I never was a fan of magic, not after it had been used to torture me for years before I was taken away from my captors. Before she could do it, Jared lunged for her hand, grabbed the powder, and turned a suddenly deadly glare my direction. Loki Verum, Seu Moriar, he shouted and flung the powder onto me. The spell knocked Jared onto his knees as a red hue erupted from his fingertips. The force of it threw me against the wall, and my body erupted in tremors as Everest struggled to keep me upright. What the hell was that? Everest yelled furiously. You said you can't do magic. Jared, Professor Fredwin yanked him back away from me. That spell is illegal. How do you even know it? He didn't answer, and all I could do was grit my teeth as the shaking grew worse. Pain ricocheted around my head as Jared flung himself around Professor Fredwin and got right in my face even as Everest warned him to move. Is any of what you said actually true? Are you truly part of the Light Guard? You filthy half-breed, I snarled, attempting to gain control of my convulsions. Yes, it's all true. All of it. The Black Diamonds exist, and they are coming for you, all of you. Jared staggered back as if he'd been slapped, and the remnants of the powerful spell faded away. I sagged into Everest's waiting arms and struggled to catch my breath, glowering at him. You want to know more? I spat, my rage too much to hold back now. I was born a slave to one of the 12 families. I was tortured every day of my life until the Light Guard got me and some others out. I have fought claw and tooth to survive. To protect your kind. I steadied myself and pushed out of Everest's arms to face him down, toe to toe. The Shadow Guard are not your enemy. Not anymore, so you can either help me find a way to convince the rest of your kind, or you can get the hell out of my way, while I keep trying to defend them. He lowered his gaze and moved away, ashamed of his actions. Good. He should be. I understood his pain far better than he could ever know. But in truth, he knew nothing of the agony I suffered. Jared, since when can you perform spells? Amelie asked to break the tension. Jared shifted uncomfortably on his feet, and I realized now why he was not on our list of charges. You hid it, didn't you? I stated. I did, I had to, he admitted quietly. My abilities showed after Ariel had been killed, and my parents, they were scared for me, so I was forced to hide my power from everyone. They were right to do so, I agreed. You would have been on their target list with so many other hybrids. I paced around the apartment, mulling over my moves. I needed to try and get a hold of Tank and Davis, but I knew by now they would have cleared the warehouse, possibly the city, and fallen back to our nearest outpost. I reached into my pocket for my cell to find it still working, but my fingers froze over the screen. If I called into Preston, I knew exactly what my orders would be. But this hiding, it had to stop. I'd be risking my life, but what choice did we have? Our numbers were low, the Black Diamonds were moving up their attacks, and there were Blood Moon priests in the area. The Council, I said as I faced them all again. I need to speak with them. Now. You're joking, right? Jared asked. The Council? You mean the ones who created the hunters in the first place, to kill your kind? Everest shook her head violently. No, not going to happen. They'll kill you on sight. Maybe, but if the enemy is willing to attack this close to the campus, and on the campus, we're out of time, I insisted. I need to make one phone call, and then we need to go. The sooner, the better. Professor Fredwin nodded firmly. Right then, you four stay here. Do not open this door until I get back. Where are you going? Everest asked as he reached the door. To get the one person who can help us, hopefully. Let's just hope she's a bit more open-minded than she's been in the past. Then he was gone. I was still holding Everest's hand and wasn't about to let it go, not yet. For some reason, she was the only thing I felt keeping me grounded, as everything else, all our well-laid plans, fell apart. "Slade? You feeling okay?" she asked quietly. Yeah, I've had much worse." "That's not what I want to hear," she murmured. "Listen, I know I promised you more answers, but right now." She was already shaking her head. "I know enough for right now. Let's get you to the council, and we'll go from there. I have a feeling I'll be learning everything soon enough. You are a very strong person and brave. I hope you know that. Can't believe you got me all the way here. I just wish I knew if the others made it out. I'm actually going to call them now." I reluctantly released her hand and disappeared into the kitchen. Jared's eyes followed me the entire time, but he didn't stop me or try to follow, so I let it go. I called Tank first, but there was no answer, so I tried Davis next. "Slade? Hey man, where the hell are you guys?" I asked, thankful he answered. "We fell back to Morg's place. Tank's pretty banged up, but we're alive, and those other three, well, they're dead, but more are on the way." "Where are you? And Everest, is she all right?" he rambled. "She got me to safety, don't worry, but I need you to contact Preston for me and see who's in the area," I told him as I peered back into the living room to see the three, huddled close together, talking. Everest seemed ready to throttle Jared, but then rolled her eyes and stalked away. "What's going on?" I sucked in a deep breath and said, "I'm going to speak to the council." "What?" he yelled so loud I had to pull the phone away from my ear. "Are you insane? They'll kill you on sight. I'm hoping with a descendant by my side, they might let me live long enough to catch them up on what's really going on here. But just in case, I needed you to know, and there's a chance they'll know where I'm going." "You think they're going to attack the council?" "They can't reach them. If they weren't working the priests, I would agree, but now I'm not so sure." Davis was quiet for a long while before he sighed. "And how do you expect us to get to you to help, if you're seeing the council?" My eyes found Everest's, and the weight of the other secrets I kept from her so far hit me hard. She would hate me when she found out what I knew. Tell her we need her help. "But she has no magic." "Doesn't matter, it's not her magic we need." "Do it, Davis." I didn't give him a chance to argue, but hung up and shoved my cell back in my pocket. I rejoined them in the living room, and Everest immediately came up to me. "What's wrong?" "Nothing yet." "It's nothing." She frowned but didn't push the issue. A few minutes later, a knock came at the door, and it was Professor Fredwin, returned with whoever he'd gone to find. The second they stepped inside, my gut twisted, and I wondered how crazy I'd become to think this was actually a good idea.
Chapter 28. Everest. "Shadow Guard," Elsa snapped and raised her hands to cast some spell against him. I stepped in the way, shielding him with my body. "Everest, move." "No, just wait a second." I yelled, but she was advancing, ignoring all of our protests. The intent to kill Slade without bothering to ask why he was here was clear in her eyes. Gray mist formed in her hands, and the words were right on her lips when the necklace I'd been wearing for weeks warmed against my skin. Without a word, or knowing exactly what I was doing, I thrust my hands out just as Elsa made to attack. Purple hit the gray, and a loud crack split the air, sending Elsa staggering backward into Professor Fredwin. She was stunned and shook out her head and hands, trying to call her magic back. What did you just do?" she demanded, torn between awe and anger. My knees wobbled, and I started to fall, but Slade caught me. "I don't know, but you are not going to hurt him. He's here to help us." "You shouldn't have done that," he muttered in my ear, annoyed, helping me to the couch. "Everest? Look at me." His hands cupped my face, and I blinked a few times, fighting a wave of dizziness from using magic I had not been ready for. "I'm fine, I'll be fine," I promised and smiled. "Explain right now," Elsa ordered, "or I scream for help." I glanced at Slade and shrugged. "You want to tell her, or should I?" We spent the next hour running through everything about what happened with Slade and me, from the black diamonds to the priests, to what happened with Jared and his sister. Elsa didn't say a word the entire time we talked, just sat and listened, but that almost made it worse. When we finished with what happened at the warehouse, telling that story for the first time for everyone, she rested her hands on her thighs and nodded. "This is insanity," she started, and my heart sank. "However, I see no reason to not believe you." "Wait, what?" I was shocked. She pursed her lips. "Though I may appear to be a very stern headmistress, I am not above admitting when I have been wrong in my assumptions, and clearly there is more than enough evidence to support this story. That being said, I believe I owe you an apology regarding the night you were attacked." "Thanks. I think," I said slowly. "Are you certain you wish to do this?" she asked of Slade. "The second we see the council, there is a very strong chance they will kill you on sight." I reached for Slade's hand, not so sure about this plan either. "It's a chance I'm willing to take. They need to understand the war never stopped. If we don't act now, it will be too late, and so many more will die at the hand of the real enemy." "Very well then. Professor Fredwin, if you please." As he moved to stand beside Elsa, I realized I had no idea of how to get to the council. "So where is the council?" "They exist on another dimensional plane," Elsa said. "One created by the First Communion, for their protection. It requires blood from a hollow well, and a spell by a pure-blooded witch to traverse there. There are witches who keep hollow well blood in their satchels for travel, but I am not so needy. If you would, Professor Fredwin, and if everyone else would gather around, please. Amelie, Jared, I will ask you to accompany us, so we have more witnesses for the council to hear from." We stood and clustered around her as Professor Fredwin sighed, and held out his palm. Elsa did not hesitate. Before she sliced right into his palm with a small pocket knife I hadn't even seen her pull out of her pocket. Good to know that the school's headmistress carried a small blade on her person. Elsa dipped her finger into Professor Fredwin's bloody hand and muttered, "Terra Viridi Solis." Magic swirled around us. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes I could hardly explain what it was I was seeing. "Terra Viridi Solis," I said. "Land of the green sun." And indeed there was a green sun, and the sky was a hue of strange colors, red, purple, orange, blue. We were standing on a floating rock. Elsa began to walk, and we followed. Gravity apparently did not exist here. The land masses floated about. An enormous stone passed by our heads. I couldn't help but be amazed at what was around me, despite the seriousness of the situation that brought us here. I still had hold of Slade's hand, and he squeezed mine, not sure I was the one who needed reassurance though. With each step, my fear grew, and I wondered if I would be able to stop the council from killing him. It wasn't going to happen. No matter what the cost, they were not going to kill Slade. I spied what looked like an old cathedral ahead, and after a few minutes of walking, we entered the Gothic-style structure with stained glass windows that let in the different hues of light. As we stepped through the large double doors, they closed behind us with a resounding thud. I stared straight ahead and realized we were in a courtroom, and 6 individuals perched on top of a platform with a long table in front of them stared down at us as though ready to pass judgment. 6 guards flanked them, 3 on each side, and Slade gripped my hand even harder. "Welcome, Everest, Somerset," one of the men at the table said, glaring down at us. "An honor to have a descendant of the First Communion. Welcome to Middle Ground." Middle Ground, the place between places, was the official name of this interdimensional world where the council could meet safely. There were 3 women and 3 men seated before us. The man who had spoken to me first was the only one who didn't look like he had 1 foot in the grave. And he was a hollow well dragon, undoubtedly. But there was something more familiar about him than that one detail. He looked just like Jared. I smiled at the man, appreciating the polite welcome, realizing they had not noticed what Slade was yet. "Thank you, but I'm afraid I don't know who you are." "Jared Winchester II, he said. Of course. Jared had failed to mention his father was part of the council. I could tell instantly that being in his father's presence made Jared nervous, especially considering who we had brought with us. A pleasure, sir. I sized up the rest of the council, imagining how horribly wrong this could go if we weren't careful. I knew from my lessons for mortal rays that the council positions were voted in, and that once you were in for life, or until you chose to retire. No one ever retired, which would explain the ancient-looking group. The 3 women were made up of a hollow well dragon and 2 witches, a blonde woman and a woman with hair so long, black and unkempt she looked like she belonged in the crazy house. The men were a bit more diverse, a warlock, Mr. Winchester, and a man I believed to be Golden Sphinx based on his yellowish eyes. The blonde woman leaned forward, propping herself up on her elbows. Elsa, you called this meeting, she said. You had better have a good reason for bringing a shadow guard here. Shit. The 6 guards drew their swords as one and closed in around our group, glaring at Slade. I kept myself in front of him protectively, daring them to make a move. So much for them not knowing what he was, until the last possible second. Everest, you will stand aside, Mr. Winchester ordered. The hell I will, I snapped, and a gasp rose amongst the 6. I don't care who you are, but you are not about to harm him, not when he's come here to help you, help all of us. Ha! You jest surely, the blonde woman huffed. Do I look like I'm joking? Everest, what are you doing? Amelie hissed beside me. This is the council. Yeah, and? I glared at each member individually, daring them to order the attack. You are going to hear him out, or things are going to get very nasty very quick. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Slade smirk. I was bluffing, but they didn't need to know that. I was a descendant, that was what they did know, and right on cue my necklace warmed and flashed with power. We will not be disobeyed, Mr. Winchester started to argue, but I cut him off. The black diamonds are alive, and the blood moon priests are working with them. The council fell silent, and even the guards exchanged confused glances, their swords falling slightly. The council leaned in close, whispering to each other too quietly for us to hear. You should let me handle this, Slade whispered. So they can just decide to kill you? No. We have not come this far to have them not hear us out. The council members straightened, and Mr. Winchester snapped his fingers. More guards entered the room from doors I hadn't even noticed, and suddenly we were being dragged away. I clung to Slade's hand, but 3 guards picked me off my feet and pushed me aside. Shadow Guard, you are hereby charged with spreading lies and deceit, and for the crimes of your clan, the blonde woman declared. You are sentenced to death. No. I bellowed as the guards moved in closer to Slade, placing their blades at his throat. You bastards. You can't do this to him. He's telling you the truth. They're going to kill the kids. You can't do this to him. But all 6 members ignored me, as if I wasn't even there. Slade was trying to speak, but one of the guards placed his sword against his neck hard enough to draw blood. Silence. We will finish this, now. The others were screaming with me, trying to get them to stop. Slade closed his eyes, bracing for the attack when the necklace warmed again, and without thinking of what I was doing, a shield of purple light surrounded Slade, throwing the guards away from him. I broke free of the ones holding me, rushing to stand beside him inside the light. How dare you interfere, the blonde woman snarled. You may be a descendant, but you do not control this council. You have no power here. Oh, I think you'll find I do, I yelled furiously. If you won't listen to him, then we will leave and fight this war on our own. All 6 members stood, and I gulped, wondering what I just started, but they were not going to kill Slade, not after everything he'd done for them, for me. I wasn't nearly done yet. You sit there and judge without knowing the truth. How dare you call yourselves the council? You're nothing but bitter, grudge-holding assholes. A resounding gasp sounded from Amelie and the others as well as the council, now glaring at me like I had a death wish. The way Slade stepped up beside me looking ready for a fight, he was probably thinking the same thing. The guards glanced from us to the council, looking for their orders, but before they could get any, the roof of the building abruptly caved in. Chapter 29. Everest. I yelled and dove to the side to avoid massive stones striking us. Slade covered me as he had at the warehouse, as we broke the shield of power. The guards switched from us to this new threat. Screeching made me cringe, and glancing up I saw a group of at least 5 black diamonds circling. "We're under attack," the Golden Sphinx cried out, and the council members jumped back as one. The black diamonds dove through the hole in the roof, landing all around us, snarling and growling, bearing fangs already stained with blood. The council stood as one, appearing ready to fight them off, when one of the black diamonds' mouth yawned open, and fire spewed out, engulfing the dais. The 6 fled, diving for cover as Slade dragged me behind him protectively, when a black diamond turned our direction. I barely had a chance to think about my next move, when ice shot towards us from another black diamond. How was that possible? I heard Elsa yell from somewhere behind me. "Just move. We have to get out of here." Slade hadn't let go of my hand, and he dragged me along the side wall. I was going to ask if we should stay and fight, but the fire and ice kept coming, filling the room with ice shards and smoke, so I could barely see a foot in front of my face. We were just at the doors, grabbing Amelie and Jared as we ran, when they flew open and 3 more black diamonds burst in, still in human form, bearing swords they aimed at us. We had no choice but to back up, Jared and Slade both growling furiously, but they were outnumbered. I halted, readying to attack, but my other hand was caught by Slade and he eyed me sharply. "No, it's not worth it. They're going to kill us," I whispered, still backing up. "Trust me," he whispered. I did, but I had no idea what he was up to. There were too many of them, and as far as I knew, Jared and Slade could not breathe fire or ice. Another loud roar echoed down to us, and the black diamonds all looked skyward. I craned my neck back to look just as Slade cursed and tried to block me from sight, but the others had already seen me. The dragon flew lower and lower, and for a horrible second, I didn't think he would fit through the opening in the ceiling. He was massive, more so than any of the dragons I had seen so far. The red on his wings was vibrant and looked as though it bled. His eyes were sharp and filled with living flames that I didn't think could be possible. Amelie shook with fear beside me, and I found her hand, not that I could do much to calm her down. I was shaking just as bad, if not worse. The dragon shifted as he slithered through the opening, and landed on his feet, turning into a tall, broad-shouldered man. His black hair was braided, trailing well past his shoulders, and he bore a leather coat I had no doubt hid weapons he was more than willing to use on us. "Well now, isn't this a sight?" he mused as the other dragons shoved the 6 council members towards our group. "Finally, where you belong." "You must leave at once," one of the councilmen stated. "This is sacred ground." Yes, I know," the man said with a smirk. "And yet they allow the 6 of you to reside here. Truly fascinating." "You should not exist," the blonde woman muttered. You are extinct." The man's eyes narrowed, and in a blink he stood before her, his hand wrapped around her neck. "Sadly, you missed a few, and we have been waiting for just the right time to return." The woman sputtered in his grip. He squeezed harder, and I waited to hear a crack of bone, but it never came. He dropped her and she crashed to the floor hard, coughing as the other 2 women bent down to see to her. The man moved towards our group, his eyes moving from one face to the other when they landed on Slade. They zeroed in and he burst out laughing. My, this is not what I expected to see. "Slade, my dear boy, how is it you find yourself in such glorious company?" His gaze shifted to me and the necklace I wore. His brow rose and he clapped his hands together. "And with a descendant no less, the very one I have been after." "Go to hell, Radnak," Slade snarled. Radnak, that was his name, and from the look of him I had a feeling of exactly who he was. Leader of the Black Diamonds, and the one who caused all Slade's pain and sent the dragons after me in the first place. "You dare speak against me?" Radnak snapped. His hand lashed out and grabbed Slade by the throat, lifting him off his feet. I lunged for him, but another dragon dragged me backward, holding me as Radnak choked Slade. "You know what happened to your parents, to your sister. Do you wish the same for yourself?" "Let him go, you bastard!" I bellowed, but Radnak only laughed. "I'll kill you." He turned his gaze my way. "Will you now? You and who else? No one stands against me and lives, no one. You think these are the only ones I control?" He snapped his fingers, and the other doors burst open, but when I saw their eyes, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Shadow guards intermixed with the black diamonds. They were marching in side by side, and I wasn't the only to see it. Every member of the council saw them, and turned to glare at me in turn. They had not given us a chance to explain, and now I realized no matter what happened next, they never would. They would always hate the shadow guards, no matter what. Slade gasped for air but didn't fight against Radnak. Instead, he started to laugh. It came out rough and ragged sounding. The leer fell from Radnak's face. "You find this amusing, do you?" He snarled, and Slade laughed louder. "I will kill you." "You think I would come here without a plan?" Slade gasped out. "You know nothing about me." Radnak shook his head, confused, but a bright flash of light exploded behind us and more roaring filled the sanctuary. The dragons dropped me, turning to take on this new threat, and I threw myself bodily at Radnak. The three of us hit the floor, and I grabbed Slade, dragging him away before Radnak could react. I glanced behind me and saw Tank and Davis leading the charge, more dragons behind them. "Who are they?" I yelled over the din, as fighting broke out amongst the dragons. "The cavalry." "We can't stay," he told me and pulled me towards the doors. "They won't be able to hold them off for long, there's too many." "We can't leave them," I said, watching the council attempting to fight back, but they didn't seem to care who they attacked. Didn't bother to see who was trying to save their lives. "Amelie and Jared, we have to at least get them." I turned to try and find my friends when I spied witches rushing in behind the line of dragons, two of them stopping to hold open some sort of portal where the doors were. They had hoods over their heads, but one of them was waving towards us, and I swore I knew her. Slade tugged on my hand, but I finally saw Amelie and Jared, backed into a corner by a black diamond. I pointed them out, and he nodded. Together we sprinted through the fighting, and Slade shifted when he reached them, biting down on the other dragon's neck. "Let's move. Get to the portal," I yelled to Amelie and Jared. They ran over as Slade finished off his dragon and shifted back again, grabbed my hand, and we took off again. We were at the portal when I heard a voice ring out, Radnak, yelling at them to stop us. Every one of his soldiers turned and barreled right for us. I saw Tank shift and wave his hands over his head. "Hurry up," he bellowed. "Move it." The dragons that came to save us landed by the portal, forming a defensive line to give us cover as we dove through. I shoved Elsa and Professor Fredwin ahead of me, then Amelie next. Jared was about to run through when his father yelled out to him to stop. He paused long enough to shake his head, glaring at his father, before he leapt in after Amelie. I had only seconds to see more dragon guards pouring in to take on Radnak's forces before Slade pulled me through. My gut rolled, and I expected to puke, but then it stopped, and I stood in a large cavernous room surrounded by a ton of dragons. More appeared through the light behind us, and the portal shut just as Radnak and his soldiers reached it. The light vanished, and cut off his screams of rage at losing us. What the hell just happened?" Amelie snapped, catching her breath and eyes wide in fear. That was Radnak," Slade told her. "The true enemy to us all." "Where are we?" I asked, looking around, and the crowd parted. A man and woman stepped forward, armed to the teeth and looking more than ready for battle. They both eyed our group before their gazes landed on me. "Welcome to our HQ for the Light Guard. I think it's time we all have a little chat."
Chapter 30. Slade. Considering how the day started, it could have ended a lot worse. I never expected Radnak himself to show up, or for the council to not even give me a chance to explain what was happening with this war. Now they never would, if they survived the Black Diamond's assault. Preston and Jenny had been pissed at first, having to explain their operation to witches and hollow wells they clearly didn't trust. Not that I blamed them. The air was tense, to put it lightly, but there was no going back for any of them now. They would be deemed as traitors and hunted down, just as we'd been for our entire lives. Everest was the only one I worried about, and after convincing Preston, this was the only course of action to at least prove Black Diamonds were still around, and clearly using magic of some kind. The council would no longer be able to deny that, at least. Everest had questions, I knew she did, but hadn't asked them yet. I let her be for a while to calm Amelie and Jared down. I had more respect for the hollow well now, seeing him stand against his father. He had a long way to go to truly understand what he'd gotten himself into, but I hoped his friendship with Everest would keep him here to fight alongside us. We could use his aid, and those he might eventually convince to join our cause. I walked through the underground, looking for Everest, finally finding her sitting atop one of the platforms overlooking the rest of the base. Her gaze was far away, and she jumped when I rested my hand on her shoulder. "Shit, sorry," she said with a nervous laugh. "No, it's all right, wanted to see how you were holding up." "As good as can be, I guess," she sighed. "How did they get to us in time?" "I had a backup plan just in case." She shook her head. "But the portal, I thought Elsa said only a pure-blood communion witch could access it with a hollow well." "I don't understand." The time for secrets was over. I squeezed her hand and gently turned her. "There's someone I think you need to meet, 2 people actually." "Come on then." "Who?" she asked as I tugged her along behind me. "Slade?" I kept quiet and merely guided her down the steps, through the main room, down another corridor. We left the others behind, the fighters and the refugees, left behind, planning our next move and what was going to happen tomorrow. We reached a steel door and I knocked once, holding my breath as she glanced from it to me and back again, curious and confused. When someone unlocked it from the other side, I stepped back and left her to face whoever was on the other side. The door opened and Everest gasped. "Mom!" Malia dragged her daughter into her arms and hugged her tightly, kissing the top of her head. But that wasn't the reunion I was really looking forward to. Another figure stepped out the door, and I watched Everest freeze as she stared at the man. You were there fighting," Everest whispered. The man, Aiden, nodded. "I was. I will always come to protect my family." "Dad, you're my dad and you're a shadow guard." Aiden took in a deep breath before he replied. Yes, I am. I'm afraid we have much to tell you, Everest, much to tell you about who you truly are."
I hope you've enjoyed this Kit Bladegrave book. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.